Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, party squirrels. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well and having a great week so far. Let me just see. It looks like StreamYard. Let me just make sure that these settings are correct. It looks a little bit different. Okay. I think we're good to go. Good to go. So huge shout out, by the way, to Frankie Figs, because she sent me the link for the all the Pullman docs, and I just finished downloading those just right before I went live, and there's like a bazillion, so I do have all of those. And if ever, I have not looked at them yet because they literally just finished. So if anyone is interested in taking a break from Moscow and switching over to Pullman, let me know. From what I've heard from those of you guys who have taken a look at those already, there's apparently some really crazy shenanigans going on there. So we can always, go back and forth, or I don't know how they're organized, if they're like in chronological order, and then we could do it side by side timeline wise. That might be kind of good to do. Something to think about. Welcome Official with another username there in the chat. Love it. Also love your new thumbnail there. Let me take a look at my folder that I have and just see if they are in chronological order, or if they're just however they are organized or not organized. Let's just see. Like if I go to the very first one, let me see what that looks like. (7/16/25). Okay. So let me go the other direction and see what this one is. December 30th, 2022. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to go ahead a couple and see. This is also, are these all the same? Anyway, okay. Let me go down a little bit. I'm just taking a look here at these so I guess they are in chronological order, but they don't start until, what was it? That's 2025. They don't start until December 30th. So maybe that would be a good way to do it. Like when we get to December 30th in the Moscow records, to pull these up, and then we can do side by side for the day. That might be a good way to do it, actually, guys. What do you think? Y'all let me know what you think. I'm just going to close out of these tabs because we don't need them. Okay. So let's see here. Go back to where we were with the MPD on my folder here. Cool. So welcome, Flash. Happy to see you as well. Always happy to have Flash. We love Flash. We love all of you guys, all the squirrel friends. Y'all are the best. Love you guys. Hopefully Twiz will be here. For anyone who's wondering, yes, I did send him his special text. What would it be? What kind of live stream would we have if I didn't do that? And by the way, I do have a fun idea for a new segment on the show, but I'm going to wait for him to get here before we talk about that. But I have a fun idea. So let's see. I'm just looking at my folder here for the Pullman Police Department. Let me see. There's like a is this okay? Let's try this. I'm just trying to make sure I've got this all organized here, so that if we want to pull these up, we can. Okay, let's do this. Okay. All right, good to go. What's the weather like where y'all are at? Because here it got cold and rainy. It's almost like winter. I almost needed to put the heat on, if you guys can believe that. Kind of crazy. Oh, Alan's doing another crash case in California. Are you talking about the one with the kid, the college kid or whatever, or is it another one? Because the one for that kid at the what's his name? You're probably talking, Flash is probably talking about, I can't imagine he's got another crash case in addition to the other crash case in California, but maybe he does. But there's that one kid, what's his name? Anyway. Okay, yeah. So that's the one. Yeah, that's been on the radar for a little bit now. I think a couple weeks ago is when that kind of came out that he was doing that. It was probably after Karen Reed. I feel like it was right after that news broke that he was doing that case. But yeah, definitely going to be interesting and one to follow if it goes to trial and if they have cameras. Let's see what Nightbot says the weather is doing here. So 91 where official is. Flash says it's hot in DC. Yeah. So as y'all can see, 66, actually my computer says 65, but it doesn't say it's raining. It is raining. So it's like the real feel is got to be less than that. It's pretty crappy. Let me see. Yeah, real fuel 64. It says it's going to get down to 62. Actually. Anyways, so yeah, I have a number of I'm jealous official 82 degrees sounds amazing. I love the heat. I have a number of things planned for today since we didn't stream yesterday. And so let me look at my list here. Okay, those are some stories. Oh yeah, that I have the Twiz idea. Right. And then also I do want to answer some questions for No Dogs Left Behind. Ask some really good questions or in the comment section on other live streams, but hopefully they will be able to join us and I'll see if they show up and then we can answer the questions live because I did promise them I would do that. So I've got my notes over here. All right. Well, what we'll do is we'll jump into the docs and then as things arise, we will go through some of these other ideas that I had of things to talk about and questions to answer and stories and whatnot. Okay. Flash says, I do have a potential classic case for you if you're still into it. That's from 2007 in California. She was convicted of. So, you know, that sounds very interesting. However, I barely have time to cover. Okay. Let me say this correctly. I don't even have time to cover all the cases that I'm technically currently covering. For example, I'm behind on Adelson's. I'm behind on Shannon Gardner. We still haven't finished the Casey Anthony trial. I haven't done a Karen Reed one recently, and there's been some new things in that. And it's just really difficult because I just have so little time. And so right now I'm kind of prioritizing going through all these docs because I think it's really important. And I don't want to just summarize them for you guys. You all know that's not how I roll. So, but definitely keep it. If it's something that you're interested in, Flash, definitely keep it like in the back of your mind or write it down or put it somewhere where, you know, for like, I don't know, years down the road when I'm caught up on everything. Because as far as classic cases, after we finish Casey Anthony, we're going to do Michael Peterson. So it could be an after Michael Peterson. Was it, were there cameras in the courtroom? If so, we could do it after Michael Peterson. But again, this would be way far in the future. But yes, I do appreciate the suggestion as always. So okay, so we are here with number 64, another Meowry, and we looked at the beginning of this last time, and I kind of lost my mind because of the date issues, and so I was like, we're gonna pick up with this next time. So here's the thing. So this was right here where it says 12/5. This was written, well, okay, the date here is supposed to say this is when the report was written. Up top, right, where it has here, that's the date submitted. So, right, it's like, in other words, it's finished writing, and then it's been approved by the supervisor for review or whatever, and then it's submitted. So 12/5 is what it says is like you started writing it. But the date here says December 6th. So, I mean, At what point, how do you, to try to decipher with Mallory, like how much gross incompetence can one even have, realistically speaking, before it's not believable anymore, and it has to be like you are also incompetent, but also there's some like shenanigans going on, right? If you've opened a report and started writing it before the events happened. Anyways, oh, it was an arsenic poisoning case. Interesting. I'll write it down. Thank you, Flash. I'll write it down. Cynthia Summer. Thank you. Okay, so we have, so what is it? Tinder warrant users. Okay, so on December 6th, I applied for and was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with the accounts that communicated with Kaylee's Tinder accounts in the following identifiers. On December 6th, at approximately 15:19 hours, the warrant was served. So again, on the last live stream, we actually took a look at this link to see what that looks like. On December 7th, I received an email from Tinder stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant were available to download. Okay, so the rest of this is all exactly the same as the other ones, the ending of this, right? Yep. Okay, so we can actually go on to number 65. No, the only thing noteworthy here for this document is the issues with the dates, basically, to me. And of course, obviously, the important things are all redacted. So, okay. And another Meowry. We have another Tinder warrant. This is for Madison Mogan. And see, look at the difference here, right? So written on 12/8, submitted on 12/8, but events of 12/6. So that makes sense, right? Because you should be, if you're going to be writing about events that happen, right, it should either be the same day or after, but not before. Anyways. On December 6th, I was applied for and was granted a warrant for Maddie. Let's just see if there's anything noteworthy here. The warrant was searched. A lot of this, again, is the same. All the same. In reviewing the contents, I found no recent communications with other accounts. The newest communication appears to have happened in 2021. So she was not using or wasn't active on a freaking Tinder. Maddie wasn't. Or at least not that recent to prior to the deaths. I completed the warrant return. Okay, yep, all that's the same. All right, let's move right along. Number 66. Now we've got Tyson Barrett. I don't know that we've had him yet. Number 66. So now we've got submitted on 12/12. Kaylee's property release. Okay, on 12/12 at about 8:30 hours, I met with the Gonsalves. Obviously, that's somebody. So, I mean, as G, you're right. One would think Steve Gonsalves, but that last name with the G is way too short to be Gonsalves. So I don't know. I met with the Gonsalveses something at the city shop. I had previously, what their attorney is, Shannon Gray. I bet that's who that is. I bet it's the attorney, Shannon Gray. I bet that's who it is. I bet that's who it is. I met with the Gonsalves attorney. See, the apostrophe is missing, of course, right? Attorney Shannon Gray. I bet that's who that is. I had previously arranged to release Kaylee's property to Gray. That's got to be Shannon Gray. Yep, at the family's request. I unlocked the secure evidence building, and we moved 22 boxes containing Kaylee's personal items that had been removed from 112 King Road. So here's what I will say, and saw people commenting about this in the chat, but we hadn't gotten to this yet. It is interesting, right? Because we heard, and as far as I know, we only knew this from her family, from Kaylee's family. Is the only place this had come out, right? In other words, the family, her family had said that she'd moved out, right? However, everything else, and by everything else, I mean the roommates, the friends, okay, every other statement never indicated that. And in fact, and we've highlighted these in the previous supplements here so far, that she was living there. But not only that, so far, prior to this one, we knew she had her bed there, right? We knew that she had the dog there. We knew that she had at least some furniture there because they discussed the cash that was on top. We know that she had like a dresser or whatever, because remember, they found the camera and the GoPro. And then, I'm sure there's other things in addition. So, but like the bed, right? But then on top of that, you've got 22 boxes. So it does beg the question, did she actually move out, right? Because the only place that we heard that was from her parents and maybe a sister or something, right? Where is everybody? Flash, I have no idea. I have no idea. It is a good question. I don't know. I'm sure they'll be here at some point. So I'm going to highlight it, but yeah, to me, it does, you know, and y'all know that everything that the Gonsalveses say and have said, I either don't even hear it or, you know, unless other people tell me, or like, and basically, even from day one, right? It's like just not even saying that they're unreliable or that they're lying, just because if you have a homicide, right, and you've got parents that are extremely, you know, and understandably so, emotional, grieving, kept in the dark, and then also doing a lot of media appearances. Even if their intentions are good, it's not going to be the most credible source for information, right? And it's going to be through a very specific lens and a very specific perspective. And I'm not saying that that perspective isn't important, but is that the place you go for like verifiable facts? Is that the place you go for like literally the best information? To me, no, which is why I ignore it. So even from the get-go, right? I remember like when this case first started and them coming out and saying this and that about Kaylee, you know, moving out, like I took it with a bunch of salt, right? But like up until now, with all this coming out in these documents, it seems to be the sort of general consensus that that must have been the case. But like everything that we're seeing contradicts that. So it's just interesting. And the thing is like, if she didn't really move out, then why did her parents say it? It's just a question I'm asking. I'm just asking. So I'm really curious what other people have to say about that. So maybe we will talk more about it when we have some more school friends join us. But okay. And Official, thank you so much. Official says we are right here listening. So there's 22 boxes. So, okay. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle for all the items. So they weren't teeny boxes. So Gray made a return trip. At that point, we loaded the remaining items, 2 purple totes, a clear plastic tote, and a yellow suitcase. Are these in addition to the 22 boxes? One thing I will say is this. The yellow suitcase is noteworthy to me, and here's why. Okay. The suitcase is interesting because we've all, I'm sure you guys, we've all moved, right? I've moved a lot. If you're in transition from one place to another, let's just say that her lease, she still had time on her lease at 112 King Road. Let's just say that she started her lease elsewhere, right? I think it was in Texas or was supposed to be in Texas, and that she still had plenty of time on the lease at 112 King Road, so that it's not like she's having to move out in a hurry. You know, sometimes it's like you'll have a lease end and then one start, and you're like trying to time it so that you don't have to pay for extra. And so but then you wind up with like having to get all your stuff out in one day and you've like one day to move. That's one situation. I have actually always tried to do a situation with my leases where I have a little bit of time, or ideally, you know, if it's sort of the sort of thing where it's like, for whatever reason, it's not going to affect the lease and you've got plenty of time, you can kind of move at your own pace type of thing. So like, you know, where you can take your time. So like, and I've done that before. So in that situation, right, where let's just say, because if anything, it seems like that best case scenario, if there was any truth to what her parents said about her moving out, if there's any truth to that, the only way it would make any sense is if the situation was that she had plenty of time to move. Why? Because all her stuff was still at the house, right? Okay, so let's just say that that's the case, giving them the benefit of the doubt, but also taking into account the evidence. And that there was no deadline on her getting out of the house at 112 King, or the deadline was pretty far in the future. Maybe it was like at the end of the year and here we are in November, something like that, right? So she can kind of move out at her own pace, getting her shit to Texas, potentially. Okay. If that's the case, right? So let's just say you're kind of like, if you physically as a person have moved to a new place, but you're slowly, you know, in trips, maybe getting your belongings down there. And I've been in this position, right? Where I have started a new lease somewhere, but I've got the old place and I'm going to start living at the new place and then over time get my stuff, what's the first thing that you're going to do, right? You're going to bring the things that you need immediately. Normally, a bed would be one of those, although there was still a bed left behind, unless it came. The only thing I can say is if 112 King was came furnished, then maybe the bed was already there. However, I have seen, and you guys have probably seen pictures, and I don't think they exist anymore, but they used to, of the house when it was vacant, like from like Realtor.com or wherever, something like that. And the house was completely empty. It was not furnished. There was no furniture at all, which is typical for college houses. So if you think about it realistically, more than likely that was her bed. But nonetheless, if you're moving little by little and you're moving yourself, and what you're gonna do is you're gonna take what you need most immediately first. So if it's in November, you're probably gonna take, more winter clothes than summer clothes, for example. You might, you're gonna take your toiletries, you're gonna take your, things you need immediately, and then maybe you're gonna come back for decorations, right? For me, whenever I've moved, the decorations on the walls and stuff, like always one of the last things to go, because it's like, I don't need them to live somewhere else. Anyways, so that's why the suitcase stands out to me, because looking at this, I'm like, okay, totes, plastic totes, right? So she's packed up her items. And when I think 22 boxes, I'm thinking 22 cardboard boxes or whatever, but a yellow suitcase. So Kaylee's suitcase was still at the house. That's what stuck out to me, because if you are living somewhere else, but most of your shit is still at the previous place, then if nothing else, you need to take your suitcase with you, right? So anyways, okay, that was sort of a long explanation as to why the suitcase to me is weird. Like that would be the first thing you would take. If you're going minimal with just what you need, the first thing you would pack a suitcase. Like, especially like let's say you're flying, right? But then all of your belongings are going to be shipped later, or you're going to go back and then drive in a U-Haul or whatever. You would take a suitcase with yourself and then come back for all your stuff. Anyways, so Gray signed for the items, and Officer Rosinski took a photo of his ID to attach the form at a later date. I secured the evidence storage. Okay, and that's pretty much it. This is very noteworthy to me. The yellow suitcase and the 22 boxes. I definitely want to have more conversations about this when we have some more scroll brains in the chat to weigh in on this as well. Not that y'all are here, y'all have beautiful scroll brains, but I would love to get some feedback on this from everybody, and have everyone that wants to chime in have that opportunity. All right, number 67. Number 67 and another Mallory. So we have 12/12, 12/12, and then events of on the 6th. I applied and was granted a warrant for all the information. DoorDashes, oh boy, related to sales, deliveries, purchases, and/or transactions made to 112 King Road. Okay. The warrant was served. I received an email from DoorDash containing the data pursuant to the warrant. The files were downloaded to the forensic computers. Okay, so this doesn't have the T, as it were, yet anyways. This is just the processing the data. Okay, so number 68, we'll just go right along. Another Mallory. Okay, Uber. All right, so on November 18th, I logged. Now this wasn't, by the way, so the events are from November 18th. It was written on the 12th and submitted on the 12th. So that's quite a while after. Flash, yes, you did tell me. Thank you. I'm very glad for that. It'll give me time to catch up. Okay. On November 18th, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an exigent preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver named, and that's Eric Grower, we know that, with his phone number. Due to the nature of the investigation, Uber recommended an exigency request for the preservation. Oh, Twiz just texted me WTFZ. Full surprises, that one. This is going to come up in our new segment that I'm going to talk about when he gets here, because, yeah. Hold on, let me save this for something, for this other thing. Okay. Yep. All right. So hopefully that means he'll be here. So That means what you doing? I'm sleeping. That's funny, Flash. Although, I mean, it's possible. He does tend to nap. Oh, well, he's told me he naps quite a lot, but it's 3 hours? Is it 2 or 3 hours earlier there? I think it's 3 hours earlier there. Hit that like, says Official. Thank you so much for the reminder. And let me pull up what I just grabbed here for you guys as a special surprise here in a few minutes. We will find out. Was Twiz sleeping? Was Twiz not sleeping? The suspense is gonna be very riveting. Okay, so Eric Grower, right, with the phone number. Okay, yes, it is in a screenshot received from AG. It showed messages which appear to be from Grower's phone between Kaylee and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. That makes sense. It is unknown if Grower was, quote, on duty, end quote. Oh, yeah, this came up before we were talking about this because, yeah, it was confusing. If he was on duty with Uber at the time of him picking up Kaylee and Maddie. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would show the location of the vehicle. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. So I remember previously what it had said is like when you're an Uber driver and you've got like people who are like VIP or whatever, I guess you might drive them privately, but not be on duty. But also, don't you guys see how this could be problematic? Because essentially, if you don't want your location tracked, right, you could still drive people around for money and then be off duty and then get paid and then not have your location tracked if you're doing something nefarious. Just saying, not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying, you know, it's a type of thing where like, if this was another business, there would be a non-compete. And here's what I mean by that. You know, an Uber would have no way to do this. I'm saying other businesses that could have something like this. For example, like where if you get clients from Uber that you drive regularly to where you like know each other and you're like da-da-da, and they're like going to use you as their driver. I've never used Uber. Like, I don't know if you have like a choice, but if you have like a choice of driver, right, that where you have like a right, and then you have a regular customer, say, you know, like a non-compete would be something where it's like, okay, like once you get a whole clientele base, right, you can't just quit Uber and then drive them all privately where you charge the same rate, but you get to keep all the proceeds, right, without giving a cut to Uber, because surely they take a cut. And again, Uber would have no way to enforce that, but other businesses have things like that where it's like, you can't just like steal all the clients that you got through the app, essentially, right? But anyway, so it seems though, like that is possible with Uber that one could do. You know, yeah, you wouldn't get new clients if you're not using the app, but if you've got a clientele base of regulars, and then you could very easily bypass the app and just get paid directly. And then, but also, like I said, you could bypass having your location data tracked from Uber, at least, by doing that. So, okay. So it was unknown. Okay. Uber stated if the driver, oh yeah, we already read that part. Okay. If the driver was not on duty, Uber would not have the data. I was informed by Uber customer service this is common if the driver provides personal transportation services, like I was just explaining. At 14:34, I received an email from Uber stating they received my request. I received an email at approximately 17 hours from Uber, which contained the files, and then da-da-da. The records showed his location up until 1:15, where it appears no other information is found, and he goes off duty. And as we know, he was driving them after that. So one of two things is Eric Grower, well, not one of two things, but of the things I just mentioned, right? Is Eric Grower like, you know, basically gaining clientele through Uber and then driving them personally so that he can keep all the proceeds? If so, you know, power to you. That's smart. Or is it the type of thing where it's like, or maybe, I guess, let's add another option in the mix. Maybe it's the type of thing where like he happened to be in the area, he happened to see them, and it was like a casual thing of like, oh, hey, can you give me a ride? Where it wasn't like a whole thing. You know what I mean? Like maybe it was just sort of like, oh, hey, I see you guys. Do you need a ride? I don't know. And then it was like just to be convenient. Or, you know, again, one could do this to be nefarious. Okay. So now we are on to 69. Okay. Danny Vargas. So we have, and let's see here, from 12/13, well, submitted on 12/13, but events of December 1st. Okay. On December 1st, Corporal Payne asked if I would assist with interviewing members of Ethan Chapin. I'm sure that's supposed to say Ethan Chapin's family at the Latah County Annex building. I arrived and spoke with MC, Ethan's mother, probably. I introduced myself to her and told her I would be recording our conversation so I would not miss anything she said. They filled out an adult victim background questionnaire, which I reviewed before speaking with them. Again, I'm going to assume this is Ethan's mom. I don't remember what her name is, but assuming that's who that is. Ethan's mom listed Ethan as being easygoing, positive, friendly, funny, and stated he did not have any negative issues or negative feelings with anyone. Again, the mom listed the following people as being people who Ethan spent the most time with: Xana, and then everyone else is fucking redacted. Okay. The mom ostensibly, let's see, told me the following about the people who Ethan was closest to. Okay. Xana. Ethan and Xana have been dating for about 1 year and met through school. The mother has known Xana for 1 year and met through Ethan. She talked with Xana once during Rush, but never hung out with her until Xana started dating Ethan. She partied with Xana, but never hung out. Okay, maybe it's a sister. Okay, never mind. I take it back. This is a sister, because I was like, why is the mom hanging? Okay, this has got to be one of the sisters, because he was a triplet. All right, so this is the sister, not the mom. All right, but never hung out with her until Xana started dating Ethan. She partied with Xana, but never hung out with her outside of that. Thank you. Need some Z's. Maisie. Maisie's a cute name, by the way. I like that. And also welcome. Xana was a junior, had a lot of friends, and knew most of campus. Maisie, we'll go with Maisie, met Xana's dad briefly during Parents Weekend, never met Xana's sister, and never heard anything factual about Xana's mom, but knew Xana did not have contact with her. Ethan would often spend time with Xana while she was at work at Mad Greek. Ethan and Xana never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone at Mad Greek. Ethan never said anything negative about his relationship with Xana to her. And then we have PE. PE is a and in the blank fraternity. Maisie does not know much about him. Maisie thought he was a farmer and from California, but she was not sure. Ethan would spend a lot of time with this friend, and they met through the fraternity. Ethan and P were very similar and would often watch football together on Sundays. P lives at blank. Ethan would hang out with P 3, 4, 5 days of the week. 6 days a week. Or sorry, 8 days a week. Fuck. 8 days a week. Okay. When Ethan would be with P, oh my God, Adobe, they would spend time at Xana's residence, P's residence, and several apartments at the Whites. And all this business here is redacted on the second floor, left side, the blank apartment at the Whites, and then a lot of redactions. KF was one of Ethan's closest friends. Okay, let's just see if there's, okay, they drank a lot, but that was normal fraternity life. HJ is dating E. Okay, so this is Hunter with the knife. They grabbed the knife. Okay. Was the person who called to come to their house the morning of the homicide. Ethan golfed a lot with Hunter, and Hunter and Emily came to their house over the past summer several times and hung out. Ethan never had any issues with Hunter. Maisie never heard of or observed Ethan getting into fights with anyone. Ethan never confided in her about having problems or frustrations with anyone. Ethan never mentioned having any issues with any of the girls who lived with Xana. Maisie spent time at Xana's house and never observed any issues between any of the roommates. Maisie said she did not know Maddie or Kaylee. Maddie's spelled wrong. And said she knew Bethany and Dylan better. Maisie thought if Ethan did have anything he needed to talk to someone about, he would most likely speak with their something. And then that's redacted. Oh, their something. It's okay. It's multiples. So there's something, or Xana because he saw them daily. Okay. Maisie said Ethan was an open book and was not a private person. Oh, Twiz is here. Hi, Twiz. We were just talking about you. Were you sleeping? That was Flash's guess. And also welcome, Super Planner Girl. Happy you're here. Yay. A group of squirrels is called a scurry. That is so cute. I think I knew that, but I forgot I knew that. And I'm so happy to learn it again. And it's just as joyful and happy and merry now as it was the first time that I potentially learned that, maybe a long time ago. Twiz says he was driving around. Are we going to have any Twiz reads today, Twiz? We're going to have you weren't here at the beginning of the live stream, but I said at the beginning of the live stream, we're going to have a new segment today, Twiz. I'm going to wait for some more people to get here before I surprise everybody with this fun new segment. And it does have to do with Twiz. I will say that's your hint, guys. Our new segment for the show that I think will become a daily thing for every live stream has to do with Twiz, but he doesn't know about it yet. So it's going to be a surprise for everyone, including the Twiz. Okay. Hunga Dunga. Sorry. Okay, I was reading ahead. I asked Maisie if she knew what Ethan did on Friday and Saturday, November 11th or 12th. Maisie said she was not sure what Ethan did on Friday. Maisie said on Saturday, Ethan did not go to the football game or tailgate and thought he spent that time at the Whites, possibly at something's apartment. Maisie said in the evening, Ethan went with her to the formal event, which was at the Hunga Dunga. What a dumb name. Maisie said they drove to Hunga Dunga in their vehicle with Ethan, some people, and the date, and a bunch of things are redacted. Hunga Dunga was rented by her sorority, and this was a private event. Maisie told me she knew the majority of everyone who was at Hunga Dunga, and nothing out of the ordinary occurred while they were at the event. Maisie said they all left Hunga Dunga in the same car and drove to her sorority, where the girls, including her, got out, went inside, and changed clothes. Maisie said some of these people all got back into the car and left with Ethan to go to a party, and she texted Ethan at approximately, what would that be? 14. That would be 8:14. No. Hold on. I'm no good with military, guys. That would be 12. Yeah, 8:14 p.m., I guess. Telling him that she did not want to go with them to the thing and was going to stay at her sorority. Maisie said Ethan texted her several times trying to convince her to come, but she did not go and eventually fell asleep at around 2200 hours. Maisie said the party was just a normal Saturday evening, a party. Twiz saying, Hunga Dunga sounds awesome. Well, bored. Yeah, very dumb is right. Yes. I asked Maisie, hi, Mary, welcome on in. I asked Maisie if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. Maisie said she recently logged into Ethan's Instagram account and made it private because it was public and a lot of random people were making bad comments on it. Maisie said people were speculating that this was a drug-related thing or something to do with the girls. Maisie told me she did not notice the names of the people who were commenting, but she said they were weird accounts with just one follower. Maisie said people were making bad comments on all the other victims' accounts as well. Flash says, Hunga Dunga sounds like donuts humping each other. That's hilarious. That's like, hi, Happy Annie. Welcome, welcome. Asked Maisie if the girls had any bad feelings with any of their neighbors. Maisie said she did not think so. Maisie told me she was at Xana's house a lot of the weekends and said they would often get noise complaints. Maisie said she was present for 2 of the noise complaints, and she thought the person making the complaint lived in the house behind 112 King, but was not certain. Maisie told me she never witnessed any retaliation from any of the neighbors. I asked Maisie if Xana and her roommates knew everyone who lived around them, and she said she did not know. I thanked her for speaking with me and told her if she thought of anything else to let me know, and then there you basically go. That's the end of that one. Super Planner Girl saying, I mean, I can see why college kids would love anything called Hunga Dunga. That's really funny. Also, how are you doing, Amanda? Okay, so let me just open up some more of these. For anyone who missed it too, at the beginning of the live stream, I was saying that I downloaded all the Pullman docs, and it looks like the first one, like chronologically speaking, is from December 30th, unless they're just wildly out of order. But if they're not out of order, chronologically speaking, the first one's from December 30th. So my thought was that if that's indeed the case, then what we could do is when we get to December 30th in the Moscow reports, we can do them side by side going in by the date. So that on December 30th, we read what happened in Moscow or what they're saying, what's coming out in Moscow and then what's coming out in Pullman, and do them chronologically together. So let me know what y'all's thoughts are about that if you have them. Walmart, always with the Walmart. We have another Mary. Okay. Thanks for the update there, Super Planner Girl. We love you. Twiz, are you going to be doing any reading? Oh my God, I cannot type. Or just, do you want to do any of just Twiz commentary? I mean, I'm reading everything aloud, so you could just chime in. but reading is also appreciated to save my voice. I need to open a sparkle water, by the way. Do I have to come on panel and read? Yes. Forget what I just said about not having to read. You have to come on and read. You're reading the chat. I mean, you don't have to read, but it is appreciated. Yeah, when I have help with the reading, because I'm talking all day, like I talk literally all day at work. So, my voice can only go for so long, right? But it's okay. All right. So we have this Meowery Walmart. Okay. So events of November 21st, but submitted the December 13th. On November 21st, I applied, was granted a warrant to Walmart related to the sales of, guess what, a K-bar. On November 28th, 2022, the warrant was served via the portal. The FBI assisted in the production and service of the warrants. On December, I'm going to highlight this. This is interesting because you shouldn't need this. Like, why did the FBI, okay. As somebody who on a daily basis, okay, is serving subpoenas for discovery and processing discovery as it comes in. Here's the thing, guys. Here's what this means to me. I think this is actually really significant. I'm going to highlight it. All right. This is interesting. There is no reason. Okay. We know that these local law enforcement agencies, right, such as here and in other cases, or even if they're not small, like there's plenty of other times where, like, for example, all these big cases in Florida, just as an example, they will utilize the FBI, even though they have plenty of resources and they're not like little tiny departments. Anyway, whenever a state, law enforcement agency invites the FBI and asks for their help. Oh, good. Hi, Twiz.
Yo.
I'm so glad the guilt tripping seemed to work. Excellent. How's it hanging?
I just had to set stuff up.
Well, good job. You have your Rubik's Cube ready?
I didn't even know that you were going live tonight.
I told you last night that I was going live tonight.
Well, I know, but you're so early.
I know. I got started earlier tonight. Well,
I was totally not prepared.
The reason is because I only left work like 45 minutes late, so I got home earlier.
Oh.
So he's saying he wasn't prepared. So this is interesting though. Like, so they have to invite them in, right? So if you invite them in, typically, like, when do we see this in other cases as an example? Well, wiretaps, right? Wiretaps. Like, you will have a local law enforcement agency invite the FBI to help with the investigation, typically when they want something done that really only the FBI typically can do. And like, for example, wiretaps. You know what you don't invite them to do? And if you invite them in, you don't task them with? Serving a subpoena to Walmart or a search warrant. Are you kidding me? Here's what this means to me. I think this is important. What this means, like, I think it's really funny how it says assisted. I'm going to rephrase this. Mallory is typing up this report. What this should say, in my opinion, is the FBI served this warrant. The FBI served this warrant. And why? It's November 28th. I mean, essentially, the FBI was way, 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 way ahead of Moscow, as we know. And so, in other words, the FBI is already serving warrants and looking for specific things that are actually, dealing with the crime. And Moscow is like a mess, especially Mallory. Anyway, my point being, this is kind of like Mallory trying to make it seem like either they were working together with this part or taking credit for it, when really what this means to me is Mallory had nothing to do with this. The FBI did it, and now Mallory's putting it in his report. What do you think, Twiz? Hi, Meg. Twiz?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
You mean to me?
That is what it seems like.
Okay. So you did hear it. Okay, good. Very good. Excellent. Twiz is a permanent guest now. Yeah, he has co-host status. Co-host Twiz.
I can just pop in whenever I want.
That's the idea. Wait, hold on. Do I have that clipped? Do I have that clipped? That's a quote from The Room, but I don't have that one clipped. Oh my God. I need to go and clip that. I need to make a note to clip that. That's the idea. Anyways, it'll be funnier when you guys can hear the actual clip. So, okay. So also, without further ado, we're going to have a new segment going forward, guys, with every live stream. Are you guys ready for this? It's going to be called TwizBits. Like tidbits, but Twiz style. What do you think, Twiz?
I don't know. What is it? What is it? What do I have to do?
You don't have to do anything, but we're gonna all enjoy together. Hashtag TwizBits. Okay, I'm gonna have to unshare, reshare in a second here. Let me see. And we're gonna have our first installment of TwizBits. Whee! Okay. Now it will vary. It's not gonna always be a certain type of thing. Carla likes the idea. Yay! Okay. Hold on. Presenting. All right. Okay, for our first installment of TwizBits. You guys ready? All right. I hope Heather sees this.
This is like
okay.
Invasion of privacy or something.
This is great. This is just so classic.
Also,
so
I'd just like to point out that's not proof that those are my text messages.
Okay, Twiz. It only
she changed her mom's name to mine.
So this is from the other day, or yesterday, I think maybe even, or 2 days. Anyway, from the other day. You will see that the conversation starts out of the blue. Twiz texts me. He's in gray. I'm in blue, right? He texts me out of the blue, 5:39 p.m. the other day, with no and says this. Ma'am. You guys. So, Pitbull with Down syndrome. Yes. I think I have some thoughts on who the Pitbull with Down syndrome is.
It's the Pitbull with Down syndrome. Hello.
So I said, so I'm going to need a little more context. And he says, with facepalm. That's what you need context for. And I said, ma'am, LOL. Great question, Need Some Z's. What did I say previously for him to ask that? Twiz, do you want to answer that question from Need Some Z's?
Nothing.
Yep.
You know what I think is absolutely weirder? She doesn't. Why doesn't she have dark mode on? That's like the weirdest thing about this.
So Need Some Z's, exactly. I'm sure we had texted the day before, but this was out. We hadn't texted, I don't think, maybe at all, because see how it starts the conversation. This was out of the blue. I didn't say anything to prompt this.
All I wanted to know is whether she was going live or not, and now she's making fun of me. You guys see the harassment I deal with on the daily?
What do you need context for? Ma'am? And then, but now we get his actual, I was just wondering if you worked super hard to see today. I was just wondering if you
now she's making fun of my fat thumbs.
This is classic Twiz. Am I right?
Sure.
Okay, now we have another one. This is from tonight. Hold on. Here we go. This is from tonight. When at 9:02, I said, special text. And then Twiz responds, WTFZ. And every night it gets a special text when I'm going live, right? Every night. And normally it's like, I'll be there in a bit, or KK, or what else, Twiz, do you usually say?
I literally just sat down and checked my text messages, and then you were on, and then I got here.
What's the Z for? Was that on purpose?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just do it for fun.
Okay, that's fun. Needs and Z says I'm not getting it. What aren't you getting? Me not using dark mode? I don't understand the question. I'm not getting it. So I mean, I just feel like too that like this is just so good, right?
I don't date bullies.
There you go, guys. It doesn't date bullies. You heard it here first. Twiz sent me a message saying how much he went pee. Now that's weird.
In all fairness, she is a nurse. And in also fairness, I didn't know like the exact ounces.
Was this that same day when you thought you were dehydrated, but you had to pee too much for being dehydrated? Because if so, I also got a message about this.
I don't remember. I remember texting her about it.
Oh my God. At least it wasn't number 2. Facts. Facts. Yes, like PP.
I mean, like, I filled up an entire Powerade bottle, so I was just like impressed with myself.
So you were peeing into the Powerade bottle?
Yep.
More questions incoming. What color was the Powerade initially?
Kind of like pink. It's like strawberry.
Okay. So were you ever concerned that you would fill up the bottle and then get confused as if it was a Powerade or if it was a pee drink?
Nope. Never had that happen.
Okay. Do you not buy the yellow Powerade, or is there not one? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. So then you don't have to worry about that. That's
I get the zero sugar ones. And like the best one is by far like the white one. It's like white cherry, but I don't even know if they make it anymore. I can't even find it. So some of the zero sugar ones kind of taste Dimetappy, but the strawberry one's pretty good.
They taste whatty?
Dimetappy.
What does that mean?
Dimetap is cough syrup.
I've never heard of it. I don't think they sell that here.
Like you probably had it as a child, maybe if your parents gave you that. I don't know.
Mary says this stream took a hard detour, pun intended. Love it. Love the intentional pun. Thank you.
Nothing was hard.
Oh, look, Amanda agrees. Soup Glacier Cherry is the best. There you go. There you go. So TwizBits. Now, again, it's not always just going to be tech. It can be whatever. It's TwizBits. So I'm very excited for this new segment that we'll have on every live stream. What do you think, Twiz? You excited?
Sure.
You know what's so funny is like when I took over at the law firm from the other girl, she had all the screens set up on dark mode, and like whenever they were like, yeah, you're full time and she's not coming back. The first thing I did was I switched it over because I was like, this is so hard to read. I couldn't even like handle it. Like all the monitors were on dark mode. I was like, this is so weird. I switched it into regular mode. And I mean, that's only computer monitors. I don't know if it's different on a cell phone. Like Twiz, are your computers also dark mode?
No, I don't think that's the same thing.
Okay, so you have dark mode on the phone.
I don't know how it would work on a monitor. But essentially just turns all the background black so all the text is white.
Yeah, but do you have that on for your computer or no?
Oh yeah. Of course.
Okay.
Because then like when you turn on like a website or something, especially like at night, you don't get blasted with the flashbang going on, you know?
Blasted
like
with the flashbang.
A white screen in a dark room, you know, it just
you know, you can always turn your brightness down,
or you could just turn on dark mode and be awesome.
True. Do you have it on dark mode right now? So like when I pull the PDF up, is it black with white writing?
Well, here, I'll text you.
Because I'm curious what, yeah, text me and then we can show everybody what it looks like. That'll be fun. Extended segment of TwizBits, guys.
I turn dark mode on everything that I can.
Sparkle You Glow. What's that from, Meg? Okay. Well, you sent me what your text. Show me. Can you show me what the PDF looks like, Twiz?
What PDF?
Okay, I think he's the PDF that's on the screen.
No, that's white because you're sharing it.
Okay, so that looks white to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. Cool, neato. And look, he's got the pop-out chat. I'm looking at the pictures he sent me. Love it. Love it.
I'm super smart.
Twiz said he doesn't sparkle, he glows, so call him Glow Stick now.
Do you want the full story?
Yes, please.
It involves Jeff, and I get to call him a moron, so I like it. Anyways, Jeff said that the white thing, the light that Bethany saw under her door, was Molly's car headlights, or she dropped glass and it somehow made a bright light or something. I don't even know. But I just said it was Bryan's synapses firing when he walked through the house because he was just so excited that he got to murder people.
That's funny.
So his head was glowing.
That's funny. Well, my first thought when we read the document the other night where they mentioned the disposable camera, I was like, huh. Because like the flash of a disposable camera, I was like, I mean, it was just a thought, right? Like from where I am in the documents as to, because we haven't gotten in chronological order, I haven't gotten to the car part yet. But I was like, huh, you know, like, but if that was the case, that means somebody would have had to have taken a picture that night. And it's not deletable like it is on a cell phone, right? And the film was still in it. It was a Kodak, whatever, Power Shot or something called. Anyway, and it had the film in it. But you know, you guys remember those disposable cameras? Like
they found a disposable camera?
Oh yeah, you weren't here for the entire live stream last time, Twiz. See, let me see if I can find it. Because I have these saved with like the highlights. Hold on. Give me 1 second to pull it up. I'll show you because I have it highlighted. It's going to be probably, let me see if it's this one. Nope. Let's see if it's this one. Nope. Let's see if it's this one. Oh, yeah. By the way, earlier, guys, we were reading the document. We were talking about the 22 boxes. I need to go back to that because that was part of the plan. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So right here. All right. Well, first of all, there was a whole thing about how did they not confiscate this earlier or collect it for evidence rather, because basically together right side by side, there's a Kodak disposable camera and a GoPro. Now the GoPro had already been taken for evidence with what was in it or whatever, right? However, because they suck, right? And I ranted about this for a long time on the last live stream. So I'll just skip to this part. I later contacted the investigative team and learned the memory card from the GoPro was seized during a previous search. Right. But the Kodak disposable camera should be booked into evidence, and it had not been collected. And there was still film in it. Like it hadn't been done. Nothing had been done to it. A Kodak, and it was called the Kodak. Where is it? Yeah. Powerflash. Kodak. Here, I'll highlight it. Kodak Powerflash disposable camera right here. Powerflash of all things. So that's why it just drew my attention to it. So thoughts on this, Twiz?
I mean, did they develop it? What was
we don't
on
know
it?
yet. We don't know yet. But isn't it interesting? It could be, this could be one of those things that was done. Like maybe the film was developed. Maybe there's something actually interesting, but we just didn't know about it yet. But it would come out at some point in these docs, right?
Where was it found at?
Okay. It was found. All right. They were packing up items from Kaylee's room on the 3rd floor. Inside the closet, there was a black plastic 3-drawer organizer.
Oh, there's going to be nothing on that.
In the bottom drawer, I located a Powerflash disposable camera and a GoPro camera in a small black zipper pouch. So you think there's not going to be anything of note on that?
Nothing to do with the crime unless they were taking pictures of the drugs they were selling, you know?
Well, this would have been maybe right before the crime, right? Potentially. I don't remember.
Well, that's what I'm
did
saying, because it was in Kaylee's room in her closet.
Right.
So, like, there's nothing going to be from the crime itself, you know?
Right. But like maybe just the events right before. Although, I don't know. I mean, and how reliable is Bethany's memory of when she the flash, what did she call it? A flash bang, flash boom, whatever the fuck.
I don't know. I heard like a flash and then a bang or something.
Yeah. So, okay. So let me close out of some of these. And so now what I want to do is show y'all what we were talking about with the boxes. Oh yes. Save the changes, please. Thank you, Adobe. Okay. So let's go back to, I didn't mean to close out of that. Let me open it back up. Oh my God, what a disaster. Number 69. Because I don't think we read that one, or we are maybe on it. Okay, so put it in order, move that. There we go. Oh my God. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so let me go back over this way. So the boxes, where is it? Okay, guys, this was so noteworthy. And I even said, I was like, I want to talk about this when more people get here because this is crazy. Okay, so the 22 boxes, okay, like what I was saying, I'll just summarize what I said earlier about how the only people that, to my knowledge, that had ever come out and said anything about Kaylee having moved were her parents, right? Or maybe, you know, her family, her immediate family. But everything that we have so far in all of these reports, be it other, you know, friends, roommates, but then also all of her shit, namely her bed, right? 22 boxes of things. Basically, everything indicates that she was still living there, apart from her family saying she had moved. But the thing that I thought was the most noteworthy of all wasn't even the 22 boxes, it was the yellow suitcase. Because if you are moving and you've got plenty of time to make a move, say, to where you've still got plenty of shit left behind, 22 boxes worth, actually 22 boxes plus a couple extra totes and then some. That to me, that would be like, okay, you started your other lease early so that you still have time to move. But like, if you're moving yourself and you're going to come back for your stuff, what are you going to do? You're going to pack your suitcase, right? So I gave more detail to this earlier because of my different experiences moving. But basically, this is really noteworthy to me that there was a yellow suitcase. If her suitcase is still there, you know what that says to me? She wasn't moving. She wasn't moved out. She wasn't like, you know what I mean?
She didn't like move all of her stuff, but she was living at home.
But where have we heard that from anybody apart from her parents or family?
I don't think so.
Right. Because all of and we talked about this on other live streams, all of the roommates and all the friends, they used past tense of like, Kaylee sleeps here or Kaylee goes here. Like there was never any indication from anybody in any of these documents that she was not living at the house. No one talked about her not living there. And in fact, every indication about their comings and goings, even the reports about seeing somebody in the backyard, walking Murphy, all of it was like, I mean, it was all, and I'm sure I highlighted it every time because it was very interesting. You guys remember what I'm talking about in the chat? You guys are talking about gushers. That's hilarious. Yeah, I remember those from like kindergarten. So what?
You haven't even had them ever.
I think I had them once. First grade, kindergarten, something.
You don't eat sugar.
They were really good. No, I really don't eat sugar, but like, you know, I'm sure I had them once with like my friends would get stuff like that. See, my lunches growing up were like carrot sticks and like applesauce. But my friends got the lunches with like the gushers and like the peanut butter crackers and like goldfish and things that kids actually, you know, want. And I'm sure somebody shared a gushers with me one time. They probably let me have one gusher. 4-pack for $1. $1 holla. That's a good deal.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap. So welcome on in, P Fox. So yeah, the yellow suitcase is noteworthy to me because, you know, Yeah. So, okay. So where we had left off with, oh my God, I keep exiting out of these on accident. Hold on. Let me fix this. Number 68. Did we do 68? I think we did. Yes, we did. Okay, that was the air. This was the on duty bit. We talked about that. Okay. The non-compete scenario. Okay. So now we are on 69. Wait, no, we did this one too. We did this one. We are on.
I don't think we finished it, but maybe.
You weren't here yet, Twiz. You joined us right when we got to here, the FBI. Wait, hold on.
I thought we were just like halfway through one.
Yeah, this one, the one with the FBI. Because remember, I was asking what you thought about this with hold on. With
the FBI
because of the Walmart warrant. And how I was like, yeah, they just didn't assist. They were way ahead of Moscow. And so they were getting this warrant. And now Maori's trying to take credit for it. Anywho's. Oh, good. You have the cheese penguin still. Yay.
I just got some. I was at Walmart right before I showed up here. That's why I was like, what? You're live already?
Okay. You're with some more context. I think that you're giving now it seems like you've got better reason for the WTF-Z. And being surprised that I was already going live. You were getting prepared with your snacks. Love it. We eat a lot of Twizzlers around here. Twizzlers?
I get these like fruit-filled Twizzlers that are actually pretty good. Regular Twizzlers, not so much.
Hi, James. So I'm looking at what else did I have to say? Oh, by the way, looking at my list here of noteworthy things, I was reading over some a really huge ass investigative report for one of our clients, and it's like hundreds of pages. And I think you guys have heard me talk about this timeline I've been working on and how the videos are all, there's the ones that are most important are missing or fucked up. Anyways, but what I will note is this. It has all the supplemental reports just like this, but it's all a paper hard copy. And I wanted to say this about the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and Winston-Salem Police Department. That here's what I will say. I've read this entire fucking thing. There's not one typo. There's not one misspelling. There's not one grammatical issue or grammatical. God, I'm one to talk, right? There's no grammar issues. Is it grammatical or grammatical? You guys help. Grammatical? Grammatical. Okay. Shouldn't have second guessed myself. There was no grammatical issue. And I was like, wow, well, look, it can be done. So anyway, just saying, every time that something was needed to have an apostrophe, it was there. There were no incomplete sentences. I mean, pick any one of these supplemental reports, especially the Meoweries, and it's just sad. But anyway, shout out to Winston-Salem law enforcement agencies for actually proofreading. Yay. Makes it a lot easier. Hi, Stevie B. Welcome. Long time no see. Love to see you here. So Twiz, are you feeling some Twiz reads?
No, it's so small.
That's what she said. Here, I can make it bigger. Let
me show you my screen.
Here, hold on.
No,
Let me make it bigger.
It's StreamYard. I mean, that's better, but like, you can't, on the bottom of StreamYard, it shows like you, me, what you're sharing, present, invite. It takes up the whole screen. I'm like, just make it. I want to be bigger.
You don't have your monitor, right?
I want to be bigger.
Oh, guys, do we know how to help Twiz with that? What do you guys think? Planters cheese balls, never had them. So, I mean, yeah, I can't really zoom in anymore. Yeah. Okay. That's okay.
That's not bad. I'll read a paragraph. What paragraph do you want me to do?
We're right here under the blue. So on December 8th.
On December 8th, 2022, I received a packet from Walmart containing paper documents and 2 DVDs with sales data on them from the local Walmart in Moscow, Idaho. These files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department on December 9th, 2022. I received notice from F.A. Douglas, I bet you anything. The data requested pursuant to the warrant was received. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. A warrant return receipt and affidavit was completed. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to tenderblank@walmartlegal.com.
Unbelievable. Do you see any problems there, Twiz? Do you see any problems there? What you just read. Look at it again.
No.
A copy of the receipt to who?
Well, it says tender, but then it says blank.
Well, that's the name. You know, like you're like.
Yeah, I mean, that's the email address. What's the tender part?
But look at walmartlegal.com. Oh my fucking God.
What's wrong with that? That's not a email address?
No, it is. But he's supposed to be.
Well, I know, like it says tender and then the Walmart thing. So maybe that's a issue.
It's a mistake because the Tinder warrants were right before this, a couple docs ago. And he typed Tinder, but really it should be to whoever it is at Walmart. Wrong. He's got the wrong business.
So he just copied and pasted things again because that's what they always do.
Or his brain is just so dumb that, like, even though he's typing Walmart legal, he put Tinder. I think that's also possible.
I mean, anything's possible. I don't have high hopes for these people, even though 2 18-year-old college girls told me that MPD is some of the best police in the country.
Oh yeah, Twiz, you weren't here the other night. Thank you, James. The other night, okay, we had a whole conversation when you weren't here the other night, Twiz, about Tinder and you, and we were saying, who here thinks Twiz has ever used Tinder? That was question 1, and the second question was, what do you guys think Twiz would say if we asked him? And here you are.
Well, I mean, use Tinder and like use Tinder are two different things. Have I been on Tinder? Yes. Have I ever done anything on Tinder? No.
Okay. Can you elaborate more on the used versus used bit?
Like, I mean, I've opened it up and looked at it.
But you've never like met up with anyone from Tinder?
No.
Okay. Great answer, because you know what? I didn't plan for that. I didn't plan for a medium of like yes and no, used but not used. That's great. Through you keeping me on my toes with that. Love it.
Well, the problem with like Tinder is like it's all based on your pictures, and I hate taking pictures, so like it's not really gonna work well for me.
You know what's so funny? I had to have my pic. So okay, one of the attorneys I work for. We were, I was at work. This was yesterday. He emails me, because that's Outlook is like apparently what you do when you're in the attorney world. Anyways, and he says, "Hey, can you send me a headshot for a court badge?" And I'm like, "Headshot?" Like thinking like, what? Like headshot, right? Like model or whatever, you can headshot. And I'm like, and I was like literally about to respond and be like, what are you talking about here? And I'm like looking through the photos that I have, and I'm like, all of my pictures of me with an instrument, with a guitar, with a violin. And then I had a picture of a red squirrel, and I thought about just sending that as a joke, like instead, like, here you go. And it's just like a red squirrel. Anyways, but then he pops into my office and he goes, "Hey, so here's what he's doing. They're getting me a court badge, which is like, you get to have the high security clearance level type of thing. Like, how like if you go to a courthouse, like the attorneys have their badges that they show and they bypass security. And then like law enforcement has a badge. I'm getting a badge, guys. So he needs a picture to get the badge. But I was like, a headshot. And he was like, "Oh, well, I can just take a picture of you with my phone." And it's like, it was at that moment that I remembered how much I hate having other people take my picture, and I don't even remember the last time that's happened. So he's like, stand against the wall, and then that thing happened where like I couldn't stop laughing and he couldn't stop laughing, and then we were just laughing, and anyway, so in the picture I'm like laughing. Anyways, that's that story. Good one, huh?
It sure is. Pictures are stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm just like, this is so weird. I have to stand here and have my picture taken. Stevie B is saying, Twiz, to you, I'm sure he has no problem with the ladies. That's quite the compliment.
Although I have been called an incel a lot, so how does that make sense?
That's a great question. What do you think, Stevie? Stevie says, whether you like what he says, he can hold conversation. Well, I would hope that to all the ladies out there, it takes a little bit more than just holding a conversation to like do well with them. But what do I know? That's right. You know what? And that would be an exception, right? Amanda's saying she has the pic. So she's saying her husband, her husband took a picture of us. That's different though, because that's us together, right? Like that was like commemorating like an event, you know, like the whole thing of just like by yourself, like go stand there and I'm gonna take your picture. You know what I mean? Like it's like just way more awkward. But like if we were hanging out and standing there and like, okay, you know, you're like, I don't know, that was not weird at all to me. Because that was like so that we could have that memory versus like someone tells you to stand there so you can have a picture for picture's sake, right? Versus like a picture for like the memory's sake, if that makes sense. I don't know. Do you think there's a difference with that, Twiz?
Not for me. I hate all pictures. When we were waiting for the hearing, people were like taking pictures. They're like, "Hey, you want to take pictures?" I was like, "As long as I don't have to take or be in them, I'm good. I'll take pictures all night."
It's so funny because like when I was a little kid, I did modeling. I hated it. Like I hated it. And like, I don't know how I just got roped into it, you know? And like, because there's like, okay, well, we'll pay you. And it's like, what do I do? You just stand there like, okay, this is dumb. But like, the thing is like back then, right? Like they were so far away with the camera that it's like, it wasn't quite as like weird. But like, I just felt like it was such a waste of time. I'm like, I just stand here. Like I could be practicing, you know what I mean? But I was on billboards and shit when I was in like kindergarten and first grade for like this kid's clothing company. I had like hair down to my knees and I was missing like a couple front teeth or some shit. And they put my hair in pigtails. I thought it was super dumb. Anyways, my mom still has that ad campaign somewhere, I'm sure. I mean, I know
I always look like a convict in my license photos and stuff.
Like it's a mugshot? Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Well, that's probably because you hate having your picture taken, so it feels like it's just as bad, maybe.
Yeah, somebody a while ago was talking about like Bryan's autism or whatever would make like taking pictures awkward. I don't remember the exact reason, but that's how I feel like when I take pictures. I don't know what to do.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see it that way at all. I mean,
If you take a picture of like an action or like whenever you have to like stop and smile, like I'm like, this is weird and fake and I don't like it.
Literally, that's what I was kind of trying to articulate with the difference between me hanging out with Amanda and her husband taking pictures of us with her dog versus having to have my picture taken for the court badge where someone's like, hey, I need your picture, stand there for the exactly. Yeah, if it's and that's why I don't feel weird about if there's pictures with me if I'm playing violin or guitar. Like again, if there's an action happening, right? It's very different than like stand there for your picture. It's like if it's a picture for picture's sake, I'm like I'm out. Like whenever people are like, yeah, like oh, I'm going to take your picture doing this thing. I'm like, nope, you're gonna have to take it without my knowledge, or it's not happening. You know,
pretty much.
Yeah, it is fake, and I totally agree with that. Like it's fake, and I always, you know, even like I don't know. There's some people that are just really into that. And I'm like, can't we just have it be natural? Like a picture is being taken when no one's noticing, because then it's better. So, you know, how about you hearing your voice recorded? Sounds weird to me. I don't have that trouble, but also
I hate that too.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't have that problem. But that's because like I have like thousands of videos. Ugh, more than that probably. If I go back to being a little kid, my first musical was in kindergarten, like in terms of my voice being recorded. Anyway, I'm used to that one. Meg also hates getting her photo taken. Oh, fish bedtime. Are you gonna read them a bedtime story before you tuck them in? Cute.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
Did you guys have the book when you were children called Goodnight Moon? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody know that book?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Goodnight Mouse, Goodnight House. That was one of my favorites when I was little. Meg knows it. Yay! Yay! Super Planner Girl knows it. Sweet. Did you guys like it? I loved that one. And as Stevie says, I disagree, Chelsea, about being able to hold a conversation goes a long way. Many girls say they enjoy a great personality. Oh, well, yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, no, I think conversation's important. I guess I sort of took your comment to be like, all it takes is being able to have a conversation. Whereas I'm like, to me, my interpretation would be like, shouldn't it take being able to have a conversation and then some? But yes, I do agree entirely with what you're saying here. Boring meathead is not good. No bueno. No bueno. Is Super Planner Girl going to bed? Good night, Super Planner Girl. Love you. Heather, you missed our new segment called TwizBits. It's going to be a new recurring segment on the show here. TwizBits. TwizBits.
Heather, you are not allowed to contribute to this bit thing.
I have to do this. I just have to. We're going to have another little TwizBits part 2. Out of the blue. Out of the blue. It says today, but this is from like 2 days ago. I took the screenshot at the day. Okay. Out of the blue. There it is. Heather's going to love this. Anyone else who missed this, you're going to love it. And also, welcome, Iowa. Happy to see you. Out of the blue. Yeah, right? Exactly. This series of texts is I was like about to leave work and I was getting these texts, and as I was driving home, I was laughing to myself as I was driving, thinking about these text messages. And that's when I had the idea for TwizBits. It literally popped in my head. I was driving. I remember exactly where I was. And I was like, oh my God, TwizBits. So this was the
like I said, Lucy, you are not allowed to contribute.
So I'm going to need a little more context with what we were last talking about. Okay, let me find it on my phone. It was not, it was not related. Let me just see that. We will, for context, hold on.
You're not allowed either.
Oh my God. Twiz! Let me find this. Let me find it.
I thought these were private conversations. I didn't know I had to fucking censor myself now.
Okay, hold on. Let me take another screenshot. Okay, we're going to have... This is great. I love it. This is great. Very fun. Okay, here we go. Here's the full... Because again, yeah, context is everything, right? So we're going to add some more context here. Let me just pull this right on up. I love this. You need some Z's. So logical, right? Right. One would think. One would think. It just gets better and better. Wait till you guys see. And like, this is why it's called TwizBits. Like, this is life with Twiz. Okay. What are you laughing at?
Because I knew exactly what Lucy was talking about. Now she's threatening me with it.
Oh, I don't even know. Let me see. What did she say? Oh my God. Yeah, you have to. Okay. So, did I download it? Hold on. Let me see. Okay, here we go. He dropped something.
No, I set my earbuds down. I need a new pair. Like I've had these for like a year and a half now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember who I sent a picture of, but like when you charge it, it gives you like a percentage of the battery left out of 100, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know how like digital clocks or whatever, they have like each bar for the numbers, but like some of the bars aren't working, so like you can never really tell what percentage is that. And now I think it's just like draining itself when I'm not even using it.
Oh no, that's not
but
good.
I mean, I got a lot of use out of them, and I paid like $30 for them, so it's whatever.
$30. I was gonna say, because you can get the like ear pods for like $5 at Target these days.
Yeah.
I remember they used to be expensive and now they're cheap.
Yeah, but they probably don't sound good. Like these sound freaking amazing, and they were like $30. So it's worth it, in my opinion.
I'm looking at what Heather sent me. What if they name it Bryan? Wait, I don't even think I understand this. Hold on.
So Nathan or Steve Jr. and Olivia Gonsalves are expecting a child, and I said, "What if they named it Bryan?"
Oh, I didn't know there was two. There's
not
two
Olivia Gonsalves, Steve, because I would be like Steve and his sister, Steve and Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia. She's like another YouTuber person, but they like started hooking up, and now she's pregnant with Steve's child. And I said, what if they named it Bryan?
I think that's fucking hilarious. I'm with you on that. That's fucking funny as fuck.
And I was like, they're gonna be like, this is what a good Bryan behaves like, or something.
That's funny. That's really funny. Okay, so here is the context, right? So there you go. Monday from 10:58, special text. Yay. I'll be on in a bit. And then 5:39 the next day. There you go. What do you guys think? What do y'all think? Thank you, Heather, for sending that. That's hilarious. That is funny. And Heather replied, I don't think I can be your friend anymore. Yes. So there's that. And then we have,
I have nice earphones too, but like earbuds are awesome to like work out in rather than earphones. And with earbuds, I can just put one in when I'm walking. That way I can't get like snuck up on or something, you know?
Oh man. I think you were last talking about going live. Interesting. I love your thought. I love how you're thinking this through. But here's the only thing though, is that when we get
Z's is on Team Twiz. Yeah.
When we get to the answer though, hold on. When we get to the answer, there it is. That's the question. Oh, so conundrum, right? I was just wondering if you worked super hard today. It's a monkey wrench, right? Because like if the question was like, hey, what time are you going live? Yes, but oh, God, it's just so funny. And that's exactly right. That's literally what it's like talking to us. Exactly. And that's why we are going to have our new TwizBits segment. Again, it's not limited to text messages, right? The opportunities and the possibilities are endless. Anything goes. We could always have Twiz's foot washing session part 2. We could do, a Rubik's Cube extended tutorial. That could qualify. Anything. Needs and D's thinks it's dumb. I'm sorry. I think you're outnumbered by people who think it's funny, potentially. Y'all let me know.
I think it's both dumb and funny.
Yes, I understand why you would say that. Mary says y'all are hilarious. Okay, so all right, we'll go back to the docs here. Oh, I know what I was going to ask you too, Twiz. I have an idea for your vision purposes with the docs. Let's just see. Put those down. Let me unshare, reshare, and see if this makes it any easier for you to see. Hold on.
Wait, does that mean Stevie B is another Jeff account?
I don't think so. Is that any better for you, Twiz?
What?
Can you see it any better if I do it this way?
Nope.
I shared it differently. I thought it might make it a little bit bigger. Okay. Well, all right. So we're done with this doc. We're on to 71. 71. Tyson Barrett from 1213. Okay, ISP on 1212, ISP Detective Lake asked me to request information from U of I regarding a rape involving U of I students that was reported in 2021. I emailed the request to KN with the U of I Office of General Counsel. On 12/13, I received a, this is what I received a from. The thing is missing. Like shit like this, again, was not anywhere in any of the police reports that I've looked at yet from any of the clients that we have with any of the law enforcement here. Like, this is crazy. I received a blank from, like, shouldn't you, like, of all the things that are important, right? The noun here would be amongst the top of them in this report. You received what? I swear to God. Sock accounts? Is that another name for like a fake account? I received a from.
What does that have to do with the crime at all?
What?
This seems super unrelated.
What? This rape, you mean?
Well, yeah, because like it couldn't be a victim, right? Because they're already dead. So like,
Well,
how
it's
is
just
the
violent crimes? They're just, it's like, were there any? I guess when you have like an area where there's not a whole lot of violent crimes potentially involving students, and it's like, what was the most, severe or like more
a year before the murders? That's just weird.
Reported in 2021. I could also see the reason being that if they thought like that it was a sexually motivated crime in terms of the 3 women and 1 dude, that you could see, right? Because a lot of people who kill, oftentimes, right?
Did they not solve the rape? Who did it? Who's the rapist?
Who done it? Well, maybe we will learn. Maybe we need to learn that. We need to figure out what happened with the camera. So many things, loose ends. Who's the rapist? I emailed the request to, right. Okay. I received a from, indicating she had the information I requested. I met with somebody at the office, flash memory drive, information. Okay. And then it was taken to the FBI. I'll just say it instead of doing the thing. Blunt force trauma. Oh, by the way, for anyone who missed it, I do have all of the Pullman police reports as well. But it looks like they don't start.
Have you read them yet? They're wild. At least one of them is like super wild.
I went live when the last one finished downloading because I was downloading them literally right before I went live. And so all I've done is I tried to look at and figure out the dates. And it looks like the earliest or the first one is on December 30th. Is that correct from y'all's memory? Or are there any of them that are earlier? Because if so, they're out of order.
I have no idea. Okay. I haven't gone through them all.
Okay. Well, just the way that they downloaded is the way they're listed, right? And I would hope they're in chronological order. Needs and Z's, are you thinking there's going to be something else new to come out today? Do you have some intelligence on that? All right, so we're done with that one. Next up, we have number 72, Brett Payne. Interview of something from KR 127. Let's just see. Narrative. Interview with BJ. Blowjob?
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be his name.
Could be a mistake or a typo because, who do you think it is? Does anybody know? Blowjob looks looking pretty good. If no one else
from a K-bar employee?
Oh, I didn't read that far. I just read the first part where it says interview with BJ. Y'all. Okay. You're right. It's a K-bar employee. The K-bar employee is MD. The FBI tip line received a call from K-bar employee MD, medical doctor. Blowjob, medical doctor. Reference ALM. M had been contacted earlier on 12/1 by ISP detectives Boone and Barrett due to his name being provided by K-bar on a list of people who placed orders from K-bar. MD stated a call taker. BJ's a call taker. Okay. BJ from K-bar received a strange phone call from M on 12/1. Okay. So strange call. All right. J as in job. Just kidding. Stated she answered the call with the normal greetings directed by K-bar. Hi, may I help you? Whatever the fuck. M interjected when she asked about his concerns about the call. She stated, we will get to that later. Interesting. Jay went on to tell M why the order was canceled. M stated he understood and never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. M then abruptly asked, "What can you tell me about the 2 feds that showed up at my door today, questioning my recent K-bar order?" Interesting. Jay stated she did not know what M was talking about as she had no knowledge of the investigation. M then stated something to the effect of, a K-bar sheath was left at the scene. Huh. What do y'all think of this? Stevie B, if you're talking about being innocent and taking a plea, we did a whole 5-part series on that, and it is extremely common, and it's a huge deep dive into the nature of plea deals in all of the ways. Highly recommend for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. As always, detailed timestamps are completed as well. Anybody have thoughts on this? I'm gonna read it again. Okay, so she had a normal call, normal greetings, whatever, okay? And then the officer or whoever's interviewed, like, I guess it's Brett Payne, whatever, like, asked about the concerns. And then she said, we'll get to that later. Okay, so then this person who answers the phone for K-Bar went on to tell the suspicious person, supposedly, why the order was canceled. He said he understood and never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. So he basically, here's what this is. It seems like this. He didn't include his phone number on the order, so they canceled it because that's their policy. And he calls to ask why it was canceled. And she says, okay, well, this is our policy. We have to have the phone number. And he says, I understand. I don't ever give my phone number out on an order to prevent phone solicitation. That's how this went down, it seems like. Then the dude who tried to order the knife, whose last name starts with an M, or no, first name starts with an M, then abruptly asked, what can you tell me about the 2 feds that showed up at my door today questioning my recent K-Bar order? The K-Bar employee stated she did not know what the dude was talking about as she had no knowledge of the investigation. M, the dude, then stated something to the effect of, a K-Bar sheath was left at the scene. What date was this? 12/2. Y'all remember when the sheath was first reported on? Do y'all remember? I'm sure somebody in the chat knows, or Twiz might know. Twiz? Twiz! He might have walked away. Okay. And by the way, for anyone who missed it too, the other night I did offer my theory. Heather was here. I did offer my theory when as to the only reason I could see if it was some sort of strategy to like take the plea deal and then intentionally file an appeal to intentionally invalidate the plea deal. I gave my theories on the only reason I could see that being beneficial and the only reason to actually do that. If anyone missed it, it is timestamped. That was was that the last? Yeah, I guess the last live stream, or maybe 2 live streams ago. Anyway, Heather was there. I remember that. But I was basically saying the only reason I could see that being the only advantage I could see happening as to why you would potentially plead guilty and do the plea deal and then intentionally file an appeal that knowingly would invalidate the plea, knowing that it would make you go right back to trial posture with the death penalty on the table. So for anyone who missed it, definitely check it out. Because that could be, in terms of the conversation about the reasons for doing this plea, that's a factor. If there's some sort of strategy, and again, strategy wise, legally speaking, apart from removing the death penalty, right? The only real thing that I could come up with that is in any way realistic is what I described the other night, but that would be with the idea of intentionally invalidating the plea deal, if that's what there's a strategy for.
Intentionally invalidating the plea deal.
So you didn't hear it, did you, Twiz?
What, the other night?
Yeah. Are you like...
No, I wasn't there. You already know that.
Okay. The sheath came out with the PCA. Really?
Officially.
But wasn't it reported in the media? It was reported in the media though earlier than that, right? I mean, I remember it being reported earlier.
Well, they were going around businesses looking for knife sales, and
because
specifically a K-bar knife.
So this dude though, right, on December 1st, said to this employee at K-bar, a K-bar sheath was left at the scene. That's why I'm asking. The 12/1, only highlight this. Highlight 12/1 was the day of the phone call. He said, a K-bar sheath was left at the scene. So is there, in other words, I'm like, okay, well, this was public knowledge by then, right? Can we please confirm that? Otherwise, can anyone say alternate perpetrator? Okay, K-bar knife was reported on the 16th. Thank you, Heather. But this is really specific. A K-bar sheath was left at the scene. Okay, Moscow stores.
They were going around stores asking for like recent K-bar knife sales.
But right, and like if somebody heard that, they'd be like, oh, they must have found a K-bar knife. But that's different than what I just highlighted here, because how could you get from, oh, they're asking about K-bar sales? How do you go from that to a sheath was left at the scene? Like a sheath and not a knife, right? Like that would not be the next logical thing to think.
It was just speculation.
Okay. Well, somebody, I don't know, maybe somebody had a crystal ball. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Papa Rogers was probably law enforcement somehow.
Yeah, Papa Rogers. Okay, there you go.
That's the idea.
So maybe this dude heard it from Papa Rogers, or maybe this dude is Papa Rogers. I mean, I don't know. But
Papa
okay,
Rogers was an account going online and saying all this stuff, and people were freaking out, thinking that he was the murderer because of the stuff he was saying.
But that identity was never revealed. So I'm like, this dude potentially, is this dude Papa Rogers, or did this dude learn of this from Papa Rogers? Maybe, right? Maybe. 12/1. Because pretty early. Thank you. Papa Rogers made his first post November 30th. When did he first mention the knife sheath, though? Heather's going to have that info, I bet. That's going to be really important. That's true. All of it would take as a slip of the tongue. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. It was about the sheath. It was his first post. Okay, well, there you go. So just to confirm, so on November 30th, Papa Rogers' first post about the sheath. And then on December 1st, you have this dude saying, a K-bar knife sheath was left at the scene. Hi, Kane. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So just to summarize, though, in terms of what I was saying the other night about if there's any type of strategy. Okay, if an appeal is filed from the defense, and that appeal has to do with any of the trial court decisions, aka IGG, aka any decision made by Judge Hippler. Any decision made by Judge Hippler, okay? If an appeal is filed, see, we were watching the Jeff Nye video interview, and that's what got me thinking about this. So if they file an appeal and the grounds for that appeal is anything related to a trial court decision, so any decision by Judge Hippler or a judge, actually, that could invalidate the plea, right? So, and they know that, like the defense would know that. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, it was an accident. Like they know that. There's no question, right? You're not supposed to do that. Now, if the plea is invalidated, in case anyone didn't know what happens, if the plea is invalidated, what happens? The plea is invalidated, it goes right back to where it was. Trial posture. Headed for trial.
Back to trial.
Death penalty's on the table. So I thought to myself, would there be any plausible reason that this would be a strategy that you would do it on purpose? That you would plead guilty, that the idea would be, okay, we're going to do a plea deal, we're going to plead guilty, and death penalty, you know, death penalty is off the table. But the other thought would be this. And I probably phrased this more eloquently the other night because I went through this very methodically in terms of how I arrived at this thought, but I'm just summarizing it. So the thought was, what happened after the sentencing? Immediately, within what, an hour, all the MPD police reports, right? Gag order
Well,
lifted.
not only that, but all of their interviews saying they have nothing except for some DNA on a sheet.
Right. Essentially,
that can be used against them too.
It can. Take anything that has come out since the sentencing, or even the guilty plea. Anything that is, you know, factual, right? All of that. My thought was this: what if there's a strategy? Potentially, this is like the only thing I could think of. If there's a strategy with this, would be to see, like, kind of like a mock jury, right? To see how does the public interpret this. Remember, like I said, why did the plea deal happen? Fear on both sides. The prosecution had fear that they couldn't get a guilty verdict because they didn't trust their case, and then the defense had fear of the jury, because if you have a death penalty qualified jury and that jury convicts 99.999 times out of 100, that jury is going to give you the death penalty. So and we've seen all kinds of crazy juries, right? And like we've talked about before, if it was a Karen Reed trial number 2 jury, different situation. But if you go with like a Richard Allen jury, death penalty, conviction and death penalty, guaranteed. So fear from the prosecution that they don't trust their case, they're not going to get a conviction. On the defense side, where's that fear? That fear is of the jury, right? But if there was a potential strategy of, okay, let's go ahead and plead, so that way then all this shit's going to come out, all this information is going to come out. And then how does the public react, right? Are we going to see people that thought he was guilty now saying they're questioning it, right? Sort of like a mock jury thing, right? Who said it the other night in the chat? A litmus test, somebody said. Yes. And to see how people react. And they got 42 days to do that, right? And that if with all this information coming out, because some of this would have come out in trial, right? No, not all of this, but a lot of this would have come out in trial. And if it's like, okay, well, here's how the general public, right? If you look at it as a whole, people that are not smart, people that are whatever, right? You look at it, and depending on the public sentiment, the only strategy I could possibly see if this was intentional would to be like, okay, we don't have to fear the jury. And now we can, you know, invalidate the plea deal, go back to trial posture. You know what I mean? So I don't think any appeal. Okay. But, and I don't know if maybe you're just saying this is like an aside, right? But like, because what I'm talking about is an appeal, but not for the appeal. I'm talking about filing an appeal on purpose just to invalidate the plea deal, so you can go back to trial posture now that you have this information. If this is what they're thinking, right? With the added information of, oh, here's how the public interpreted this. Like, in other words, if the defense is thinking, okay, when all this comes out, is the general public as a whole, right, going to be like, oh yeah, he's even guiltier than I thought? Or or more people going to be like, I don't know now, right? In the middle, reasonable doubt. Or are some people going to be like, you know, I thought he was guilty, but now I don't. Or are they going to be like, you know, it definitely seems like there's some other suspicious dudes, right? Creepy dudes. You know what I mean? Like, how does the public react to this information? And if there's anything that comes out that seems like, okay, here's how, you know, again, using it as a litmus test, the idea being, if this is just a big if, right? If this was any type of strategy beyond just saving someone's life, if there was anything else beyond that I can think of legally speaking, the only thing I can think of would be intentionally pleading so that you could then invalidate the plea deal by filing an appeal that you aren't supposed to file, and then going back to trial posture with the added information that maybe the jury's not going to be so quick to convict. Does that make sense to you guys who didn't hear me explain this the other night? Again, I gave more linear, I think, explanation the other night, but this was just to sort of try to summarize the thoughts there. Stevie, they cannot use his admission against him at trial. Nope. They cannot. If this does happen, the jury, they will have a jury that has no idea there was a plea deal. They will never learn about it. That is not admissible. Not admissible.
Why
Not
not?
admissible. Why not what?
Why wouldn't it be admissible?
Well, a number of reasons. One being that literally, if you think about, it's like having a time machine. It's like going back in time. It literally puts you back in the same place before the deal. Where the case was at before the plea deal was no knowledge of a plea deal. It puts you literally right back there. That's for starters. Second thing is that it would be obviously incredibly prejudicial. And it's also like that's part of it. That's part of it. This has come up in a lot of other conversations about this as far as plea deals go, but it cannot be used against you. If you, whatever the plea is, whatever you change it, whatever it was, it becomes, whether it's the same or different, not guilty, guilty, whatever it is, they cannot use that ever. Like in any case, it cannot come up. If there's a trial, it cannot come up. Now, if you're a witness, so if you're the defendant, right? If you're a witness, let's say take the Adel sentence, right? If you're a witness, that's different. Because then if there is any type of plea negotiation, that has to come up. They have to tell the jury about that. It's the complete opposite. If you're the defendant, cannot come up. Cannot come up. The only type of admission that they could use, well, okay, let me put it this way. One could think of it this way. Pleading guilty, right, is the only type of admission that I can think of from a defendant that can't be used at trial. If it was admission in any other context, a text message, an interview, an interrogation, whatever, a jail call, like in any other situation, any type of admission could be used. But when it comes to pleading guilty, that's completely different. That's not even an admission. It's just a legal avenue. And we talked about this at length because it's a right that everybody has. People who are factually innocent do plead guilty, and it is a right that they have because sometimes there are plea deals that are negotiated that are so good for them. Take, for example, Katie McBanoff from the Adelson case, right? She was offered, walk out of here, no charges. Charges are dropped. I mean, I could go on. We've talked about this at length, so I'm not going to just again, 5-part series, guys. But basically, I forget where I was going with that because there's just so many elements to it, which is why it's hard to just sort of summarize all of this in a bundle. But yeah, so
good thing you didn't say he killed those kids.
Well, that's right. I was saying it's not admission. That's right. So it's not an admission. It is a legal. It's a legal pleading. It's not considered an admission at all by the legal standard. So. Nope. It's not it was not a confession. I will just say this much. Let's just say, for hypothetically, that at the sentencing hearing, he actually did give a whole, what's the word I'm looking for?
Dude, if all those interviews from MPD self-snitch them to Bryan's freedom, I will laugh.
Okay, allocution. Let's just say that at that sentencing hearing, he gave a full allocution. This is a hypothetical. You take it could be any defendant, right? Any defendant. Let's just say that at a sentencing hearing, they give a full allocution. Not just, I plead guilty, yes, I did it, or whatever. Let's say they give a full allocution, all the details. Here's where you find the murder weapon, da-da-da-da. Oh, and by the way, I have video, direct evidence. Here you go, da-da. Let's say that it goes that far. And then for any reason, the plea is invalidated. None of that can come into trial when it goes back to trial posture. None of it. Doesn't even matter. And of course, obviously, none of that. It cannot come in. It cannot come in. Heather, yes. They knew that a plea would get the gag lifted. Yes. Yes. And I agree, Heather, I saw you say something earlier about the Jeff Nye interview being the most interesting one. Totally agree. It was the Jeff Nye interview when I saw that over the weekend or whatever, when I was watching that Jeff Nye interview and he was talking about invalidating the plea. And I paused it. And that's when I started pacing around my house and I started thinking. And I was like, hold on. That's when I started thinking about it. And I was like, you know what? The only thing I could see if they were to do this on purpose, and that's how I figured it out of what I'm explaining here, was because of the Jeff Nye interview. And I don't know that I would have ever thought of this, or considered it were it not for that. But his interview is what got my brain going on that. Heather agrees. Mary says, yeah.
What type of appeal do they have to do to invalidate the plea agreement?
Anything related to any trial court decision from either Judge Hippler or Judge. Think about every filing in this entire case where there was a decision or a decision in order or an order, blah, blah. Could be literally anything. Anything. How many orders are filed in this case? Bazillions, right? You could pick any of them. And any trial court decision, that's what he waived. And Jeff Nye explains that he articulates that really well in his interview, that it's about the trial court decisions, right? Which is why when we talk about what are the other avenues left, it's limited. But when you think about what do they all have in common, it's things that are not trial court decisions. Any of the orders, there's a bazillion. And again, it's just easy to give a quick example. It could be anything about the IGG, but it could be something like order to, I don't know, whatever, no contact order, or order to turn over whatever the fuck, or order to, it just any order from a trial, from Judge or Judge Hippler, an appeal for any decision made from the trial court could invalidate the plea.
I'll be so happy if they do that.
Right. Filing appeal invalidates the plea, which means it goes back to trial, and what was said can't be used. Thank you, Heather. That's what I'm saying, but she said it very much more succinctly. I'm going to read that again. Filing appeal invalidates the plea, which means it goes back to trial, and what was said can't be used. Exactly. It goes literally time machine. It goes like it's literally as if none of this happened in terms of the trial posture. Now, we all know we don't forget everything we've learned, obviously, but it goes right in terms of the case. It goes the posture of the case. It goes right back to where it was before the plea. And what was happening? They were filing motions on jury voir dire. Those were the last things that were filed. They had just interviewed the people in Pennsylvania for mitigation witnesses. And the most recent motions prior to the plea were defense motions regarding jury voir dire. It goes right back to that. You could even look at, let's see. You could even do it. Let's do this. Let me pull this up. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's actually get a visual here. Let's just take 1 second. Okay, I just have to unshare, reshare. All right. Do you guys remember when we were hold on. Okay. Right here, June 30th, right here, June 30th. I wish I could draw a line. Do you guys see my mouse though? June 30th. Do you see where it says order sealing second notice of filing defendant's objections to the juror questionnaire? And right before that, motion to seal second notice of filing defendant's additions objections to the juror questionnaire. And then before that, we have alternate perpetrators. It would go back in time to this, June 30th, right there. And then everything after June 30th, it's as if in terms of the trial posture, completely irrelevant. Goes back to June 30th. And they're back to discussing the alternate perpetrators and the juror questionnaire. There you go. What do you think, Twiz?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, a plea is a resolution, right? Or it's also, we call it a disposition. It's a disposition. Or a resolution. We call it, in North Carolina, we would call it a disposition. And it's not a confession. Yes, exactly. Not the same, definitely. Let's see. Yes, great question from P-Box. They tried using Karen Reed's interviews to show guilty. Could the defense try the same thing towards the prosecution, like to impeach the state? Great question. Murdoch is a great example of this. So when we think about the exceptions to hearsay, Twiz is drumming on. Are you drumming on your knees, Twiz?
Maybe.
I knew it. When you think about the exceptions to hearsay, let's see what Twiz, let's have Twiz explain it. Hey, Twiz, do you want to explain the exception to hearsay party opponent?
I would love to. but I can't. So go ahead.
Okay. So, we have a new scroll friend, Misha Rain. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, party opponent. When you have a civil trial, right? You don't have there's no Fifth Amendment rights because there's no defendant, no criminal defendant, right? So both sides are parties opponents of each other. So both sides have an advantage that they can use anything that the other side says if it's the other party, right, as an exception to hearsay because it's a party opponent. Now, in a criminal trial, what you normally have is you normally see it go one direction, which is this. You normally see it going one direction, which is the government using the words of the defendant. Why? Because the government is one party and the defendant is the party opponent to the government, right? So it always goes one way typically, where the government is using the defendant's words. But there is, and we saw this in Murdoch, came up. Technically speaking, the government is a party opponent of the defendant. And there's absolutely no reason why that rule applies to the defendant. So here's how it would have to come up. It can't just be, for example, Prosecutor Santa's statements. The only way that they could get those in is if he was a witness. So it would have to be someone who's going to testify as a witness. Take, for example, Brett Payne. Okay, right? Take Brett Payne. Why not? Take Brett Payne. Because the other,
I'd rather not.
The prosecutors are not going to be testifying, right? But law enforcement. So, for example, if Brett Payne's called to the stand from the state, right, and they're going through whatever spiel, and then on cross-examination, the defense wants to bring up what he said at, for example, anything extrajudicial, remember, what is hearsay? Hearsay is a statement made outside of court, right? It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So we're talking about, in other words, like, is it under oath or not? Was it? So when you look at extrajudicial statements of law enforcement, those can come in, but somebody has to remember, and by somebody, I mean a defense attorney, right, would have to remember that, like, that would be the basis. And then if the state objects, you say, well, it's an exception to hearsay. They're the party opponent. And this happened in Murdoch. Do you guys remember that? Any of you guys that watched it? Ariel, welcome. Long time to see. I don't think it does either. It just means that the appellate court won't consider like 99% of the issues. I'm not sure what you're referencing. What I said, though, about the trial court decision, that came straight from Jeff Nye's interview. I assume all of you guys have watched it. We covered it on the last live stream. It was what Jeff Nye said in his interview that's specific to Idaho, and he's on the board that does the appeals. Again, he talks about this at length in his interview. The vast majority of his interview is talking about the appellate process in Idaho. I'm not saying that the whole thing about invalidating the plea and all, like, I'm not saying all of that would apply in other states. I'm saying that in terms of that's how he described it in Idaho for the appellate process. And when it comes to a plea deal and invalidating the plea, that's what he described. And that's why, if it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have even occurred to me that any of this. And then Hippler's flat said it at sentencing. That's true. That a notice of appeal, right. Yeah, Happy Annie, you're talking about the case that was cited. You're talking about the case that was cited at the plea or at the sentencing and also was brought up in that interview. And I've read the case, and a notice of appeal. Okay, hear me. A notice of appeal is different than an appeal. What happened in this case that Happy Annie is referencing, and what Judge Hippler mentioned and everybody else has mentioned, is that you don't waive your right to, filing an appeal as a right begins with a notice of appeal. When you file a notice of appeal, you don't have to give any reason for it, right? You just file a notice of appeal to preserve it because there's a window, there's a clock ticking, right? So for example, you might have a notice of appeal come out 10 days after whatever it is, whether it's a guilty verdict or guilty plea, whatever the case may be, a notice of appeal. And it's just like, notice of appeal, basically, right? It doesn't say much. It's like one sentence. And that saves their window to then file the appeal. So what we haven't seen yet for Bryan Kohberger is a notice of appeal. The notice of appeal will not and does not have to give any grounds. So if we see a notice of appeal, it could be something that is a trial court decision, which, according to everybody in Idaho, could invalidate. It does violate the plea deal, and as Jeff and I put it, it gives the state the opportunity to then say, okay, we've invalidated the plea, right? He said that in his interview. But also, it could be an appeal, such as it could be one of those other extenuating circumstances, like prosecutorial misconduct. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. I'm saying there's very narrow other options, right? Or like, I didn't consent to the plea, or ineffective assistance of counsel, or a change in the law, which wouldn't apply here at this point, right? Could apply later. Very narrow category of things that you have options to, but we wouldn't know what that is until the actual appeal, right? Do you guys see what I'm saying? So the Idaho case that Happy Annie is referencing here is saying that you don't give up your right to appeal, as in to make that action. You still have the choice to make the appeal, right? It's just the more specific way to understand it is you still have the right to appeal, but it's more nuanced than that. Because if you do file an appeal and that appeal invalidates the plea, you've invalidated the plea agreement. Does that make sense? Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. So there's a distinct difference too, again, between the notice of appeal and the actual appeal. And what that case law is saying is that you still have the right to appeal. It's like you still have the decision. Okay, let me give it a good example that might make this easier to think about. Just because one can do something doesn't mean one should. Twiz, can you give me an everyday, day-to-day of life example of that? Of like where that would apply?
Punching police in the face.
Okay, great, perfect. You can. Anybody here can, unless you're like seriously injured, maybe, can go punch a police officer, or anyone for that matter, in the face. But should you? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's literally that concept. You can appeal, but should you? And for most people, it'd be like, no, I don't want to invalidate the plea deal, right? You wouldn't want to invalidate it. And that's why it's considered like, okay, like almost a threat in a way. Okay, you can appeal, but should you? Because if you appeal on a trial court decision, you're going to lose your plea deal. And that's why the whole thing is like, well, what if that's what they wanted? Does that make sense? Welcome to all the new people. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, it doesn't really go the cops are the government, so why can't it apply? It does apply. Are you talking about? Hold on. Let me see what you're saying. I'm trying to make sure. Prosecutors testify all the time. I think I'm just missing something here because I'm way behind in the chat.
Just read the comment right after that.
All emphasis on statement, not a question. Oh, yeah, but you don't get to question them.
No, their statement.
What now?
They said something about like objection or something. Like
objection.
The literally next thing that they said.
It's an out of court statement. Okay, yeah, but that's how you do. That's what hearsay is, an out of court statement. It's not an out of court question. So essentially, I mean, anything that I was thinking when I pictured, like, for example, the example I gave of Brett Payne, right? Like at the interview, or not the interview, the press conference, what he's saying are answers to questions, or maybe weaselly answers to questions, right? They're statements. Now, if, for example, he was asking questions. Now, having said that, though, a question can still apply. Let's remind ourselves what the actual definition of a statement is. We're going to pull this up and we're going to consult the book because we've talked about this before because it's always surprising. All right, hearsay definition. So this goes to Rule 101. Ready, guys? All right, Rule 101. Definitions that apply. So this is hearsay. Statement. Statement means a person's oral assertion, written assertion, or nonverbal conduct if the person intended it as an assertion. So an assertion. So yeah, a question would not apply. But ironically, something like giving the middle finger would apply or would qualify as a statement. Or a waving of the hand or a high five, a gesture of some kind would qualify as a statement, but a question, I'm sure people have argued over it. Having said that, I guarantee you it's been argued over in court. But just looking at that definition, you could see the easier argument to be the question would not be an exception, or would not be wouldn't be hearsay by definition. It would not be hearsay, so it wouldn't need an exception. Okay, here's what Heather's saying. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement. And so I certainly suggest, and then he says, speaking with counsel. Yep, that's right. Thank you, Heather. There it is on the screen, guys. May. And Jeff Nye said it was an open issue in Idaho. He said it was an open issue in the interview. He said it's an open issue, as in there has not, what does this mean? It means there has not been any case law or any precedent on definitively it has to invalidate a plea deal or it has to not invalidate it or whatever. He said it's an open issue. It sounds like it's something that's never come up before, the way that he said it in the interview. We talked about it at length though, when we watched the interview, but he said it's an open issue. The way that I would interpret this is it's up to the state. That's how I would interpret it. In other words, I think what would happen is that if a defendant, like in this situation, like let's just say intentionally, or let's just say files an appeal that would invalidate the plea, right? They can't speak to whether it was intentional or not, right? But it files an appeal on a decision about IG, for example, okay? It sounds like it's an open issue as to what the prosecution will do, because I don't think there's anything that says what they have to do. I think what he said was they can either just dismiss, like they could just dismiss, like the judge could just dismiss the appeal outright, or the prosecution could say it would invalidate the plea. In other words, the appeal would be dismissed either way if it's on a trial court issue. The question would then be, after that, right, will the prosecution, it would have to be a move, the prosecution would have to move for that. Like they would have to make that motion. Like there would have to be an overt action taken from the prosecution. In other words, it wouldn't just automatically. The prosecution would have to take that step through a pleading to say, okay, this invalidated the plea. If they don't do that, the appeal would just be dismissed. And you see, does that make sense? And he said it's an open issue. So it would come down to, what does the prosecution want? Do they want to just let it slide and keep the plea? Or do they say, you know what, we want to punish you and now we're going to go back and now death penalty's on the table, right? What would they do? That's the thing.
They'll be like, nah, we're not going. Just keep your plea deal.
I mean, isn't it interesting?
We don't want to go to trial.
You know, they did do a plea deal. So, you know, you can't, and you're probably right. And that's probably my fault because the words are so similar. Thank you for that, Misha. Violate and invalidate. Right. If you take the N part away and you look at violate or validate, I think they're the same number of letters. And obviously there's a lot of similarities. I'm sure I did that. And you're exactly right that violating it would be the more appropriate pretend. Now, having said that, the way that I've heard it discussed, and I might even include Jeff Nye, I feel like they say invalidate a lot. Do you guys agree? I feel like that's the word that's used, but I would also agree that if to the extent that that word is used by me and or anyone else, violate would be the more appropriate one because it's not a given. I think it would be up to the prosecution. GARZA v. Idaho, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Heather. She's quoting Jeff Nye from the interview. That one I personally would consider a little bit more of an open issue as to whether or not that's something the state could argue just by filing notice of appeal. Notice of appeal. Okay, but that's different too. Welcome, Bria. Welcome, welcome. Filing the notice of appeal, we could argue, well, now he's violated the plea. Thank you, Heather. And he says violated. So there you go. He violated the plea agreement. So we want to go back. We want our trial. We want to impose the death penalty. I guess we would just have to see how that one plays out if it came up. Thank you. That's it. That's exactly it. And then he does say, maybe in the next sentence, or maybe it's another 30 seconds later, he does say it's still an open issue. I remember specifically. He says it's still an open issue. I probably have it timestamped when we watched it. So, yep. And that's when I thought, oh, wow. So this is not, if it's an open issue, this has not come up yet in terms of the precedent. So, objection counsel is testifying. What are you referencing? Hi, Doug. Also welcome. Confusion is the appeals based on.
Remember how he said that prosecutors testify all the time? Ariel said that they're a prosecutor, by the way. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
Oh, I did not see that. No, I missed that part. But what counsel, what is she referencing? Ariel, what are you referencing here with the counsel testifying? Was that from an interview? Or was that
no, I think that was, remember how they said that was it prosecutors testify all the time? So I can't remember the exact comment, but I think it's just a follow-up to that.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, I bet she's making a joke. Thank you, Twiz. Okay. Well, I mean, here's how I'm maybe understanding this, right? Because that would be an objection, right? Like when you've got, I don't know, Bryan, for example, right? And Karen Reed, where he starts testifying, right? And I'm like losing my mind, like objection counsel's testifying, but it's when they're supposed to be asking the questions, right? Versus when they're on the witness stand and they're supposed to be testifying. So you could, yeah, the jokes could ensue there, but that is funny. Heather says, I think the confusion is that if the appeal is based on a trial decision, that violates the plea, not that any null appeals. That's accurate, yes. And also not that if the appeal is based on a trial decision, it automatically violates it. But yes, that is accurate. That's also true, because if I say, what were you doing when you killed my friend Bob? Okay, in this situation, who's on the stand? Is this Bob's friend? So yeah, now it makes sense about you being a prosecutor. That's pretty cool. What were you doing when you killed my friend Bob? So in this case, is the prosecutor friends with the victim? Or is this supposed to be the defendant? Who's on the stand? That's my question. We'll start. Who's on the stand in this statement? Yes, Heather, I read this. I think you said that before, and I read that. I'm just behind in the chat. And I mean, like I said, I agree. But again, I also, the addendum I would add is that even if it is on a trial court decision, it doesn't automatically violate it. It's an open issue, is what Jeff and I said. I think he said that because GARZA v. Idaho was in 2019 that referenced plea agreements are contracts. So appealing an issue he waived the right to appeal, like a breach of contract, right? But that exactly 100%. And that's why Jeff and I said it's not. That's why he said it's still an open issue. 100%. It's not been decided by a court yet, and that's why Jeff and I said it's still an open issue. Yep. Heather says I appeal all my decisions. Kane says I don't answer questions. Objection non-responsive. That's funny. Okay, thank you. So GARZA v. Idaho says no appeal waiver serves as an absolute bar to all appellate claims. Yeah. I think the distinction here, though, is still going to be trial court decision versus not trial court decision, because my understanding of this, though, in GARZA v. Idaho is things that are not trial court decisions. Like, you still have the ability to file an appeal for like something that's not a trial court decision. Again, like one of those very limited extenuating circumstances we've discussed at length. Oh, okay. Aaron was making a joke. Yay, we're on the same page. So it was a joke. Yes, 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 yes. Now I get it. Yes, I said prosecutors don't testify, and you said they testify all the time. At first, I thought you were referencing something like, okay, like Carrie Morrissey in the Baldwin trial, or like, you know, rare, like Lolly's being called, you know, to the stand. Anyways, but that's hilarious. I love the joke. I love the joke. They testify all the time. Objection counsel's testifying. Brilliant. I love it. I love it. Okay, Bob's friends on the stand. Bob's friends on the stand. What were you doing when you killed my friend Bob? Bob's friend testifying that they said, what were you doing? Oh, that they said that. Oh, yeah. Well, then that's definitely hearsay. Yeah, anyone on the stand can't say, and then I said to da-da-da. Well, okay, they can say it, but it's objectionable as hearsay, right? In other words, it's still an out-of-court statement, even if it's your own out-of-court statement, right? If it's an and it has to be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If it's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, even if it's your own out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted, still hearsay. Right, exactly. And that's why it goes to the truth of the matter right there. Yeah, who the defendant killed Bob within the larger question. Right, truth of the matter. Truth of the matter. And you make perfect sense. It's just that I'm getting caught up on the chat and way behind, and that is my fault and not anyone else's fault. Let's see.
It's never done, Stevie.
Thank you. So it was for ineffectiveness. Okay. 4 months after he was convicted and sentenced, Garza filed a petition for post-conviction relief in each case, alleging that his trial attorney was ineffective for not filing notices of appeal. Thank you. Right. And the reason being because you still, and remember, like I keep saying, the notice of appeal isn't the appeal. So that's why that whole thing is preserving what the ruling in Garza essentially is saying is you still can file the notice of appeal and that doesn't invalidate anything. I mean, among other things, right? That's why I said like, that's like the first. And the other thing is this, you could file a notice of appeal and then not file the appeal. That could happen. Absolutely could happen. Would there be a reason to do it? No, but I'm just saying for the sake of like understanding how it works, like you could file a notice of appeal and then not file the appeal. And that's why the notice of appeal in and of itself does not violate nor invalidate anything. And that is exactly why the trial attorney was not effective in their assistance of counsel when they did not file the notices. Because the notices of appeal are not the issue. It's the appeal itself. Right? Am I making sense, guys? Am I making sense? Okay, I think I'm actually caught up on the chat, so that's good. And again, because the reason being, right, like you file the notice of appeal, you could file an appeal that does not invalidate the plea agreement because it could be one of those extenuating circumstances. That's why the notice of appeal is not the issue. It's the appeal itself and what the grounds of that appeal are. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Good night, Mary. Love you. Thanks for being here. Okay, Twiz, your thoughts. Any TwizBits? Twiz words of wisdom? I think he has walked away. Maybe he's getting more penguin.
Meg, you are not on trial. You cannot plead the fifth. Sorry, I had to go grab my charger. What happened?
Oh, charger. I thought maybe you were getting more penguin crackers. I was saying Twiz, any thoughts? And then it was radio silence. And I was like, he walked away.
I hope it's true. I don't know. I'll laugh though. That'll be so funny. If all the freaking interviews that these cops have just done get to be used against them, I will die laughing.
Hey, Twiz, what do you think about the comment on the screen?
The key is not to drive your jet ski in the dark. There's nothing wrong with driving jet skis in the dark.
Well, not according to DJ Khaled.
Yeah, he was probably high or something. I don't know.
He tends to say lie on a whole lot. Let's see if we get a line. Bria says, I keep missing your lives. Well, I'm glad you're here now. We love it. Rat Daddy in the house. There you go. See, DJ Khaled once said, the key is never fold.
That's also terrible.
Oh, they're all terrible. It's great. You know, it's just one of those things.
I am not a hoe.
Surprise Buchanan quote. All right, let's go back to the docs. Let me just unshare, reshare. Boop, boop, boop. All righty. For anyone who hasn't been here in a while, since you last saw me potentially, I now am the paralegal for two phenomenal and extremely talented defense attorneys, and doing all of the things, and it is amazing. And so, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. So we finished this one. Excellent. On to number 73. All right, we got another Brett Payne. So this was from 12/13, submitted on 12/13. And I love that Ariel's here. I hope she can hang out more often, because I love having a prosecutor in the chat, and making the nerdy law jokes is amazing. And it's awesome. Thank you, Stevie B. Thank you. Thank you. Able to give you guys all the knowledge and also funny stories too. Speaking of which, this is a quick one from today. So one of the two defense attorneys who I work for, he might be featured in a documentary that's about a case. Like, so he's had a number of high profile cases, and he was a prosecutor. So he was a special prosecutor before he became a private defense attorney. And he mostly did like fraud and white collar stuff. That was his whole like specialty as a prosecutor. And he's been like on the cover of magazines and whatnot. And he had a meeting today. And I was like, who's that with? And then he explained it to me. And he said, oh, it's with this company, and they're going to make a documentary, and they're going to make a documentary about the case that I prosecuted. And I'm not going to say the name of it, but he gave the name of the case that he prosecuted and, won. He described it as, the Catch Me If You Can guy. He described it as like that dude, but like the North Carolina version. And I was like, oh, really? And he said, yeah. He said, I've actually been approached by many different media companies to do a documentary on this. And he was like, I've told all of them no, because they always want to have some sort of angle or some sort of spin on it. And so he was like, if one of them comes along that doesn't try to put some sort of spin on it or take things out of context, then I'll do it. So who knows what will happen? I have not learned yet how the meeting went, but if it went well,
maybe he should just do it himself then.
Right. Then we could end up, the documentary. Anyways, it'll be interesting. And yeah. So there's that. I adore it. I absolutely adore it. It's just fun. It is the best. I every single day is something new and something different, and I learn a ton, and it is just literally the best. Oh, interesting. Rex Heuermann's lawyer is a customer of yours. Interesting. What did you sell him? I was wondering the same thing, Twiz. You don't ask him about the case, yeah. It seems like he's got pretty good attorneys. I mean, I haven't heard much from them except for like the initial things, but they seemed to be savvy. All right, so here we are. Oh, good. Ariel's still here. Yay. My boss got fired and someone else quit. So I'm not even alive, but here listening. Roger that. Roger that. Those 3 blocks. Interesting. Yeah, freaking New York. All right, so we are here. Blood swab time swab. I applied for and was granted a search warrant for Queen Road. Okay, the residence of JS, which Jack Showalter.
Jack
So
Showalter.
many JS's. Just the warrant was
shady
based on the
motherfucker.
following information. Yeah, he is. He's actually not creepy guy number 1 or creepy guy number 2. He's like a alternate creepy guy, I guess, is from my list here. In other words, he's got some creepiness, but where we are in these docs going chronologically, we haven't gotten to the core creepiness that I think is in store based on what you guys have said in chat. So apparently he gets much creepier. So right now he's like an alternate. We got Cole, like from what we have so far in these docs going in order on number 73, Cole was like creepy dude number 1, as in the first one that was mentioned, not like ranking, but just the first one. And then GP was the creepy dude number 2. That was the dude who was much, much older, but we haven't heard anything about them in a hot minute. Now we're on to the alternate, Jack Showalter, hoodie guy. Okay. Do you want to read Twiz or do you want me to read?
You can read for now.
Okay. Heard that. All right. So we walked.
Okay, I'm ready. Where am I at?
Me. Do you need to do any warm-ups? You good?
We walked on the common walkway in front of the door to S apartment and observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of dried fluid, which appeared
Oh my
to be
God,
rust
literally.
drops.
And here we are. I did not read ahead. Literally, I'm like, yeah, at some point he's going to get more sketch. Hey, how about now? Okay. Thank you, Twiz.
Well, it's just rust drops, okay? It's not blood, it's rust drops from a metal roof above the apartment door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the door frame, not on the frame itself. I observed what appeared to be a different fluid spot on the door, approximately 8 inches up from the bottom of the door, under the doorknob. I also noticed the deadbolt plating was clean, polished silver, and had no dirt on it.
I just have to say, like, they had me at dried fluid, right? Like, that's when I'm like, oh shit, where's this? Like, dried fluid. I'm listening. You know what I mean? Okay. On it. Good.
I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview on a possible witness. Officer House and several members of the ISP forensics units, to include Detective Hugh Powell, walked back to... Why did they blank 1122 Queen Road out?
No, that would be 1122 King Road.
Or
do you
Queen,
mean-
because I say it both ways. I'm just saying, like, it'd be like, why do they blank
Oh,
it out?
you're saying, okay. So yeah, so if that's the case, hold on. No, this is not supposed to be the house where the kids lived. This is a different house.
Where else would it be?
Because it looks like he went back to where he was, right? See, so okay, he's going back to here where JS lives, hoodie guy, right? See, look, I responded to redacted Queen Road, and then he walks
I thought they
back.
were already, I thought they were standing there. That's why I'm confused. Anyways, it doesn't.
Hold on, no. Let's make sure. I walked away from the door. That's where it happens. I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview on a possible witness, and then he walks back to the house where Jack Showalter lives. That's it. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I met back up with Officer House and Detective Powell a short time later, and they told me they believed the spot of dried fluid on the door displayed similar characteristics to that of dried blood.
And there it goes. Dried blood. They had me at dried fluid, and now I'm like, all right, dried blood. Let's go. All right.
Namely, Detective Powell stated the spot displayed a cracking texture common with blood dries on a surface. The spot also displayed a similar drop pattern to the blood spots found on the banister wall and the wall of the stairwell to the ground floor, which I observed inside 1122
Okay.
King Road.
They're connecting it to the house. Interesting. Okay.
Suddenly, Jack Showalter's uncle called, and we left. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolt plates on doors in the same apartment complex, all of which had a fine layer of dust. Officer House also confirmed S door did not have the same layer of dust as though it had been cleaned off.
Oh my God. It's missing dust gate. Missing dust gate.
So he unlocked the door with his bloody hand and cleaned that, but not the blood drop that fell. That's my theory.
Wait, say that again?
He unlocked the door with his bloody hand
Hmm.
and cleaned that off, but not where the blood drop happened.
Why do you say that?
Because otherwise the blood wouldn't have been there.
Okay, now yeah, you're right. Okay, right. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, because they're saying that it looked like it had been cleaned, but yet, okay, yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. Tell me how that makes sense.
It doesn't. I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of Doot 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 Linda Lane of possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 0350 hours. That's 3:50 in the morning, Chelsea.
Thank
On
you.
11/13/22. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot of blank 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 Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of blank blank Queen Road blank. The frame captures a portion of the blank Queen Road parking lot in front of blank, but does not capture the blank Queen Road, the apartments themselves. The area of blank Queen Road and blank is also much darker than blank Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displaying in black and white. At approximately 0350 hours on 11/13, per the timestamp on the video, a figure clad in black clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses blank Queen Road. You can't say that it shows black and white and then say that they were wearing black clothing. Could have been dark
Good point.
colors.
Also, I wanted to just say, I'm highlighting this because it's funny. It's like, oh, a figure clad in black. Okay, well, what do we know? That means that they have to be committing a crime, right? It's like hilarious. Hilarious. You know what's really funny? So, I was a music major in college. Many of you guys, if not all of you guys, know I violin. So for concerts, concert black. Like my whole life in music, because if you're playing in concerts like on an almost daily basis, you don't have any reason to have clothes that aren't black. So like, how did you know if you had a group of music majors walking around? Oh, everyone's wearing head to toe black, concert black. It's just really funny to think about that. Like, with the assumptions that like, oh, all black, they must be a murderer or committing a crime. It's like, or they could be a nerdy music major who's just left the practice building. You know what I mean? Anyways, just saying. The irony. Can't judge a book by its
Cover.
Kane can come up. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna have a menage a trois without the sex.
Shit.
A threesome, a triplet. Thanks, Twiz. We're gonna have some reading Kane Bill. I think Kane is probably going through withdrawals. It seems like he's not been able to stream because of like copyright strikes, which sucks. And I'm sorry. And I'm sure he will tell us about it when he arrives and graces us with his presence. The rat daddy himself. That sounds sexy. Wow. Well, I'm glad and surprised, more surprised that somebody thinks anything I'm saying or describing sounds sexy. Excellent. Wonderful. Show later? Show later. Did you mean show Walter? Show later?
She's saying show later. As a joke, I think, or maybe she misspelled it. I took it as a joke.
Okay. I must have been too busy buffering that any this comment. Really funny. I think Kane's trying to figure out how to get his rat daddy self here to join us. So yeah, you could just be like a nerdy music major, or you could just be like, oh, you're definitely a murderer. And here he is, the rat daddy. Smexcellent. How's it hanging? Kane?
Hello, Kane.
Quiet as a church mouse. I mean, church rat. I mean, house rat. We
Hello?
love the rat.
Can you hear me now?
Yo.
We can hear you now.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Kane Show.
Are you ready for the menage a trois?
I need to think it over.
Think it over.
I call
Consolidate.
right hand.
Twiz is my right hand.
Huh, does that make things more complicated or simpler? Just trying to think.
We'll figure it out as we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
There
just
you
take
go.
it hand by hand.
One hand at a time, right, guys? Lovely. one hand at a time. Excellent. How was your day, Kane?
It was good. I finally was able to make money driving again. I think it was tight because everybody had back to school and all that stuff. So now
Well, soon
It's-
everyone will be back in Florida and you can make all the money.
that would be great. It's so hot here. It's the hottest year ever. We're record temperatures, which is crazy.
Is this still
Today the
hot?
hot was like 71.
Where was 71?
Today the high was 71.
Where you are?
Yeah.
It's 62 degrees here now.
Yeah, you said you got some kind of cold front. It looks like
Yeah.
you might get a storm, maybe. I think it's not going to hit the continental U.S. So I might try to drive over to Melbourne, or if maybe even further north and go to the Outer Banks and try to get some of the swell from this
Ooh,
one.
have you been to the Outer Banks before, Kane?
I've never been. That's why this is a
Well,
good looking storm. So
I know the Outer Banks better than my own neighborhood, and literally, if you have your phone, I could literally give you like a personal tour with me here, and you want like it's. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I love the Outer Banks so much. Oh my god, now I just want to go to the Outer Banks.
well, I
So,
would just drive up there for the couple days or something.
you might run into my brother then.
Well, I hope not.
You hope not.
Well, I don't want to run into him.
Nah. Well, if it's just like if there's a big storm and you don't see anything on the road except for a black forerunner, then
Does he surf?
Does he surf?
Yeah.
No,
Tornadoes.
He's a professional storm chaser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
Well, maybe he'll be over there.
I mean, he literally goes to tornadoes are his fave, but any type of severe weather. And shout out to Mant, by the way, which is what I call him. So,
Yeah, if I don't go for this one, it'll be because usually when they start firing off of Africa, they do it in succession, and there'll be like a month where you get the African storms, and those are really good ones because the swell angle is just right. So
yeah.
I don't know. It's only it's about a 3-4 hour drive to Melbourne, and it's like a 15-hour drive to the Outer Banks. So
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
it'd have to really be worth it.
Yeah, I'm only like, geez, it used to be a lot longer, but with all the way that they've lost so much land and with the bridges, I think I'm like 4.5 hours away from the Outer Banks from where I am. Growing up as a kid, it was like 8 hours. Now it's like 4.5.
That's a heck of a drive.
Nah, that's short.
Well, it's probably through like all mountain roads and stuff, right?
To get to the Outer Banks?
Yeah.
No. Mountain roads. You know the Outer Banks is on the coast, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to surf there.
So North Carolina, right? On the left-hand side, which is inland, you have the mountains. That's where Boone is, where I lived for like 11 years. Boone, mountains, big mountains, big mountains. Blue Ridge Parkway.
Well, I don't know where you live. 4.5 hours is it even 4.5 hours across in North Carolina?
No. If you wanted to go, like, for example, from Boone to the Outer Banks, which I did all the time when I lived in Boone, it's much longer. I'm in the Piedmont Triad right now, so I'm right smack dab in the middle. In other words, I can go 2 hours to the left, and be in Boone, be in the mountains, or depending on how fast I speed, it could be quicker than that. Anyway, it's about 2 hours, right? You go to Boone, you go to Asheville, go to the mountains, right? But then there is beach that's closer, but the Outer Banks are further out. So to get to like the closest beach from here, it's probably like 3 hours or something, maybe. But the Outer Banks is like the farthest away beach. It's the farthest right because it's off the coast, right? So they're islands. So like you have to go all the way to the far right, to the end of to the farthest right of the state, and then you have to go and then some to get to the Outer Banks. So like where I'm at, I'm in the middle. It's like 2 hours to the mountains, like ostensibly 3 hours to the beach. If it's not the Outer Banks, although why? Would
And then there's just one rickety wooden bridge that goes to the Outer Banks.
Basically, yes. Although there used to be one, and now there's like a series of them because all of the land has washed away. So it's like it used to be just the one big bridge, and now it's like bridge, tiny bit of land, bridge, tiny bit of land. And so every year they like have to add another bridge as more land goes away.
Wow.
Now it's like 8 bridges. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys get hammered by storms.
Mm-hmm.
Far worse than Florida.
The Outer Banks are amazing though. Ocracoke is my favorite. And that is where Blackbeard's ship crashed and he died.
Yeah, the only thing is a lot of sharks.
He is a G. What would that have
At
sharks?
least the water's cooler.
Yeah.
Water here is like 90 degrees right now.
Geez.
At least you
Wow.
have water.
I know. Yeah, I'm right on the coast, on the west coast of Florida. So we
I bet
do
the snake is
stay a
kind
little.
of
We about
cool.
stay about 10 degrees cooler than inland. Inland's been hitting 100 degrees, which is unheard of.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like a week ago, it was like 95 or something, and today the high was 71.
We usually stay around 92, 91, 93 here. But inland, just an hour. If you go to Lakeland, it's crazy.
So let's see what the weather is at right now. So I just did the weather for Waives NC. Waives is the tiny little area where we always stay at the Outer Banks. So it's like it's like I guess a city because it's recognized by the weather, but it's like I don't know, a couple streets because this is all so like tiny. It's great. So what is it right now? It's 77 degrees. Current humidity is 89%.
Yeah. You would want the winds blowing west would be or the east, I'm sorry. At about 7 knots would be perfect. Because that's an offshore wind.
Kane, did you know Stevie used to live minutes from you?
Stevie did?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Where did you live, Stevie? In he lived in Palm Harbor, I think. I used to live like right on the same. We used to shop at the same Publix.
Oh my God,
They had a really nice Chinese, like it wasn't a buffet, but you know, like they would dish up these big styrofoam plates of Chinese food. You know.
Whoa, styrofoam.
Yeah. Sorry, they don't have it anymore.
Wow. Yeah, I was about to say, like, when was the last time I saw styrofoam? Fuck, if I remember.
Yeah, we still use styrofoam here. They gotten rid of straws in St. Pete, but that's about it.
Yeah.
We burn all our trash here, so we don't really care.
What?
And we tried to do recycling, right? And they even had the bins, and you wheel them out to the curb. And it turned out that this recycling was just getting burnt with all the other trash. They were lying to us all
Oh,
along.
for fuck's sake, are you joking?
No, it was
That's disgusting.
people didn't really give a shit. We
Wow.
had all these landfills and stuff, and they filled up, and it's this huge area, and now they're building condos on top of those. So we just burn. They have an incinerator, and it burns all the trash.
Wow. That's
Yep.
horrifying in very many
You have
numerous
to
ways.
take your trash to the incinerator?
No, we just put it on the curb. We have pickup, but the whole thing was they were saying they had a special recycling place, and they did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
was
my
big
dad
lie.
does, but he has to take the trash to the incinerator, which isn't
It's the
very far
Scientologists.
away, but
Oh,
I always
well,
forget about Scientology.
I have to go to a dumpster because I live in a trailer park. But it's pretty nice here. I thought about doing pickup because there's a lot of old people, you know, and I can just pick up their garbage and take it for them. But yeah,
We were just talking about
do they
this the
tip
other
you?
night. I'm having deja vu. The garbage service thing. Who was it? What was the name of that? Needs and Z's was asking about it.
that
I
was
think.
like in their apartments. They would come.
Yeah,
around
but a
and pick up
similar
your
con,
stuff.
someone that
Mhm.
picks your trash for you. Yeah.
yeah, I see that they do that in some of the places I deliver to,
Mhm.
and that's a good. I mean, if you get $5 a week from 100 people,
That's $500
Shit.
a
Mhm.
week
Right.
under the table, right?
More or less, yeah. I guess it would be. I mean, people are writing checks. I'm sure old people.
That's true.
Tell them
Probably
cash
are
only.
cash only.
Or you could just cash it at their bank and then they don't have to report it, I think.
It's true. That's a lot of checks to go with.
It would be. It
Yeah,
probably
but
would
that's
be.
2,000 cash a month.
Hi. I have 50 to 100 million checks from Aunt Lucy.
100 million checks. Ariel, never be
You
sorry.
gotta sign them all.
Never be sorry. I want to read this. So going back to the appeal conversation, the amicus brief filed in Garza v. Idaho
I'll be right
on the
back.
SCOTUS docket explains waivers of right to appeal really well. Awesome. Can I easily find that because I want to? Is that, can I find that like with the like the regular, like the Garza v. Idaho opinion, or did you have to search that out separately? SCOTUS docket 816. Let me see here if I can figure this out while you guys dazzle the chat with your glow sticks and whatnot, or Twiz sticks, depending on how you want to think about it.
I do glow, apparently.
For anyone who missed it, we heard a great story earlier about Twiz with the P in the Powerade bottle.
28 ounces.
There it is. Kane, are you getting some frozen lemonade? Oh, he's walked away. We won't know. I'm trying to
Until
find
he
this
comes back.
amicus brief. So let's see here. I think I found it. Let's see. Yep, I found it. Written by Sotomayor. Let's see.
Okay.
What'd you get, Kane?
I made some Publix cheddar cheeseburgers, and I put them in a big thing of Idaho mashed potatoes, and then I crumpled up some pickles, and I was gonna put ketchup in there, but then the whole refrigerator fell out on me. So
Did you have
I
a
just-
jar of pickles?
I just bought a jar of pickles. Yes, I didn't put the whole jar. I just
Chelsea
Was
didn't
that-
even know you could buy jars of pickles, and she's supposed to be a pickle lover.
Well, no, that was more specific than that. You're leaving a part out, Twiz. It was of
Pickle
I was
lover.
saying specifically of the whole pickles, the whole cucumber type.
I'm ashamed to know you.
I found it.
How could you? I'll bet they got good pickles up there in North Carolina. People like to pickle stuff.
They do. I mean, I do like pickled things.
Giggity.
So I think I found, let me just see here. I love this font, by the way, that you guys will see here in just a second. Let's take a look. Oh, it's in a book, A Reading Kimbo. Didn't even do that on purpose. I love it when people laugh like I'm saying something funny. It's almost such a surprise. Here we go. Look at this. See, I also just love anything medieval. It's like the old English font. I'm like such a fan. I know it's like more than old school,
You know what they call those kind of fonts?
What?
A serif.
Do they?
That's why you see sans serif. That
Uh-huh.
doesn't have, like, if you look at the J, or if you ever stop, like any of those, even the ones that aren't fancy writing, that still has a serif. But the one is like called a courier font, the Supreme Court of the United States.
Mhm.
That's basically like a courier font. And then anything that has like the little extra stuff on the G and the top of the I and the L, those are serifs. So if you see something that's sans serif, it doesn't have that little extra.
Amazing. And see, this was, you guys, we all got to see perfect example. Thank you, Kane, of Kane dropping some incredible trivia that it's like literally, where did you learn that, Kane?
I don't know. I'm drinking almost frozen Gold Peak sweet tea right now, though. So that might be part of it.
We're going to attribute that for the knowledge?
Oh, I took digital imaging in college, and that was part of the curriculum. I was trying to be an animator.
Wow.
It's called topography. It's called topography. That's the study of letters.
Love it.
Do you know that the inner page of a magazine where the two pages meet, the fold in the middle, that's called the gutter.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. Called the gutter. So wow. You don't want like an important piece of font to fall into the gutter. That's why you see these centered texts on these documents right here. Because if they were in a folder, you wouldn't be able to read the font. The text.
It's very true. Also, when I hear the word gutter, the first thing I think of is mine.
Ariel's saying you have the wrong one. You need to get the one that was filed on August 16th, 2018.
August. Okay.
Ariel.
Month 8. 8. Okay.
That's Jimmy's girlfriend's name, by the way. Rockford's son's girlfriend's name, Ariel.
Who?
I knew a Ariel once. She's
cool. Lovely. She's very nice.
That's the one I know. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat?
Under the sea. Down and it's better. Down where it's wetter. Take it from me.
That's what she said. Wow. Did they do that on purpose when they wrote that song? Sorry.
Disney, man.
Probably.
Yeah.
Do you know
bunch of pervs.
That Disney has an army of cats, and they keep them in this like hotel, this cat hotel. They're these really like feral cats, and they only let them out at night to patrol the grounds of Disney to eat all the mice. And that's Matthew McConaughey was talking about. He's like, I'm mad at Disney because their whole operation is based on the back of a mouse. And here they have an army of cats eating the mice.
I'm just thinking like the army of cats and then an army of rats, and like, you know, they rhyme, and then you've got like the rat daddy, and there's just like a lot of overlap there with all of it, you know? The cats and the rats.
It's a logical solution. I mean, that's what they need to do in New York. So many rats in New York.
That's right. You know, there's an episode of Always Sunny about this.
Yeah, I like Charlie Day and
the rat stick.
Mac.
You guys remember the rat stick episode? Oh my god, it's so fucking funny.
They have to eat the cat food.
I haven't seen that show in like well over a decade.
I like it when Danny DeVito and Charlie have to eat the cat food and sniff the glue before they go to bed. Otherwise, the train will keep them up all night. Or the cats will keep screaming. It'll keep them up all night. Oh, man. Sorry.
Okay, I think, should I go to page 20, Ariel? The Meowery Hotel. I'm thinking page 20 might be where we want to go with this. I'm happy to read the whole thing, but I think, you know, it's 42 pages. Again, I am happy to read. Y'all have seen me do it. Not even joking, but let's see if we can get to this. Okay, let's see here. Okay.
Chelsea, can I ask a question real quick before you start?
Yes.
Somebody said that there was a document, and I don't think we've come across it yet. I think I've been here for every reading. That says Brett Payne was a suspect in the Idaho 4.
No, I have not.
Have we come across that yet?
No, I've not.
I think it's in the new Pullman stuff. So.
Okay, I just downloaded that right before I went live, but I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
They have rat tours in New York City.
Yeah, freaking amazing. I want to do that. That's now going to be on my bucket list, guys. Rat tour. Who wants to do this? Squirrel Crew Scroll Crew field trip. We're going to go to New York City and do the rat tour. Who's down? Okay.
I'm always down.
Love Tina says, wow. And what I love about this is she could be commenting on any number of things. It could be what's on the screen. It could be the rat tours. It could be the list would go on and on, really. But
Could
you
be
know,
the Meowry Hotel.
right? We aim for awe here, as in awe, like you're wow, like you're in awe, you know. And I think we're succeeding.
Well, I just think it's amazing that cats go back to the Meowry Hotel every day. I wonder how you get on that rat tour. Maybe I can make a couple bucks off the tours.
Yeah.
And now we're at Rat Daddy.
There you go.
Rat Tours presented by Rat Daddy Inc.
We love Tina.
Yep.
Welcome, David. So let's take a look here. So this is page 6. I might go ahead and to also look at the part that this is page 20. That's so funny. Oh my God, Ariel. I just have to say, sorry. I got super excited. I was saying page 20. Okay. I was looking at the table of the table of contents, and I was like, looking at the general top, I was like, page 20 looks like where we want to go. I was looking at the number right over here to the right. Can you guys see that? And then Ariel put in the chat page 6, and I was like, oh, I must be in the wrong place. Well, here's the deal. She was saying page 6. She was looking at this number, and I was looking at this number, and they are the same. And great minds think alike right now. That's what's happening. Because, yeah, okay. Yes, wonderful. All right, an attorney's decision over the client's express instructions to forfeit the client's appeal. Get out of here, AI. Client's appeal can thus have profound effects. Regardless of an appeal waiver, forfeiting an appeal can be the difference between conviction or no conviction. Or it can affect the amount of time a person spends behind bars. A presumption of prejudice is necessary to ensure that defendants do not suffer the consequences of their attorney's unilateral decisions not to, look, guys, notice their appeals. Were any of you guys paying attention when it was probably sounded really super boring, but remember when I went over and over like the distinction between a notice of appeal and then the subsequent appeal? Right? It wasn't all for nothing, even though it might have seemed boring to some of you guys. Like I said, because ostensibly speaking, one could even file a notice of appeal and then not even file the appeal. And again, in Idaho v. GARZA, that's all about the attorney not filing the notice of appeal. They didn't notice. And by doing that, they've now lost the ability. They've fucked it, right? Because remember, like I said, that window, right? That's the point of the notice of appeal. You have a window of time. And it's like by just filing that notice of appeal, you've now said, okay, now I've bought myself more time. I can decide to appeal or not to appeal. That is the question. Or definitely appeal, but on what grounds? Like you just bought yourself more time. To not file the notice of appeal, you've just eliminated those options. And that's the whole thing. Twiz, what are you? Oh, yeah, I guess it is menage a trois. Are you and Kane practicing?
No, she said that she heard her dog drinking water and she thought it was me walking in flip-flops. So I said I was coming, like I was walking in my flip-flops.
Right.
You guys are pervs.
One.
I am not a hoe.
You missed it earlier. She said there's 3 super pervs on the panel. And I said I'm a mild perv.
You're a perv mod.
You know what James is saying? James is saying,
Please.
he doesn't believe you, Twiz. He doesn't believe you. Look, Doug's sticking up. Doug is like with you. He says he didn't say it in the dirty way. Get out of here, Doug.
I don't think Ariel thinks it's funny.
Ariel says,
she just
LOL.
laughed.
And she said, all right, noticing appeals. Right. Okay. So I agree. A presumption of prejudice is necessary to ensure that defendants do not suffer the consequences of their attorney's unilateral decisions not to notice their appeals. Again, notice it and then take it from there. The first step is to notice it. All right. Defendants often succeed on appeal based on issues beyond the scope of their particular waivers. Many appeal waivers do not even purport to bar all potentially available claims. Often, waivers are written or interpreted to bar only certain claims, leaving others available for appellate review. The federal courts of appeals unanimously agreed that, quote, a valid and enforceable appeal waiver only precludes challenges that fall within its scope. Thus, look at all that case law. Thus, even in, I mean, talk about backing up your, like, hey, here, we're going to just, let's just go ahead and show you, like, we're not, like, here you go, take a look. Like, that's crazy. Thus, even in cases involving appeal waivers, defendants will often have potentially meritorious appellate claims based on issues beyond the scope of the waiver. Beyond the scope of the waiver. That's exactly what we've just been discussing. This points it out very clearly, right? In other words, when you're agreeing to the plea, right, for any defendant in any state or jurisdiction, when you're agreeing to the plea, right, you're going to have specific things that you're waiving, right? The scope of the waiver, you're only waiving what is stated, what is in that scope, right? That's why that really matters. And that can vary potentially. It seems to be there is some, it's not always going to be the same. How did they phrase it specifically? They said, often waivers are written or interpreted to bar only certain claims, leaving others available for appellate review. Yeah, again, many appeal waivers do not even purport to bar all potentially available claims. So it does seem like there is some differentiation. Okay, so, right. Scope of the waiver. That prospect alone forecloses any argument that a presumption of prejudice is appropriate for cases involving appeal waivers. Or sorry, inappropriate. Let me read that again. That prospect alone forecloses any argument that a presumption of prejudice is inappropriate for cases involving appeal waivers. There it is. Keep reading, Chelsea. The variations in the scope of appeal. Let me zoom in, you guys, right here. Wow, made it bigger. The variations in the scope of appeal waivers are almost infinite, right here. The variations in the scope of appeal waivers are almost infinite. And why does that matter? Because what's in the scope and what is beyond the scope. Bam. Okay. Certain waivers, for example, apply only to challenges to the defendant's sentence, not to the underlying conviction. Oh my God. I'm like so happy right now. You guys don't even know. My like nerdy law brain is like doing all kinds of dances and jigs and like flips because this is just so good. Like, I just love it.
Would you say your synapses are glowing?
I would say that definitely. Glowing and booming. This is great. This is great. Look, and here's an quote. Defendant expressly waives the right to appeal in italics. Oh, they're getting sassy. His sentence on any ground. Emphasis added. Fuck yeah, it was. I loved it. Those waivers necessarily leave open broad grounds for appeal. Thank you. Yes, yes. In United States v. Palmer, for example, the defendant signed an appeal. Oh, that's from the Fifth Circuit. That's where I'm in the Fifth Circuit. Shout out to the Fifth Circuit. For example, the defendant signed an appeal waiver that barred appeals of the, quote, sentence imposed, end quote, but did not expressly mention direct appeals from his conviction. See, got to get that scope. The defendant sought to appeal his conviction on the ground that there was no adequate factual basis for his guilty plea. That's why they, remember when they were so thorough about this little factual basis or whatever? Oh, I say that. Anyway, we're not going to derail. Okay, the factual basis matters, and that you can see because there's been arguments raised about this. Okay, the court allowed the appeal, holding that, quote, the language barring a sentencing appeal did not bar appeal of a conviction. Why? The conviction and the sentence are different. Quote, a defendant's oh, man. Quote, a defendant's waiver of his right to appeal a sentence is just that. Yes, Ipsy Dixit. The court explained, quote, it does not also constitute a waiver of his right to challenge a conviction. Yes, I love it when things make sense. The court ultimately vacated one count, finding that the plea was based on facts precluding conviction. Some waivers expressly allow defendants to bring certain specific substantive claims on direct appeal. Claims of prosecutorial misconduct, for example, are often expressively carved out. And then they have a plea agreement at 9. Oh, I want to see what that looks like. Okay, well, they do. Okay, they do actually give a quote. Okay, a waiver covering, quote, any and all rights to appeal except the right to appeal on ground of prosecutorial misconduct. So what they're saying here, it's expressly carved out, as in they stated an exception in this particular case. And here, the point is they're showing how the variety and how much it varies, even in terms of how plea agreements are worded. What is the scope? It varies. It's a wide. What did they say? They used the word infinite, right? I love it. They said it's infinite, the differences. And here's an example of one where it carves out an exception. Okay. So our challenge is based on newly discovered evidence or changes in law. That's why I keep saying changes in law, right? Because I think that the IGG thing could be a thing later on. That would not have any impact on the plea agreement, right? Because changes in law. Okay. Right. The waiver shall not apply to appeals based on a right that has been newly recognized by the Supreme Court and made retroactively applicable. Right. And I guess that is a good point to make here as well. It needs to be retroactively applicable. So if there was a change in law to the IGG law and the U.S. Supreme Court, ruled on that, it would have to retroactively apply to cases, right? And that's what you see a lot of the times. And then it could apply to Bryan Kohberger or any other cases where whatever was done with IGG in those cases is not on par with what the U.S. Supreme Court decides is constitutional for the defendant. Other waivers permit defendants to raise certain errors relating to their sentencing proceedings. Many permit defendants to appeal if the sentence exceeds the applicable guidelines range. Okay. So if you've got your sentencing guidelines and then the judge sentences you to more than that, then there you go. Others limit review to certain issues. So this is great. So we're seeing a lot of examples here. Other waivers preserve arguments relating rulings on motions to suppress evidence. That did not happen here, but I'm glad to see that does happen elsewhere, that it is a possibility that you can preserve your argument relating to rulings on motions to suppress evidence. And guess what that would be, guys? That's a trial court ruling. There are cases where that has happened. This is great. Oh my God, I just love this. I could just read this entire fucking thing. You guys, have we gotten enough out of it? Like, do you guys want me to keep reading this or should we go back to the, I don't know. I will keep going. Let me just look at the chat and give you guys a chance to weigh in on how much of this you're looking.
That's what she said.
Thanks. Right. It's not carved out. Right. It's not carved out. Unwaivable. Right. Let's see here. Ariel says keep going. There's an Idaho case. Okay, I'll keep going. You don't have to ask me twice. I'll keep going until they tell me to stop. All right. Or they preserve. Thank you. Thanks, Twiz. Hey, Kane, are you alive still? I think he's muted himself.
He's eating that food.
I'm right here. I'm working on my thumbnail for tomorrow.
Oh. Are you going to be able to stream?
Yeah. Twiz has seen the thumbnail already, but it's top secret otherwise.
Oh, Twiz. TwizBits.
What?
Twiztelligence. It seems like you've got the scoop.
I always got scoops.
Yeah. Okay. So, aha! Others expressly permit claims for ineffective assistance of counsel, which courts likewise normally permit regardless of the waiver's specific language. Okay. And let's see here. There's going to be an Idaho case coming up here. Even seemingly broad appeal waivers have been interpreted to exclude certain claims. Aha, here it is. Here it is. In State v. Straub from 2013, for example, The Supreme Court of Idaho held that a challenge to a restitution order fell outside the scope of a broadly worded waiver. The defendant, quote, waived the right to appeal any issues regarding the conviction, including all matters involving the plea or sentencing. The defendant argued that the waiver did, quote, not encompass his right to appeal from the district court's restitution order, since restitution proceedings are not part of it. I literally thought that right off the bat. Like when I read this, it's funny. When I read this part, challenge to a restitution order, I was like, well, yeah, restitution, like that's a whole separate, like I literally was like, duh. And there it is, like that's a whole separate, and I can tell you this for a fact because like we've got clients all like on a daily basis that we have at the firm that have matters that are dealing only with things such as restitution or like, things involving like parole. These are post-conviction. And for example, like clients that, for example, maybe it's 10 years after they've been released from custody, and all of a sudden there's been a change made to their restitution agreement without their knowledge. And they have a whole separate, it's a whole separate thing. Like there's separate hearings that are done. It's oftentimes not even in the same jurisdiction as wherever the case was tried. It's a whole separate thing. So I saw restitution and I was like, yeah, no, that's completely beyond the matters involving plea or sentencing, 100%. So yeah, did not encompass his right to appeal from the district court's restitution order, since restitution proceedings are not part of a defendant's sentence. Yeah, they're not. They're decided later. In fact, even in this case, right? Remember when we heard the sentencing for Bryan Kohberger, they even mentioned something about deciding the restitution like at a later date or something, right? Like that was a separate topic that came up at the end. The court agreed, concluding that the restitution order was an abuse of discretion in vacating the order. And there's a footnote 4. Okay, defendant did not knowingly waive his right to appeal the restitution order because the appeal waiver was ambiguous. Also, a waiver limited to whatever sentence is imposed does not foreclose an appeal of restitution order. Of course it doesn't. The restitution is separate from the sentence itself. It's a separate, it's dealt with completely separate. Did I not get to this part yet, or did I miss it? Oh, I see. You're referencing. It says any and all issues in this case in BK's plea agreement. It doesn't say any and all issues in the investigation.
Did I stutter?
No, you did in fact not stutter.
Hold on.
I need your opinion on something, Twiz. I'm sending you an email.
Let's just see, because I think it actually, where is that? I mean, we've covered it, but just we're really deep diving and it's important. Let's just see. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God, the pop-up things. Okay. No, I don't want AI key takeaways. Thank you, Adobe. Thanks, but no thanks. Okay. Let's see. Okay. The defendant will enter guilty pleas to the following counts. Right. The defendant will be sentenced. Okay. There's this restitution separate. State may seek restitution. Okay, fine. Okay. By pleading guilty, he waives his, let me highlight this. By pleading guilty, he waives his rights to a jury trial, to confront accusers, and to refrain from incriminating himself. Defendant further acknowledges that he is satisfied with his legal, has reviewed with his attorney all possible defenses, and by his plea of guilty, voluntarily waives those defenses and all claims based upon his constitutional rights. Before I read on, I'm going to reiterate Jeff Nye, right? And Jeff Nye could be wrong in the sense that, remember, it is a good point that what's in this overrides it all. So remember when Jeff Nye said, like, he really hammered home the whole trial court decision thing in that interview. If this is more broad, this is what it's going to apply, because this is the scope of the plea agreement, right? So, I mean, let's just see here. Defendant understands that if he were to see, proceeding trial, right. Okay, the defendant, here we go. The defendant hereby knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waives all rights to appeal any and all issues in this case, and waives the right to file a motion pursuant to Idaho Criminal Rule 35. And here's the thing, right? Again, I know I don't mean to be like a broken record or what have you, right? But notice of appeal is not a motion, right? And that's, again, a distinction. It's a notice. A notice of appeal, again, and then the appeal would be a motion, as in you're moving the court to make a decision on something versus just a notice. A notice of appeal or a notice of anything, right? It's like, hey, this is happening. No action needed, right? Versus a motion, you're moving, right, the court to make a decision, and that would be that. At least that would be the case here, like the way this is referenced. So okay, let's see, and that's it. Wow, it is very. This is incredibly broad, like shockingly. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Hold on. Yeah, any and all issues. The thing is, and this is why being more specific would be good, because like issues in this case, I don't like the wording, and here's why. That's really a colloquial term, right? Like that's not a specific legal determination. Like you looking at what we just saw, right? And how specific, right? The nitty gritty case. I mean, one could interpret that as the investigation, the pretrial litigation, like literally everything in the case, right? Versus like specific trial court decisions, or like as we saw in the case law we were just looking at, they really broke it down to specific areas. Any and all issues in this case. I mean, the thing is like this seems intentionally broad, like when you really think about it, because like literally name anything. Someone could argue, and if the someone in this case would be, if it's arguing, I guess it would be the prosecution, but also a judge could find, given this verbiage, name anything. Oh, well, that's part of the case. So yeah, you waived it. You see what I mean? Twiz, what do you think? Twiz? Kane, are you guys too busy with your hands over there, or what's going on?
Don't judge us. What do I think about what?
My hand's asleep.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You know what that means.
I have,
you know what that
I have
means?
An opinion. I have an
Chelsea,
opinion
do you
on
know what that
something.
means?
Just to
Do I
save
know-
Twiz from this bumbling.
Do I know what means?
What his hand being asleep.
It could be any number of things.
I keep my left hand free. Because the right, you know that you ever heard that song? I keep my left hand free. You ever heard that song?
I don't even know the words, but
it was the Sigma Chi theme song for their recruitment video, and what it means is you keep your left hand tied to your ties that bind, and you can do bad stuff with your right hand. So I keep my left hand free. Or maybe just the opposite of it.
You know, so Ariel's saying whatever the heck the feds did with the IGG, that's not part of the case because nobody knows what they did. But see, the thing is the verbiage here leaves open all the infinite argument, right? Like I totally agree with you that nobody knows what they did, but I could very easily see a judge finding or like the prosecution arguing like, well, it was part of the case because that is so broad, right? It's like, what isn't
Hitler
part
calls up the FBI, like, what did you guys do? And they're like, we don't even know, sir.
Well, you know what I think? I think that they tried to legally corner or pin and give him as few air pockets or ways out as possible. With
I
this
mean, of
plea.
course, that's what they're going to try to do.
But
I mean,
they're still apparently.
That's what this. I mean, it didn't really. I mean, I didn't. How many people? And I think the number would be very few. Guys, let me know in the chat. How many people do you guys think have really dissected the verbiage of this plea agreement specifically, and compared it to the case law, and compared it to the Jeff Nye interview? Do you think anyone's even done like? I mean, I guess you have to be kind of insane, but like my point being, because like this was never clear to me until now, just how broad and vague this is. And of all of the things, might be the most important here that's highlighted kind of shittily because Adobe's this right here. Because yeah, the all rights to the rights to any and all issues, that it's the in this case. I mean, having said that, here's what I will say. His defense counsel, Bryan Kohberger's defense counsel, why the fuck did they not take issue with this? Or why the fuck did they not, like, those terms were decided. That's between the defense and the prosecution. Why did they not, like, why the fuck is this so broad? I can't, like, now I'm like getting my brain's going to go all haywire because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this
because it makes you wonder, like, were they just rushing to get into this plea deal? It's another.
I agree with that. That's what this looks like.
Feather in the cap.
To me,
but you know, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Kane.
Well, I was going to say that if it does have to go back through Hitler to be able to get looked at by the Supreme Court, if they leave as much of the verbiage ambiguous as possible, that gives him the opportunity to do stupid shit like he did when we saw that Frank's, the way he shot down the Franks. If he can leave stuff open-ended where it's not specific, that just gives him the opportunity to shoot down any appeal that Kohberger throws out. Right.
100% Kane. But Ariel's making a good point here as well, because some of the grounds for in terms of the case law, right, the overly vague and the overly broad, it can come back to bite them. That's a good point. It could be that the defense did that on purpose because it's so vague that could. Let's go back to the case law here, because that was brought up here. Man, like, in other words, okay, why would, like, if you're Judge Hitler, like, hold on, real quick. If you're Judge Hitler, 100% Kane, you would want this type of verbiage because, again, it gives you the room to bullshit this in however way you want, like, to suit you. Again, it's almost like no matter what somebody says, you could, it could be argued, oh, it's part of the case, right? But you could also see, to Ariel's point, that the defense didn't dispute this and didn't have any, they left this in on purpose because it's overly broad and overly vague.
The problem is that the decision will come down to whoever the decision maker is. It's not going to be his defense team that gets to interpret the words.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right.
But they can cite stuff within it. Yeah, that might be nice. It's weird. She doesn't. The thing is, she does make great arguments and motions, but she's never at any point followed through, in my opinion, to argue them further. Once she gets shot down, that's the end of it. And so that could be simply because it's a waste of breath, because you already know what their answer is going to be. But I think we can clearly see now that she knew she wasn't getting anywhere with trying to argue with Hitler.
Yeah. I miss Judge. I really liked Judge. I loved him.
He seems like a domesticated kitty cat now compared to Hitler, right?
Judge waved at me.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did you blow him a kiss?
Oh.
Nope. But the day after, I found out that I got turned into him.
What? What happened?
Because Sai got turned in for talking to me. So
Okay.
it was like a hearing, right? He's walking up to the courthouse and I waved at him and he gave me like this really awkward wave back. And then the day after, Sai was on Tommy's being like, Twiz, you're in trouble.
Oh Lord.
Tommy's silly. Do you know why melons can't get married?
Why?
Because they can't elope.
Not all melons.
Amazing.
You want another one?
Even seemingly abroad, okay, even seemingly broad, back to the, even seemingly broad appeal waivers have
Did
been
you just say
interpreted-
steamingly?
No, stop. Quiz interpreted to exclude such claims.
Yeah.
Okay. Again,
We're going to redo that. Even seemingly broad appeal waivers have been interpreted to exclude certain claims.
hashtag Twiz reads, am I right? There it is, broadly worded waiver. Okay, defendant waived here. The defendant waived the right to appeal any issues regarding the conviction. And that's, wow, okay, seemingly broad, but not nearly as broad as what we've got with Hippler. Interesting.
I think Twiz should read from here on out.
I'm fine with that.
That's way too small.
That's what she said.
Kane
I
should
can
read one.
I
The hell,
can make
Kane?
bigger.
Sorry, man.
Look,
I need to get glasses for this.
She made it bigger.
I can make it bigger.
Yeah, but the issue is I have one good eye and one bad eye, so like half my vision is blurred. It's still hard. That's what she said.
Oh, look, bigger. There we go. Do you guys feel like we learned a lot about this? I do, potentially, like, personally. What's happening?
I am going to hold it.
Ariel says, I just think there's ways to read his plea to make a, well, actually, it doesn't say I waived this particular issue. 100%. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I think the way that plea agreement states, when you really look at it, it's infinite argument because it could go either way. It could easily argue, it doesn't say I waived this particular issue. And then another person could argue, well, look, everything fits into this case, right? You know what I mean? Like it'll be really interesting to see, but I really love thinking about it. I love the exercise of thinking about it. And being that I am, work for defense attorneys and I tend to see things from that perspective, I totally agree with that argument. And in general, I think it's overly broad, right? Now, if they did that on purpose, they being the defense attorneys as a strategy, then great. But if they just missed that as an oversight, then I will go and weep. So, but yeah, hopefully it was a strategy, and that would be clever, wouldn't it? And especially because the state, you know what I mean? Like the defense not objecting to that languaging, and then the state apparently didn't, you know what I mean? Like if you're the state and the defense doesn't object to that, if you're the state, you should be like, hang on, something's up. We need to double check this wording, right? Because basically it really could be just a whole, like a fuck up of the state to just not have thought that there was some sort of strategy there, right? Because you're the state and you're like, oh, they're not objecting because this is overly broad and it doesn't give anything specific. Then you might want to go back in as the state and be like, let's specifically lay it out, Anyways, but also I do agree with that Kane's, point about it being done really quickly and, happening in a lickety split second. That's absolutely what the case. So, yeah, I wonder how court would, very different. Love Tina, very different. It's hard to say exactly where we would be at right now in the posture, but it would be very different in every way, I think.
I think we should have a special judge appointed.
Judge Twiz.
AKA me.
I knew it, yeah.
I knew it. I knew it.
Twizzle Magdalene. That was he got that nickname the night he showed us how he washes his feet. It was really a tutorial on how to wash your feet. And that was the Twizzle Magdalene. And then we had a Twizus Christ. Jeff came up with that one, by the way, Twiz. Do you remember that one?
I hadn't heard that one. That's funny.
Jeff H.
Which Jeff?
Jeff
Oh,
H.
fuck that guy.
He gave you that name, Twizus Christ. I think it's hilarious.
I've got a few nicknames for him.
Okay. Let's see if there's anything else on here to see appeal. Even defendants often succeed on appeal, even on claims within the scope of a waiver. This, you know what? I'm going to save this. Thank you so much, Ariel, for finding this. This is why the Scroll Crew is the best, because she found this while we were doing whatever we were. I think we were talking about a menage a trois, whatever the fuck we were doing. But I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this, and I think we should go through this entire fucking thing. I'm going to save this. We're going to go through it. We will. But for now, we're going to go back to the back to the bottom. Now we're here. You know, right, Twiz?
Started from the bottom, now we're
That.
here?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. My brain is still trying to think of all the different ways that this could go through so hence not speaking. Yes, thank you. We're going to go, but here we're going to go back to where we started from, which is what were we doing? Oh yes, the police reports. Like, this is just so, this is just the heart of being a law nerd right here. I love it. Okay. Twiz, right. So, and that's what's funny is it's like you've got Twiz is Christ, and then you have also, I'm putting it in the chat here. Here you go. It's like whatever you want to call it. What's that called, Kane? There's like a
Rat Daddy.
That's you, but what's on the screen there? You know what I mean? It's like, what is it when it sounds the same, but it's different words? Oh my God. Like, what's on the screen?
On the screen? Twiz Christ? Twiz is Christo?
Twiz is Christ equals Twiz is Christ. Like, when they sound the same, homonyms. Homonyms? Homonyms. Anyway, is that what it's called?
Homonyms. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
Twizas, Quisto. Hey, maybe they were just a couple of relief broads that we had.
Heather, you know about twin rays, right? That was a moment. I love Judge Carroll. I love Judge Carroll. Yay, P. Fox. He's one of my favorite judges as well. He's probably in my top 5. I loved Judge Carroll. I thought he was amazing and very forward thinking. I adored him. Yeah, probably in my top 5. I'm not saying a lot. Okay. Who wants to read next, guys?
Kane.
Good.
Hold on, I have to reshare. Kane's turn.
I'm a college level reader.
That bodes well for this document then, doesn't it, guys? Okay, where did we leave? Okay, we left off here. We left off with the figure clad in black, and then we got all the way. The figure clad in black led us to the deep dive of the appeals and the plea agreement and all of that. That was an amazing deep dive. So we are picking up right here. Oh my God, I swear, dopey. Right here, the figure walks. There it is. That's where we are.
Okay, the figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the 2 other apartment buildings at 1122 King Road, I guess. The terminus.
No, it's actually it is not 1122 because it is Queen Road. It's where Jack Showalter lives.
Oh, okay. The terminus of this sidewalk is immediately east of 1122 King. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further. going?
Yeah.
Based off the information above, MPD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to Queen Road. Access to the residence per this search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during this search, and the warrant was returned.
Okay.
On 11/23/22, MPD Officer Morris was contacted by JS, a maintenance worker for blank, which manages blank Queen Road, blank S blank, told OFC 11/22/22.
Oh wait, hold on. No, you skipped a line, Kane. The routine maintenance order.
Told Officer Morris he conducted a routine maintenance order on blank Queen Road on 11/22/22, wherein he discovered something of note. I had Officer Morris call S and place him on speakerphone so I could talk to him. I asked Sam, let's just call him Sam.
Sure.
I asked Sam to tell me what he found. Sam told me meow, and he and other maintenance workers entered the apartment on 11/22/22 in order to check on a water quality complaint made by the tenants. Both men checked the kitchen and did not notice any issues. Sam said he entered the only bathroom in the residence and began to inspect the drain when the other maintenance worker advised there appeared to be blood on the freaking shower curtain. Sam said he looked and discovered what appeared to be two separate smudge marks on the shower curtain, which appeared to be dried blood. Sam described the smudges as 1 inch by 1 inch. Sam said he then noticed another smudge of what appeared to be dried blood on the toilet flusher handle.
Right. Hold on. Why the fuck are we spelling toilet like this? Like, what the fuck is happening? Among other things. Like,
They
what?
can't even get their grammar right, and they're using fancy British spelling. Why did they just
I
say
don't
go to
think
the
it even spells
WC?
it- I don't even think anyone spells it like this. It's like fake fancy.
I don't know. They had their pinky out, though, for sure.
I agree. Yep.
Is
Definitely.
it a Japanese toilet?
Maybe it has a boudoir or whatever those things are called.
Oh, boudoir. For a menage a
Or-
trois.
I wonder if the guy that was clad in black had deadpan face or not.
Had what?
That was another anomaly verbiage that law enforcement added inadvertently, thinking it would flow through the tracks. One of the non-witnesses that said she knew Kohberger said that he had deadpan face.
Was this in a
And-
document or like in an interview on the media?
It was, I think, maybe both.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I haven't heard that or read that yet. Deadpan face.
Mhm.
That's a weird description.
It's coming out of Washington, but it turns out the female that they interviewed that said he was sexist against women never even went to any classes with him and didn't even go to WSU.
Doesn't surprise me.
No surprise.
Because it was
there.
GG. Does it say what state it came from? If
It
it's
was
a psycho
GG?
bitch,
No, it's not from GG.
how do you know? Does it say what state it's from?
Oh, the thing. Oh, right. No, it was like Dot or Brat Norton. Brat Norton. That's what I'm referring to. Brat. Big old brat.
Huh?
You're a brat. You're a brat. You're a big old brat.
She probably doesn't even know who Brad Norton is.
I don't.
Well, she claimed to go to have taken classes with him as the TA, and then she turns out she
You
never
mean
even went to
BK
the school.
Norton?
Yeah, BK Norton. That's what I mean. Maybe it was Ed Norton.
I mean, I just
Hey,
don't pay
Lord.
attention. Like anybody that comes out and is like, "Oh, hey," like people can just make up whatever. It doesn't even.
Well, they have two really big ones that they used in the beginning. The other one was the alleged Reddit survey that he allegedly did turned
Right.
out to be posted from a woman in Florida, that they never even did that assignment. Which, if it was an assignment, it was an assignment, but it was all made up, and they ran with it in the press.
that's
It
All
was
they
actually
did. They did
into
that
the-
with everything.
That actually made it though into like the actual court docs, right?
Everything did. Literally,
No,
their whole thing, like their interviews since the sentencing, have all been like, "Oh yeah, it was normal. He did this multiple times. This stuff was normal for the class." Like everything that they've said, like
Wait,
none
what
of
was
it mattered.
multiple- wait, what was multiple times?
The thumb picture.
the really disgusting one they're bringing back up again is the what do you call it, a kick door or the break-in at a sorority where somebody threatened 4 sorority girls with the knives and got kicked in the nuts.
Oh yeah, wasn't that like a year earlier or something?
Yeah, it was November of 21.
Yeah, where he
think.
wasn't even there.
And it's and now News Nation is once again running with it, saying he was investigated.
Yeah, well they're idiots.
Saying he was investigated for it, but they don't put in the headline that they looked at him as a possible suspect after he was arrested. They make it sound like they looked at him at the time separately.
That's
They're so good at manipulating bullshit, and they gobble it up. They have little bullshit nuggets that they eat for lunch in their break room.
bullshit nuggets. Okay, there you go.
Mm.
That's why, like I said, I mean, you just can't go wrong if you stick to just reading like the nerdy I say nerdy. I mean, to some people it might be nerdy. I think it's amazing and fun.
Well, we were watching Ed Kemper last night. Was it last night, Twiz? And he was not the Golden State. He was the Green River killer.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
Ed
when
Kemper
it's a
was?
case like that and you have evidence, you don't have any of this made up shit. They just went out of their way to make this person fit the crime instead of the opposite way, which it should have been done. But another
Gary
weird
Ridgway?
anomaly.
Oh
Gary
yeah,
Ridgway,
Gary
the Green
Ridgway.
River killer.
Yeah, Ed Kemper was the co-ed killer, right?
Was
Yeah,
it Coed?
I don't-
thought he was the Green River.
No, that's
No,
Gary
you're right.
Ridgway.
Gary Ridgway. You're right about that, Twiz. Yeah.
I googled
Mhm.
it.
Okay, thanks.
Ed Kemper is like a notorious serial killer, but I forget what he was.
No, he's
for.
the co-ed killer, I think is what they called him.
He killed a lot of people, but
Yeah.
John Wayne Gacy,
Mhm.
in one of his interviews, he said he'd been in prison for like 12 years, and he's like, I've been going over all of these files and all of these pictures, and they have this one page where it's a mix of all the victims' pictures on the one page. And he's like, I'm looking at these people, and I don't recognize a single one of them. And I was like, whoa, that's wild, because, I mean, he was of sound mind, even after he was locked up for a long time. And he was perfectly, coherent anyway in the interview. So that was a wild thing to hear. It's just like they're always just making shit up that people won't question or be able to question. Isn't that
Well,
weird?
Bob Motta's dad was John Wayne Gacy's defense attorney.
Who?
Bob Motta of Defense Diaries. You know him. Kane.
His
That
dad
is-
was, huh?
That is
Yeah.
true.
That's
his
a
dad
JJ fact right there. He just JJ'd out.
And Bob Motta's got an entire series on that whole thing of like things that but my interpretation was like that it was one of those things, right? Where like even for Bob Motta's dad and even for Bob Motta, like you knew he did it. You knew they knew he was guilty. Like it was like whatever it was. I think that like for that part where he's like, I don't recognize any of them, I think that would be more attributed to some sort of mental disassociation type of thing. You know what I mean?
Do you know what happened? Why he started killing?
I'm sure let's see, what was it? His mother died. I can't remember. It's been a long time.
He would pick up drifter teenagers because it was the 70s.
Right.
You had a lot of runaways there.
Mhm.
And this one time he picked up this guy. He's like, "You want to smoke a joint or whatever?" And they went back to his house and they did it. And when he woke up in the morning, the kid wanted to make him breakfast. And so he walked in the kitchen and the kid was holding a butter knife. And he flipped out and just killed the kid because he thought the kid was trying to kill him. And that's where it started.
Wow.
And then he just loved killing so much.
He just put him under the house. He didn't even chop him up. He had a what do you call it? Like a little kind of a wet basement, like
Yeah.
whatever. And he would just,
Crawl
and the
space.
smell
It was like-
got so
it was
bad.
like a crawl space. That's what it
But
was.
they were surveilling him for a long time, and he was such an amicable person that he started hanging out with the people that were surveilling him. And they would go out and have drinks and party. And then when they came to arrest him, he was literally drinking with them at a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And the other officers that were with him couldn't believe it because they liked him so much.
Yeah, and I remember, I think Bob Mata, it's too bad Meg's not still here. I think Bob Mata even said something like that his dad to this day would be like, yeah, no, I really liked him. But you hear that about a lot of serial killers. You really do. You know, that like, I mean, fuck, even like, who was it? There were several people, including like Nate Eaton, right? They interviewed Lori Vallow and they were like, they're just like, oh my God, she's just like the absolute fucking worst. But at the same time, they're like, but we actually would talk to her again. We liked talking to her. Like she, you know, it's like the whatever charisma or whatever you want to call it.
Exactly, charisma.
Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah. Bob has all John's tapes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Plenty of space under the floorboards, you know.
Why didn't he just get some acid?
Oh,
What's wrong
David
with him?
Bird, maybe you're right. Maybe that's the story. Is that he was drinking with the cops at the police bar when they arrested. I'm not sure. I got it backwards. Maybe I've been watching too many documentaries. That's right, David Bird. Though he was a big guy too, really big dude.
Yeah, he was a big dude.
Like 6'7" or something.
Bigger they are, the harder they fall.
That's what they say.
It's true. It's a true story. And they make a noise. Like, oh. I've knocked a lot of people out.
Can you do that noise again?
They go, their eyes roll back in their head, and they go, for like a minute. And then you're like,
Wow.
wake up. Give me your money. No. Just kidding. But, yeah, that's the thing is they keep trying to scare people even more than they need to be. And then also you have these copycat people.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to get back to being able to trust each other because there's so much of a divide. People don't even talk to even their family and friends anymore. You know, it's almost impossible to go for a walk anymore and make a new friend.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the thing about sociopaths is they're very good at being personable, and there's so many lonely people out there that crave that attention that they'll instantly trust, and then next thing you know, coapo.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a really good point about people being more isolated, and then that makes them more.
Well, I mean, through time, it's always been. Have you ever seen a movie called Man Bites Dog with Ben Wee? It's a subtitled French movie, and it was banned in 50 countries because it was a documentary following a serial killer, a French serial killer named Ben Wee. And that's exactly what he would do. It was banned because allegedly some of the killings in the documentary were real. Okay, so I finally saw it. It's a really good movie, But what he does, he'll go to older people's apartments, and when they get their security checks or whatever, he would just go in there. And in one instance, the lady, "Oh yes, come on in. I want." He would say, "Oh, we're doing a survey about the loneliness of old people."
Oh, yikes.
And they would invite him in. He'd sit on the couch, and they'd just be chit chatting, and then he'd go raw, and they'd have a heart attack. Like this one lady, she just started shuddering when he did it, and he just took the check and left. And then at the end of the movie, he gets in a gunfight with the film crew. Like literally, it's the.
Wait, did he actually kill people?
It's undisclosed. It's never been proven or disproven, because I think most of the people involved in the movie, making the movie, died because of him. So yeah, there's some wild controversy on it.
Huh.
If you're a true crime person at all, it is a must see for sure. Ben Wee, he's the most evil character in any movie I've ever seen.
Really?
It's very
Wow.
real. It's black and white French subtitle, but it's called Man Bites Dog. Yep.
Wow. Have you seen that one, Twiz?
Nope.
It's probably spelled we would probably be O-U. How do the French do it?
I thought it was like
Oh, Ben Wee.
W-I-E
Yeah,
or
it's probably
something.
Ben
That or something?
O-U-I or.
Really?
Yeah,
Fucking weirdos.
I know.
Well, it's a different language, Twiz.
That doesn't mean they're not weird.
That's not how they spell toilet.
Right. It's like whoever fuck was this Mao or whoever this was. Somebody trying
That's
to make
like
up a
that's how you spell Eau de Toilette, the perfume.
Brett. It's Brett Payne. Now that makes so much sense, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Brett
it
Payne
does.
trying to be.
He's the one who said clad in black.
He was.
We knew right there they were lying, because no millennial is going to use the term clad in black.
What if Cy Ray comes out and says whoever did the stabbing was a short person?
What if Cy Ray comes out and says it was Jack Showalter?
What if Cy Ray says it was Jack Showalter and a short person?
Maybe a Muppet?
Hey, Kane, what was the French's best invention?
The guillotine.
The guillotine, hell yeah.
They used the guillotine
with that.
until 1975 from the French Revolution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can't argue with that. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of heads they cut. And when was the French Revolution? Right after the American, so 1700s, late 1700s, early 1800s. And so you had almost a century and a half of beheadings. Did you ever see the one thing, the internet rumor that Louis Vuitton was making a guillotine, and they were making them by the thousands for the Obama administration? Do you remember that, anybody?
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
It was probably
Here.
FEMA or something.
It's FEMA. That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, but they had a picture of a Louis Vuitton guillotine.
I don't even understand at all.
I'm sure it was a hoax, but it was crazy.
Yeah, that would make more sense than it not be.
I mean, I guess I see the connection now, the French connection.
Oh, was that a pun? That was clever.
It was a good movie, The French Connection. That's what's his name? Schindler's List.
Are you thinking, Kane?
No, I can't remember his name. The guy who died from rats. He
Gene
was
Hackman?
in, I want to say James Woods, but not James Woods. It looks like
Gene Hackman?
Gene Hackman. Yes, good girl, good boy. He knew.
Oh my god, that is really fucking funny. You just called Twiz. Wait, Kane, did you ever tell your
He's
Balderdash
pretty.
story?
What, Balderdash? Oh, I never
really-
did. I was going to tell it on my show, and then I never did. You want to hear the Balderdash story?
Yeah, I wrote it down. To follow
Okay,
up-
now you want me to tell it right? Meow?
Well, or if you want to try to remember to tell it whenever you feel so inclined. I just was looking and I remembered I'd written it down.
All right,
also.
I'll give a quick synopsis because I've talked about this recently.
Okay.
I was dating the McDonald's Ray Kroc's granddaughter.
What? Stop it, Kane! Stop it! First prince, the Saudi prince.
Can I make it through? That's my daughter,
there's
not
no
her.
way.
Was a girlfriend, and we were going to get married. This is the girl I went to Idaho with, right? And so, we had a fight after Idaho because when we went to Idaho, her little sister got super drunk, and I tried to teach her a lesson. And in the morning when she was hungover, she wanted Kool-Aid, and I put a little bit of vodka in the Kool-Aid. And so it made this big stain in the carpet in this mega mansion or whatever. And so the whole family was mad at me, and she wasn't mad at me because she got it. But the girl was her little sister was only 10. So I was really mad that she was drinking, and people were letting her. And so I was like, I gave her that. And so I got kicked out of Idaho. I got put on a plane, sent back to San Diego, and then when she got back, I kept trying to call her, and the family didn't want me to talk to her because we were still in love and whatever. And so in that interim time, she decided to go to the UC Boulder. And when I called, the sister who I'd given the vodka to said, she's not here. She's playing Balderdash. Because she was going to UC Boulder. You get it? So
my gosh.
And it broke my heart when I heard that. And then I actually ended up visiting her in Boulder. And when I got there, she's like, yeah, I've been cheating on you with my best friend that came to college with me from high school.
No.
So it was a big lose Balderdash. That's why anytime I hear that, I'm like, ah.
I thought it was going to be a funny story. That was the impression I got from when you referenced it. It was like, oh, my Balderdash story, and like that's really sad. I'm sorry, Kane.
No, it's okay. It worked out for the best. I still love all the girlfriends that I've ever had. I think I've had some amazing.
You must be like a true hopeless romantic or something.
I don't know what it is.
I think that's not the.
My sister was a cheerleader, and she was like the popular girl at school. So there was always like pretty girls at our house, and I just fell in love with every single one of them. Like to this day, I'm still in love with them.
I think that's really a beautiful thing.
I don't know. It's got me in a lot of trouble.
Well, I don't doubt that.
I'm a sucker.
Tina says, thanks, Kane, for mentioning Ben We. And now we have an affirmation of the correct spelling of the last name. Glad that was the correct way.
Yeah, look, you can look it up on Google, I'm sure. If you just type in Man Bites Dog, you see a picture of him. It's nuts, dude. It's really nuts.
Yeah, I think that the thing is like for anyone, I think Tina was trying to search. It's like if you type in Ben and then WEE, you might not at all end up with anything related to the documentary, but you might end up with other things you did not want to see. Is that what was happening to you, Tina? Because it seems like.
I thought she said Ben's balls. I don't know. Nothing. Ignore me. But I guess it's like Ben Wee, like Ben Louis. You know, maybe it's got an L. Ben Wee. Ben Louis.
Balls.
Sorry, I just had to because you said balls.
I'm not a hoe.
Yeah, you are.
I am not a hoe.
You can't prove it.
You tell me, playa.
So good. It's so good. Yeah, she said she would never have found him. Yeah.
Oh, really? Did you find it, Tina? Or Latina?
I think she did.
You should put up on the screen real quick.
Put what up?
It's a must-see. It's must-see TV with Joey.
Wait, what?
Man Bites Dog.
But put
If
what
you
up
wanna
on the
Google
screen?
it. Can you Google stuff on the screen? Can you Google yourself?
I'm in
on the screen?
Adobe. I'm in Adobe.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
No.
It doesn't let you. I mean, I could unshare, reshare, but I think the easier way to do it, if you're wanting to just have the title, I think that
Do you have to pay for this garbage ass app?
you do.
Wow, that's a bummer. Why don't you use OBS?
I tried and I couldn't. It was
Wasn't happening for you.
it was just not. My brain and the way that it is designed, they don't understand each other. And this is so user friendly and just makes so much sense to me. I mean, it's had a lot of issues. Honestly, they've fixed a lot of the problems that they were having a couple months ago. It has not really had any issues recently. But yeah, OBS. I mean, I did try it, and I was like, I cannot. Like, I would, if I had tried to stick with it, and this was a long time ago, I promise you that right now I would still be sitting there trying to figure it out, and I would not have streamed for like 2 years. Like, I would still be like stuck on this. Like, I don't understand what I'm looking at here. I don't know, Kane. It's amazing. I think it's incredible that you use it, because like a lot of people, it's not just me, but a lot of people, they've said that they've tried to use it and they're like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. And I think it's not easy to use, but Kane's got it down.
Well, the only issue I have two issues. One is that when I have guests, it's through a third-party app.
Right.
So it's a plug-in kind of thing. It's just an internet thing. But what I've figured out is that if the guest is having trouble logging in or whatever, I'm going to suggest that they try a different browser. And I have before, but people get so flustered with it. It's a little annoying. Miss Potts has literally given up on me with it.
It was a disaster. I tried to come on. For me, it was
yeah. You were one of the ones that had trouble. I was going to say, if you try using a different browser, I don't know if you're on Apple or on Windows.
I was on my computer, so that's Windows, and I would have
so
been.
If you're using,
it just looks weird.
Well, if you have trouble, that's what I discovered. Remember, I was always having the microphone issue, and then I just switched browsers because it used to attenuate my mic. It would just lower the volume out of nowhere. And anyway, so I fixed that by using a different browser. That a lot of times that helps on stuff.
Yeah.
But and then the other thing is what happened the other day. There's a go live button. Like, you can start streaming without going live. Yeah. So it doesn't show anything. But then when you hit go live, it shows everything. Well, the go live button and the end stream button are the same. So once you go live, it says end stream. And if you double click it, which I have several times, it ends the broadcast without being able to come back. And that's what happened. I had 200 people waiting for the show to start on my last show. And then I hit end broadcast. And by the time I made a new thumbnail and came back and did everything again, there were only like 40 people watched.
Oh, you didn't have a copyright strike?
What?
I thought you had a copyright strike. I don't know. Somebody said something about that in one of the comments.
Oh, no. I keep doing the Not Kane B show. That's a different channel of mine.
Yeah, I know.
The reason that they say, oh, did you get copyright strike? Because I use copyright material in those lives. And so I just delete them when the live is over, so I don't have to hear any feedback from YouTube on it, because I'm not monetized on that channel, and so I don't want to hear copyright this so I just delete it. So if you were there in the chat, you were there in the chat.
No, I'm talking about for your regular channel, you had a live stream scheduled, and then the video said it was unavailable. Right,
because as soon as I started it, I hit end broadcast.
That's right. And then
and so a lot of people got lost and wondered what the heck happened.
Right.
But it wasn't a copyright.
I think there was just somebody in the comments that mentioned something, and they must have thought that it was a copyright strike, got it taken down, which is a reasonable assumption, right? If there's a live stream.
There's a lot of people that want me to get a copyright strike, but it hasn't worked yet.
No, this was somebody that. Who was it? This is someone who's always in your chat, Kane. It was not.
Yeah, no. I think I know exactly who it was. I'll tell you in a second. Chelsea Whitaker.
No, I just did squirrels.
A Little Harbor Oak.
Yeah. So was she just confused or what?
She says, where'd the vid go? Says removed by uploader. But what she's talking about is the community post on regular Kane B that I
Uh-huh.
made, and then the link was for not Kane B. Because you can't even find not Kane B if you're looking.
Really?
I think that's what it is. Let me double
No, you
check.
can search for it.
Yeah, that's where the one. There's another one from a long time ago that says that.
Okay.
I don't get a lot of comments on my videos. I don't. It's odd because people are like, I have so much hate and all this stuff. I don't get a lot of hate from people.
I don't either.
I haven't blown up or anything and had a huge audience or anything, but for some reason, I've had some incidents with some stuff, but I was able to work through it. But for the most part, I don't get hate mail. I think it's maybe just because I don't try to take anybody down. I'm just trying to relay the facts, or maybe I'm just not pretty enough.
Oh, is it a pretty thing?
It might be chipmunk feet thing.
Oh, too clever.
He might be jealous.
Too Fast, aka Chipmunk, and aka our favorite dog toy, the creepy Bucky the Beaver, or whatever it was.
I love that toy.
With the crazy face. I know, it was amazing.
With the missing arms.
The missing arms and legs. For oh, that's fucking funny. Okay. We left off with the sentence where it says toilet and then spelled like the French. Crazy.
Flush your handle. Sam added, there appeared to be spatter of dried blood. What is this guy, a cop? What kind of maintenance man is near the light switch on the interior wall of the bathroom? I asked Sam to describe the marks. He told me they appeared to be reddish brown in color. Sam added, I've seen dried blood before, and the marks appeared to be similar to that. Sam added
Wait a second. Was that Brett Payne saying he's seen dried blood before? Or no, the
Sam say he added that.
Okay.
Who hasn't seen dried blood
That's
before?
what I was thinking. I'm like, wow. Oh my God, you're an adult.
Like,
You
big insight, Sam.
That's
Thanks.
crazy. That's crazy. Wow.
He's as worthless as Mr. Whipple. Sam added the only thing he did in the restroom was flush the toilet in order to check the water quality.
How does that check water quality?
I don't know.
That makes no sense.
Supposedly the toilet was clogged. Sam said the toilet appeared clean, but became clogged when he flushed it. Sam noted it was odd the toilet became clogged. Sam said he and his counterpart then left. See, this makes me think that he's not a maintenance guy.
Yeah.
Because first of all, why did he say that it's splatter, like he's a detective? And
Well,
then
he didn't.
secondly,
That's what Payne
what
said he
maintenance
said.
man would leave a toilet clogged? Why
gotta go
why
get
would
the
you go
snake.
there? Huh?
You got to go get the snake.
Well, you can. Isn't there just a plunger right there? Probably.
I mean, really, they should have got a freaking camera down there and seen what was clogging it. But
It's for real, dude. It's
It's
a
a
forensic
Kmart.
investigation. They should have used a grapple hook and pulled it out, and it was probably a bloody cloth. Because college
I
kids
mean,
are
here's the
dumb.
thing. I first became okay. It was clear to me that this isn't normal. I'll tell you when I was like, oh, this isn't right. It was at this point when it said that right up here, maintenance worker entered the apartment in order to check a water quality complaint made by the tenant. Okay, if someone's having a water quality complaint, you know what you do? You get one of those like little strips with like the test whatchamacallit on there. Like,
Well, you turn on the faucet and see if the water's coming out brown.
well, and
Well,
you test
it
it with a little
depends on
strip.
what they mean by quality.
I mean,
I
regardless.
don't think it was called in at all. I really don't. I think it was just.
But what I'm saying is the reason why this makes no sense is because no matter how you decide water quality, like first of all, who even will complain about that as a college student anyway? But
Yeah, while you're out
water
of town.
quality, and then the next part where it says he entered the bathroom in order to inspect the drain. That's when I was like, "Oh, something's not right." Because why would you inspect the drain for water? That doesn't make any sense. If there's a clog, Okay, but that's not what they're saying yet. The clog comes up later, but for water quality, you get one of those little strips or a little they've got little kits to test water
The
quality.
pH tester.
Yes, and you get a little bit of water from the faucet, and you stick the and that's what you test the water.
This is all a bunch of bullshit,
This
shenanigans.
is entire bullshit. This is
It's
entire
chicanery.
bullshit. Yes, once I saw the bit about the drain, I was like, yeah, this is made up. This is just not. None of this is real life, that's for sure. So
Something weird. I think a lot of people are starting to believe that Showalter is the one that would be the most likely one to be covered up for and pull strings for. But that's the thing is, then why, after they cleared him, do they do this inspection of his bathroom? It's so weird. It's unreal.
yeah, this report is about Jack Showalter's apartment. Yeah, was someone
They
not
cleared
hurt?
him within 48 hours of the crime. And then they went in his apartment. Or allegedly.
Well,
I
it
think.
said
They
it
just cleared him
said-
because he called in and said that he was with them that night, and then they found some actual evidence to ignore.
94 strips of it.
So what we had read so far was just what they said was that again, this is Jack Showalter, right? Hoodie guy. They said that basically they saw something around the door, but they thought maybe it was rust, and they didn't have enough for a search warrant to get in there initially, right? Here, let's just take a
And
look.
so they send a guy for a water check.
Yeah, right. So there it is.
Just
so
like
it's
the fake garbage men in Pennsylvania.
they told me they believed that it had characteristics to that of dried blood. It seemed the same as 1122 King, da da da. And then they said they did these other things, and then they saw the figure clad in black. And then let's see. Okay, access to the residence per the search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during the search. So that's what they said. They said, okay, well, they were looking at the door according to this, right? It's yeah, that's definitely sus. But then it's apparently, according to this, they didn't get a presumptive positive test for blood. So according to this, they couldn't get a search warrant to go inside. Next thing that happens is you've got this maintenance shenanigans going on.
Yeah, it's magical maintenance.
So I definitely think some Fourth Amendment violations going on for sure. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. This is picture in
No,
one of
that's
those
legit.
movies.
That's legit because the maintenance man had a reason.
I don't know anything about the maintenance man yet, so I can't wait. I mean, I've gotten that far. I don't know, but I'm just saying that if law enforcement wanted to get in this apartment and they didn't have enough for a search warrant, you know what I mean? I'm picturing in one of those funny movies where they put on the big mustache and a funny disguise, and it's so obvious that they're not the thing, and
I think it's hilarious that they couldn't get a search warrant for him, but they got one for Bryan when all Bryan did was connect to a cell tower that covers the house.
Well, did anybody see my live a couple months ago where I went to the Clearwater Police Department and tried to contact a detective about doing an interview on my show? Did any of them? There might be one person that remember. Well, it was so hard to get a hold of that detective. How does this maintenance guy know to call Detective Morris or Officer Morris and Detective Payne and get a hold of them and actually have a conversation with them? How does he even know to call them?
Probably just
So conveniently right after the warrant didn't work out. I mean, it's like they're telling themselves by putting these two paragraphs adjacent to each other.
Right. No, exactly. 100%. Right. I mean, literally, access to the warrant is only granted, right? And then nothing was found in there's, and literally that's followed up back to back. I agree with you. And then you got
because it's like the magic bullet just appeared
and that's
on 11/23.
And that's exactly why I gave the description of the guy who's supposed to be in a disguise, but it's funny because it's so obvious with the fake mustache and the the funny the funny thing.
Like Pink Panther.
Yeah, that's what this is to me. Literally, by the time we got to the part where it said drain, I was picturing the false mustache and the wig falling off and all that type of stuff, like in a, funny
trench coat.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. This is what this is like. This is like the disguise that is so like laughably like you're like, oh, here's a big sign that's like I'm wearing a shitty ass disguise to be funny. Like, you know, like no one in real life would ever think this could ever work. You know what I mean? So.
Well, amazingly, do they follow up on this call? Is that what the next paragraph I'm reading is?
Well, we haven't gotten there yet. We're still on this paragraph.
Okay.
I've seen dried blood before, and the marks appeared to be similar in color.
Oh, do you want me to read?
Well, hold on. I'm trying to remember where we were.
I think we left. Sam said the toilet appeared clean,
yeah,
but became clogged when he flushed it. Sam noticed it was odd the toilet became clogged, but did nothing about it.
Yeah.
You're going to leave your tenant hanging on that one. Sam said he and his counterpart then left the apartment. I asked Sam if anyone else had reason or means to access the apartment beside he or Sam between the time he left and the current time. Sam said no. They're covering themselves with that one too. He may or may not have asked that question, I wonder. I served the search warrant with ISP investigators Jeff Talbot, Hugh Powell, Jake Schweck. We discovered the blood smears and spots in the locations Sam described. In addition, there were more blood spatter spots on the wall on the entryway into the living room. Samples of each were collected, 94 in total.
Y'all, look, there's a closed parentheses and there's not an open parentheses.
Yeah, there's not a. Yeah, that is annoying.
Too much.
I knew.
No, it's supposed to just be 4. The 9 is the parentheses.
I don't think that makes it any better. But
I'm not disagreeing with you, but that's what they said.
That's
it's
yeah,
4 in total,
right.
Not 94.
They didn't hit the shift key. Hold on, let me see. How do you hit a 9? Yeah, because if you look at the button, 9,
okay.
And then that's why they didn't.
You know what though? They had this. They had these 4, and they were like, according to police officers' experience and knowledge, were blood stains and spatter. Yet they had a brown stain in a microwave at Kohberger's apartment that they investigated like it was no tomorrow. Yet these seem to have gone. They took a photo of it and then cleared without further incident. They cleared all units without further incident. This type of crime would warrant searching every adjacent apartment, every stairwell, every penthouse, outhouse, and
you have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion, Kane. You can't just fucking search everything.
Do it. Just kick them down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny though, because I mean, I was just remembering back to some video that I watched recently of one of our clients, and there's a shooting that happened at a college. And like, I'm just thinking about how, like, when they went into the dorm, which is a different building from where the shooting was, by the way, they went to the dorm room where, like, the suspect, like, they think he might have been because his girlfriend was in that dorm. And the video footage I was watching was the body cam, and they cleared the entire dorm. Like, everybody evacuated the dorm. And I don't know if it's just because they just asked them to or what, but like, I'm just thinking back on it. I'm like, yeah, I watched this body cam where they went in every single person's dorm room and like picked up all their shit, and like the people were outside and like all the entire fucking building. And it wasn't even the same building as the shooting. And the suspect didn't even live there. So
I'm not saying that this crime is weird or, you know, that things like this don't happen all the time, but I don't see other crimes that happen where they've literally had to bend a story to fit a narrative and a suspect. Usually it's like, oh, he did this, his dad gave him the gun,
He went on the roof and shot President Trump. You know, it's like ABC. There you go. I believe it now.
That's because normally crimes aren't covering for a university that would lose billions of dollars.
It's so obvious, dude. It's so obvious.
But anyway, but the point I was going to say making about the universe, like what Kane was saying, right? Like a crime like this warrants searching everywhere, and then Twiz made the point about like you have to have
because it's a national level incident. It's a mass killing.
You're sounding like Steve G. We need to take everyone's DNA that came into the town. No, we have rights. God damn it.
Well, I think they should have gotten all the DNA and toxicology and CDR from every single person in that surrounding area that they could get, instead of letting them all go their different ways and never come back.
That's fucking crazy.
Anybody willing to submit their DNA, that clears up a lot of problems. You know what I mean? And then you have you've selected people that refuse their DNA.
But so see, that's not reasonable, articulable suspicion of a crime.
Right, but it gives you a lead.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
no,
it does.
That's how
leads
doesn't.
Work.
This isn't
no.
Yes, it is.
No,
that's how leads work. That's how you get leads.
You have to have reasonable. You're not being reasonable, and you can't even articulate it.
What do you mean? I just articulated it perfectly.
I'm just fucking with you on that one, but it's not reasonable.
Everyone remember that they love each other.
Listen, this crime isn't reasonable. The story isn't reasonable.
That doesn't mean you violate everyone else's rights. If you're going to do that,
it's not violating if you ask them to submit.
If they willingly do it, that's the point.
Okay.
Right?
No, but then you said then you said that anyone who doesn't willingly give it to you is suspect.
Use that as a lead.
No, you can't. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yes,
that is bullshit. No, that is bullshit.
Other evidence
that is bullshit. Then it would be other evidence.
No, it's not at all.
You can't look at somebody and be like, well, he wouldn't give me his DNA, therefore he's suspect. That is bullshit.
It cuts down time. That's what a lead is. A lead could be somebody that calls in a report.
Kane, do you really want to be a suspect in crimes because you won't answer questions to a law enforcement officer, or you won't give your DNA when they ask for it, or you won't show them ID when they ask for it? Is that really the world you want to live in?
I think you're taking it too far, Twiz.
No, you're giving them an inch and they're going to take a fucking mile, bro. Look at fucking history.
Ooh.
That's why when the cop asked me the other night for my date of birth, I said, you don't need that. And he looked at me like I was fucking suspicious. And that's a fucking problem. That's how Nazis fucking worked.
Oh.
Yep, that's right.
Full circle to
you know who said...
so you're basically saying that you are pro-Nazi right now. You are basically saying you are pro-Nazi right now, by the way.
I did not say that.
That's quite an exaggeration, I shall say.
You just said that if
words in my mouth.
No. You just said that if you don't turn over your DNA willingly, they can look at you like a suspect. That's the same fucking logic, bro. The Nazis are the litmus test.
Everyone remember they love each other.
I'm telling JJ.
This is very interesting.
I don't answer questions.
I will say.
And they'll look at you like that's suspicious. That's the problem.
Everybody's suspicious.
That's a good point too. I mean, sometimes there's not one definite right answer. You know, sometimes it's not so black and white. And I think that's, you know, the law lives in the gray area, and that's what they all say.
Also, if I could say the one very definable problem of law enforcement is they've made it us against them. We're them.
Mm-hmm.
And now they see themselves as this militarized organization, and that the the after effects of that are treacherous. So it has to be built on trust,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll never get that back now, I don't think.
I mean,
Yeah.
we could.
We could. I mean, I don't know. Look at all the. You ever watch the Future movie? The cops are never good. That's always worse.
That's true.
The what movie?
Any Future movie
Oh, any future movie.
with
Yeah,
the police, like RoboCop or Judge Dredd,
that's true.
Judge Twiz.
That's why you
Judge-
just don't give him an inch.
What did somebody call you today? Twizzy Stick? Your friend Twizzy Stick. In
Oh, in
Dago's chat,
Dago's?
somebody called you Twizzy
I was
Stick.
listening, but I wasn't watching. I don't know what he freaked
Yeah,
out
but
about. I
Dago
didn't-
said his name
I didn't
is
remember
not
that
Twizzy
JJ
Stick, by the
person
way.
either. So
That's funny.
Dago stuck for you and said, his name's not Twizzy Stick, by the way. No reason to be rude. He totally went to bat for you. I was like, yeah, Dago.
It was probably just somebody accidentally typed an I instead of an L. Maybe.
I didn't
I don't-
recognize the name, so I don't know
Yeah, I
what they
didn't
were
see
talking
it. There's
about.
a lot of new names that are popping up.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
all that freaking.
If you
those
have them in
groups
the
of
chat,
people.
and if you get new people in the chat and you're a moderator, you can click on their picture, and then you can go look at their channel, and you can look and see when the channel was created. And many of them
Oh.
are like a month old, a week old, no subscribers, this type
Okay.
of thing. Very suspicious to us.
A lot of those Mark and Betty people's accounts are like from 2014.
Yeah, I guess that's when YouTube was started. 2014
No, it was earlier than that.
was it?
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it was.
It was in
Seems
like
it was around
2008 or
2004,
something.
2006.
When did Janet
Yeah,
Jackson's Titty
probably-
come out?
2006, probably.
I was trying to find a way for years to put video on the internet because I did surfing videos. I would go every week to Melbourne, and I finally settled on MPEG-4, which is the format that video's on YouTube. But YouTube was just coming about, and it wasn't that good. I think it was 2015 when they started doing the creator thing.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
YouTube was made to look at Janet Jackson's titty. That's all I know.
What?
Is that what it? Is that really where it got big?
Yeah, from
No.
the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's
That's
funny.
why YouTube was created, because they were like, we want to
Mhm.
see Janet Jackson's titty.
It was a nice titty.
I've never seen it. I don't know.
Me neither. I don't know.
Yeah,
it
she
seems
whipped it
like
out.
Kane's seen his fair share of titties, so I trust his opinion on that.
I'm not going to comment one way or the other on that.
I think Kane's bar is pretty low for titty quality.
I
Who's
like I like a quality titty. I like a small titty.
Interesting.
I mean, the odd thing is I've had a lot of girlfriends with these large, spectacular titties when I'm just
Wow.
more of like a B cup kind of guy.
B's
Amazing.
are where it's at for sure.
I mean, an A that's an extra added bonus.
Wow.
Well, because they're so sensitive, all the cluster of nerves are then just compacted into one. I have this whole dissertation on it. I
Yeah.
could do it sometime after Balder.
That's more about nipple size though than boob size.
Okay.
It could be. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the small nipple. I have small nipples. Can you
Aw.
milk me, Twiz?
Yep.
Wow.
I don't know where that went.
I'm speechless.
Did
I
you
will
not know
say.
that?
I'm amazed that YouTube hasn't come in with something. Very happy about that.
They hit me. They make this sound whenever I play copyrighted content on my Not Kane Bee, and it sounds like this. It goes, "Brrr," and then it gets. Sometimes it's loud. Sometimes you don't even hear it. But I keep asking the audience to tell me if they can hear it or not, because sometimes they'll be like, "Yeah, it's the YouTube gods. They're trying to strike me down. Do you hear it?" And then right after I say it, they'll go, "Brrr." It's like I think they have a live person doing it, and I find I get away with a lot more on Fridays and Saturdays and stuff because they're so busy. But I think they put an actual live person on it to fuck with you.
No way. No
Yeah,
way.
it's wild. It's wild. It's true.
Wow.
Either that
Wow.
or it's somebody with bots. It might be somebody sending me bots. They have these hacker programs that they can mess with your number of subscribers, your number of views. Do you know that? They can mess with the number of views that you get. So I'll have, like, say I have 350 views, right? After I aired live. And then I'll go back the next day and it'll be 250 views. And you're like, and I contacted support on why I was losing views, and they said it's because they're low quality views. A low quality view is where multiple devices are accessing the internet, watching the same thing on the same IP. And so they have some kind of AI that figures that and subtracts your views. And that's why I think that lady, do you remember Twiz, the lady I had on? What was her name? And then her channel got taken away. I think they were botting the shit out of her. First, she was on AR's channel, and then she came on my show. Oh gosh, I forgot her name. Bootsy. I think that's why they took away her channel, because people were botting the shit out of her, and then YouTube blamed her for it. That's what it sounded like.
Why would anyone who's behind that, and what is their motivation?
Translucent.
I don't know. We don't know for sure why. It just is.
People on the internet are crazy. That's why.
Yeah, people are just in general crazy.
You know, I'll quote Michael Scott here. We don't know what goes on inside the tiger's mind. We don't have the technology yet.
Oh, we were watching the Tiger King, Joe Exotic last night on my show.
Wow.
Yeah, I had never really, I guess I hadn't watched much other than the documentary, and he's crazy, dude.
Oh, he's got a show?
Dude,
I thought he died.
She is crazy.
Well, yeah. But yeah, she had like a reality show.
I watched an interview with him.
He's in prison
a month ago or something, and like,
so he's alive.
that bitch is crazy.
Yeah, he killed his wife. That's why his ex-wife. That's why he's in prison.
Or did she kill his ex-wife and blame it on him?
Right. I don't
know.
Or
was it the bots though? Oh.
The bats?
The bots.
Bats?
Never mind.
The rats or the bats?
Not the. I was saying the bots, BOTS, but I like rats better. Let's go with that. Rats.
Is Tanel talking about Mossad right now? Are you familiar with Mossad? You know what Mossad is?
I don't.
Okay, it's a special type of porn. No, I'm just kidding. It's Mossad is like the CIA, the black ops of Israel. And a lot of people have said that these are kind of Mossad moves because they got famous for going in, and I think they took out the terrorists that were holding the Olympic athletes hostage in 1972 in Munich, Germany, and Mossad just busted in and took everybody out. And so ever since, they've been kind of famous for these kind of moves. And then she said CIA also.
Wow. Well, I will say that I'm very curious what Heather. Are you talking about the boobs part, Heather? She went back and clipped it and played it at 2 times speed, and she's laughing really hard. Are you talking about the boobs part? Oh, yeah, and there's that. Interesting.
She clipped me talking about boobs.
I mean, I think that's
she holds everything against me except for her boobs. No, is this part?
Not see. Hold on. Not. Oh. I see, Heather. Oh, I see. She's right. Okay, got it. Roger that. Not the boobs. Not the boobs. It's not the bird. It's not the boobs.
Oh, if you weren't here earlier, by the way, I was asking if you wanted to help Trisha from Deception Dismantled. She's having a tough time. I sent her $50 on a Cash App, and I'll put the Cash App if it's okay.
What's she having a hard
Chef?
time with?
Being dumb.
I thought she was with her new man.
Yeah, but she could use them. Just to, like, if you even have a couple bucks
Trisha from who?
that you can send her.
Who?
Trisha from Echoes of Clarity.
Oh,
Is
Echoes of
she-
Clarity. Okay. I haven't
is
seen
she
her in a long
not-
time.
Is she not?
She's
with her
put
man
herself in
anymore?
a rock and a hard place.
Hmm.
What'd
I'll
she
tell you.
do?
Just send a couple bucks.
Yeah, I've not seen her in a long time. Shout out to Trisha though. Hope she's doing okay. Sounds like she's not doing okay, but I hope.
Well,
things get better.
yeah, this would anything would help because she needs to keep her phone on so she can start this new job in 2 weeks. She worked for United Healthcare, and they let a lot of people go, and she was one of them. And she
Oh,
got
really?
a job with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and she starts in 2 weeks training, but she has to make it to that.
Are they not
Oh.
giving her like a package from United?
It didn't sound like no. She's broke as fuck, so I don't know. And she was up there in the upper for whatever she
She
does.
was a
management.
manager.
But they didn't give her shit. Apparently, if they did, she spent it. And I think she was supporting a couple people for a while, and it just drained her quicker than she thought. And you know you know how it is. No good deed goes unpunished. But yeah, that's her Cash App. If anybody has Cash App and has a couple bucks, that's all. I don't want to put all our business out there.
It's all good. Yeah, no, we're always very supportive here, and we are hope everything turns out well, and hope you get to start that new job at, you said it was at Blue Cross Blue Shield, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hopefully they treat her right. I mean, I have that insurance, but I've never literally, I don't even think like spoken to or met anyone from there. You know, it's like I signed up like decades ago, and like I just still have it. It's like, you know, but hopefully they treat her well.
Yeah, I think she's a good employee or whatever. She just needs to.
That's funny. Doug says you should
Kane
read.
B's the perv.
It's funny.
Or this, what's his name? J-Rod calls it the spurge because he has a Spanish accent. He calls it Kane BS the spurge.
We'll get Kane a new channel where he raps and call him Lil Nit.
That could be vanilla chocolate.
Yeah, I don't know how the boobs came up. How did the boobs come up? I don't remember.
I like
Amazing,
boobs.
just natural.
I don't know. Let's ask Doug because apparently he's listening to it right now.
That's a good point. He's 10 minutes behind, so he won't actually hear us asking the question. Already at this part, and then he's past the boob part. Guys, I think this is a good stopping point. This was a lot of we did a lot, covered a lot of ground. Wow.
Did I do good?
You did great. Thank you. Both of you guys did great. Twiz reads A+, reading Kanebo A+, and there's David coming in clutch with the Janet Jackson reference. There it was. Thank you.
That's
Yes.
where it started. That's right.
Thank you, David. 1,000,000 scroll points to you for that one. Awesome. A+. Wow.
She had small nipples also.
Yes.
Now I gotta find the clip.
Go on YouTube. Oh, that's
Definitely
the
not on
irony.
YouTube anymore.
They can't play it on YouTube.
Well, actually, they might. No, you can find tits all over
You can
YouTube.
find-
Go watch
yeah, of course.
concerts.
You just have to type in video playback first. Did you know that?
Go watch concerts.
You can watch anything on YouTube. Just type in video playback first.
Hmm.
Little YouTube secret.
YouTube secret. That's that, right? The Janet Jack.
If you want to watch stuff without commercials, when the clip comes up or a movie or whatever you want to watch, go up into the address bar and delete the hyphen, and there'll be no commercials.
Is there only one hyphen?
What?
One hyphen, yeah.
I'm gonna try that
Really?
in like.
Not to be confused with a hymen.
Oh my god.
Waive,
What-
Waive.
What's that? I've never
Wow.
heard of that before.
He probably broke them all.
Wait, are you talking about your neighbors, the high men, or what?
The high man? No, that's the drunk man. His power was out for a week because I think because they're doing the road work. So here, if anything from the pole to your box is covered by Duke Energy. Anything from the box to your house is either the park or on you.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow over the 60 years this park has been here, the power line got disfrayed and it's a mess. It's a hot mess. So they went a week with no power, but fortunately they had one of these Canadians who's a snowbird that he was watching their trailer for him, and him and the old man have been sleeping over there. But finally today they got it power back on. I mean, that's a serious deal with old people. If you have no power, you have no AC, if you have an iron lung, you don't have your iron lung.
Wow.
If you have a defibrillator in the trunk. What?
Oh, wow. Wow.
No, but it's the air conditioning. Without air conditioning here, you're dead.
Yeah.
You're dead within. I mean, I think homeless people's life expectancy here is like a month. And they sleep in the bushes behind these businesses, and there's needles all over the place. But they don't last.
Yikes.
They don't last very long.
Yeah. I mean, the needles will.
It's terrible.
Wow. Well.
Yeah.
This is, J-Lo, I think, was the other Janet Jackson type issue from what I recall.
What did J-Lo do?
What did J-Lo had a wardrobe malfunction?
Wardrobe malfunction.
Oh,
yeah.
the dress. No, the dress that she wore.
Yeah.
That green dress.
I didn't know about the Janet Jackson, but I knew about the J-Lo. I don't know which one was first, but I did know about
think of what was another big YouTube thing that really got attention.
Oh my God, there's so many.
In the beginning, though.
In the beginning. I don't know.
I only used it for eBay stuff that I sold in the beginning for a long time.
eBay again. Oh my God, I love it.
Yeah, because I sold Beanie Babies. And
Oh my
I
God,
just
poor
took
people.
videos of them fighting each other and stuff.
Are you serious?
No, I'm just kidding. I sold cameras and stuff
Oh my
like
God,
that.
I would love to see those but they're not Kane.
I had bags of those Beanie Babies, and allegedly the Princess Di Beanie Baby is the most treasured one, but they're all over the place. I guess, I don't know if there's a bunch of fakes or whatever.
I still want to see the videos of Kane making the Beanie Babies play fight. Can you reenact that even though it didn't happen?
When I was 10 years old, my brother took all my childhood toys. I had a McDonald's Playhouse set, and you could open it up and the people would be in there. And then I had like all these toy planes, and he made a movie for his film class in high school, and they burned everything. They burned all my toys. They burned all my toys, and they made a movie of doing it. But it was a great movie. It was on 8mm.
Wow. Well, did they replace all your toys?
Yeah, they did a voiceover. Like, do you remember Leonard Pith Garnell? He was on Saturday Night Live. It was Dan Aykroyd. This is Leonard Pith Garnell. Look at all the poor people burning in the McDonald's. It was hilarious of a movie. Yeah. Yeah, my brother had a really kind of a dark sense of humor, but he always hid it from me.
Like
That's the first time I ever really saw that side of him. Because he was the older brother, and then finally I saw the movie and I was like,
Amazing. Y'all, Frodo has made 4 trips out here to tell me, Mommy, I need to go. I've got to let him out. And actually, oh my God. I think this will be a good stopping point. We'll pick up with number 74.
So wait, Chelsea, a good question for you right now before you shut it down to Squirrel Power is in all of your experience and as your, whatever, this case is just reeks of corruption and failure and lies, right? There's all kinds of problems, like literal
there's all kinds
legal
of
problems, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
It
I
looks
think
like a frame job to me.
it you know, it's a lot like with Karen Reed, right? Where it's like, you know, at the end of the whole thing, right? When it came down to the second trial, it was like, okay, what's more important to try to understand, like, what's going on here? Like, you know, in the first trial, it was like they really leaned into the framing, right? And then in the second trial, it was like there was no collision and like the law enforcement just shit show, right? And I think that at the end of the day, it's like the framing is the less important thing, right? I mean, that's what the framing really only matters in terms of something like where if you want to, if you're trying to offer that as a theory at trial, which we know the defense was here and in Karen Reed, right? But what we've learned is when you've got a shitty enough investigation, like the framing is not even, you know what I mean? It's almost like a waste of energy in a way, or a distraction.
Yeah, it is a really shitty investigation, but
I mean,
it does seem like there's a lot of collusion through the agencies to cover certain things.
This one is like way worse in my opinion because Karen Reed was at that house with her car. Like this one is, there's nothing that points to Bryan except for his DNA at the crime scene, which anyone could have brought in.
Yeah.
I mean,
And the whole point of a frame job is to make it look like somebody who didn't commit the crime committed the crime. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's the equivalent to like the taillight in the, you know.
But she was at the house. She was at the crime scene. Bryan has never been at that crime scene, per the defense.
But she wasn't at the crime scene when the death happened, right?
Well, we don't know because we don't know where he died.
Well, I guess so. I mean, I don't
The
even
crime
remember.
scene was in front of the house, though, I thought, wasn't it?
Well, that's where
That's
they
where he
found
said-
his body
that's-
later. But my point is, like,
When
the
you look at the
closest
timeline
Bryan
for
was
his
to
voicemail,
that
though.
house that night was 8 miles away by how the bird flies. 20 minutes away driving. That's the closest he was ever to that crime scene that night.
Yeah, there's
If you can
nothing that
believe
puts him in
me.
the area. And
He wasn't in Moscow.
no
He wasn't
connection.
in Idaho
There's-
at the time of the crime.
And there's no motive, and there's no direct connection to the victims. There's
None of
no
those are
murder
necessary, though.
weapon. There's just so many holes.
They
and-
can't
and they
place
just
him at
stick-
that house ever.
Right. So there's physical evidence, right? Which would be, like you said, Kane murder weapon, you know, motive or direct connection. Our juries like to see that, but they're not required. So
yeah,
for
but
me,
you can
the
say
bigger
they're
issue
not
though is
required all day long, but usually in a case where there's something called evidence, the motive unveils itself, whether
Right,
it
but-
be because they were disturbed and troubled, or it was revenge or money. The motive nine
Well,
times
Bryan
out
was
of
a
10,
jealous incel, remember? He didn't like them because they were popular. And
another
blonde.
made up
No.
fantasy. And,
I
and
was
it's
going
like,
to say,
dude,
to the extent that you want to show a jury anything that like motive or whatever, that will reveal itself when you have physical evidence. The physical evidence tells the story, right? The crime,
Right.
when you investigate a crime scene properly, it tells a story. Like, look at all these other cases. Like, I've covered a bazillion of them. And it's like, I mean, a great example, like Ezra McCandless is a great example of that, where you just learning about the pattern of the knife wounds told the story of what happened. And not, I mean, there were other things too, but like when you really broke it down, the physical evidence and the forensic evidence, it will, you can learn the mode, like it will tell you what happened without you having to speculate onto someone's psychology. You can figure out the order of events and then, and like, that's what you want, right? Versus just like speculation and whatever the fuck. But when you don't have physical evidence, except for just one thing, you can't get anywhere. You know what I mean?
right.
You can't
yeah.
even get, I mean, it's like, to me, it's like, how can you can't even have a conversation about the motive or whatever the fuck, because we don't even have, like, we need to have mountains of physical evidence before we can even talk about anything, you know, with like psychology, whatever the fuck.
Well, the motive is one thing and the weapon is another, but also there's the means, motive, means, and weapon. And the means, he doesn't
I think
seem to have any kind of means to have done this to fit in this time period.
right.
and
Like I said
and-
it in the chat earlier, the timeline, I think, was the state's biggest problem had this gone to trial. The timeline is
It's a huge
impossible to prove to a jury. I mean, to me, that's, it starts and ends there. Like, I mean, anyways, that's, you know, there's just no way around that timeline. You can just leave the rest of it out. Like, the timeline alone to me is like, in my view, it's like, wow, you know? I don't know how you make that work for a juror, let alone 12.
Well, the jury, all they were going to hear was the DNA.
The DNA,
Just
I
to
mean,
hear the
but
word
it's-
DNA.
And the thing is, studies do show that is not that is a thing. Sadly, right?
It's a beauty contest, you know.
And that's
literally
why
with the jury, it's a
the
beauty
jury, the
contest.
fear of the jury, fear of the jury. Like I said, I mean, that's a real thing.
But that my point was that when there's evidence, it usually paints a motive or a means, and in this case, there's no evidence that points to any kind of means or motive for this person. And the last thing I want to do is be somebody up here that's defending a quadruple mass killer. But I also don't want to suck up a bunch of sour Kool-Aid with facts that aren't even true. And when I can plainly see through their veil. And that's why I asked you if to you, I mean, does it seem like, looking from the outside in, as just an extremely overtly drawn up incident?
What do you mean by drawn up?
Like a fantasy. They created this entire fantasy off of believing whatever the FBI told them about Kohberger and just running with it. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, the full extent of what it seems like they have and didn't have, or things I mean, we're only on number 73, and there's 314 of these, and then we got all the Pullman ones, and then, I mean, that's only a fraction. In
There's
other
more
words,
even coming out.
There's so much to get through to really get the full, you know what I mean? It seems like it's just getting worse as we go along. But in terms of trying to figure out exactly why it's so bad and what's going on, I think that, for me, I want to have all the information I possibly can.
I think though, Chelsea, that the flood of documents is by design, because they know it's going to take a while for everyone to work through all these documents, although we're hungrily doing it, because in 30 days or 28 days or whatever is left, after that, you're kind of running in place if he doesn't mark an appeal. And so after that, even if we find the real killers within the documents, what do you do at that point? Fight a fight that he doesn't even want to fight?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing we aren't parties to the case. Only his defense attorneys, and it wouldn't even be his current defense attorneys. It would be whoever the appellate counsel is. They're the only ones that can do anything, technically speaking, legally speaking, in terms of raising an issue. We found this issue. You know what I mean? For us to be how many issues have we spotted? Too many. We'd be here for a lifetime trying to even just count. There's issues. It's riddled with issues. You know what I mean? But that doesn't. We don't have any effect on anything.
The thing that makes it seem unreal, like a psyop, is that we're getting answers. But again, even right here, toilet flusher handle, that's an answer, but it draws 75 more questions. Every answer you get only invites more questions, no more. It doesn't further you in your decision.
And still, one of the many questions is, why the fuck did you spell toilet like this? I mean, see, I don't understand. No. It is. It's extra. It's it'd be one thing if it was one extra letter, and from what it normally should be spelled, but the 2 extra letters makes it seem more intentional. I just don't. It's very odd. It is very odd. But no, I agree with you. With every single thing that's supposed to be here's something that we found, which is supposed to add to your, whatever, knowledge, it's supposed to clear it up. It should be making it more clear. I agree. It's everything is more questions. 100%. I mean, it is a lot. It is a lot. And Doug is right. I do need to let poor Frodo. I need to let him out.
Well, Chelsea, I want to thank you for being on the show tonight. It's real power.
Well said.
You might be invited on next time.
Yay.
Oh, you guys are so sweet.
We'll have you back. You've been a good guest.
Like I said, I'm the third wheel of this menage a trois.
I'll have to refer to counsel on the menage a trois.
Oh my god. I appreciate y'all though being here for reading and for just, all the lovely banter and all the conversation. But I appreciate every time you guys come on, or one or both, whenever one or both of you guys come on. I love it. I know the chat loves it. Thank you so much for being awesome, and for also helping me not lose my voice, and for just adding to the conversation and to all of the menage a trois-ness that we had going on tonight. It was sexy slash what else? I mean, we had the whole legal
Just
really wandered it out
sexy.
too. Just sexy.
Very
Sexy.
titillating conversation.
I'm just here to fire my synapses at you.
Synapses were firing.
There we go.
There's synapse all over the place.
Oh shit! I think we have two different definitions of synapses, but
Oh,
okay.
Lord.
Synapse leaves a mark.
Well, guys, we'll close it out with our new tagline, just sexy. Also, it sounds like it could be like a cologne or a perfume or some shit. But anyways.
What are we called now? The furry. What's a group of squirrels? I forget. Scurry. Furry scurries. We're the furry scurries.
It sounds like it might have a little bit of a. Yeah, you guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, that's not a squirrel sound? What do squirrels say?
They make little like cheeping sounds, like cheep, squeaks. Cheep.
That's just
audible.
crazy.
If that's even audible on StreamYard, but that's my little squirrel sounds.
I could hear it.
Okay. Wonderful.
I thought you were talking about the sizzle they made when you put them in the frying pan.
Shut up, Kane. No. Snell says it's been fun. It was fun for me until now.
Squirrel tacos.
I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, creepy is right. Kane.
I told you they're called squacks. Remember, I used to call them squacks for my dog, and he would go nuts. Squacks. We'd go squack and rabbit hunting on Friday night.
Well, we can.
He only caught one squirrel, and I made him drop it.
Okay.
But the squirrel died.
Of course.
Sorry. And then he never caught a rabbit, but he did jump in a pond after an alligator. But I'll let you go walk.
That is amazing. Well, I want to hear that.
Oh no, it was not good. It was not good.
I'll rate that down for, unless it's sad, but if it's a good story.
No, he was fine. It was only like a 3-foot deep little like side pond on a golf course. And it was the middle of the night. We were going to hunt deer or chase deer, and he dove in just randomly into this 3-foot pond and stayed under for a full minute, and then came up. I didn't see the alligator, but I know that's what he was after. He came up with the most scared expression on his face you've ever seen. It must have held him down, but I didn't find a single scratch on him. Maybe like one scratch.
Wow.
Oh my god! And it was the brownest, nastiest, murkiest water, so I really had to give him a bath and all that stuff.
Wow. I'm glad that's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
He survived that one.
The alligator was in a merciful mood that night, or what have you.
Well, I think the alligator was probably just as surprised as the rest of us.
That's probably true.
But if he saw something move when he was out looking, he would chase it. So he went right into the water, man, right under. And you never saw him for a full minute.
Jesus.
Yep.
Well, we'll have more stories next time, guys.
That gator thought that puppy was crazy.
He was nuts. That's why I'm called him Aki, because I named him after Mark Akalupo. He was a surfer from Australia, and they called him Aki. But I was originally going to call him Ozzy, and I was like, oh, that's too heavy metal. And I'm like, I'll call him Aki because he's Lupo. Because he, get it? Because Akalupo, because he's Lupo.
I don't know.
My girlfriend used to take him to the park, and one time there was all these like kindergartners or something, all these kids around, and my dog was just running around in circles like he did. He was just a puppy, like 1-year-old, And they're like, "What's your dog's name?" And she's like, "That dog's name is Turbo." And all the kids were like, "Turbo, come here, Turbo."
Aw.
You can show my dog if you want to show my icon. That's my dog. That was my dog. Aki.
Oh, hold on.
Twiz can do it.
Let me see here.
I don't know how to work how she
I
has
need
this
to-
set up.
Yeah,
How do I
She
do it?
she messed something up.
Yeah, and she pays for it too. Isn't it a 5-hour live? Holy cow!
I don't know how.
There it
Well, there
is.
you see.
There I am. That's Aki.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. He had a tough time because he loved to run, and we lived in San Diego where it's always 70 degrees, and then we moved here and it was 90 degrees. So I literally had to give him ice baths every time we'd go for a run or whatever when we come back in the middle of summer.
Is he a puppy in that picture?
Yeah, he was like 2 months, 3 months old there. He got up to 100 pounds. I mean, he was probably the strongest dog I've ever seen because I ran him because I know with big dogs they'll take over, and so I just wore him out from the time he was a puppy till his last days. And he would sit and he was flexed so much. And you see what the pit bulls that are naturally big, he was big because he ran all the time.
Yeah.
And he was the fastest dog out of every dog you've ever seen. And he could catch a frisbee. Like, I have some. Well, I probably lost him now, but I had a bunch of pictures with him catching frisbees and stuff. He could jump like 8 feet in the air to catch a frisbee.
Wow, he sounds like he had all the skills.
He
And
had the
survived
skills
out
with
here.
the ladies too. Yeah,
We're gonna call him BK. He's a ninja.
he was a ninja. Akalupo.
Oh. Okay, guys. I love y'all. Y'all are amazing. We will get together for some more stories and some more documents probably tomorrow. I'll have to see what my students are doing.
I hope so.
But I hope so
I'm
too.
live tomorrow though too.
Oh, you are?
5 o'clock.
Okay. Well, we will definitely be doing that. You know, I'm usually on my drive home and I'll be popping in the chat for sure. Everyone check out Kane's live tomorrow. Better be there. I know you guys all will be there anyway. But thanks for letting us know, Kane. And hopefully you don't click the end stream button immediately. Fingers crossed. You know, after you go live.
It's not the first time I've done it. That's the problem. I know not to do it. And here's another thing. There's also a shortcut on the keyboard that does it. And
oh, Lord.
once or twice I've hit that inadvertently.
Crap.
And that's even bigger of a nightmare because it's like having the detonation key right at your fingertips and you don't know which one it is.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, I have to be real careful with my keyboard when I'm live.
Well, we will hopefully, you know, no detonations go off tomorrow, but oh, and also
Yeah, it
welcome
should be a good
Tony.
show.
We're just now heading out.
I've been working on it all week.
But Twiz, thanks for being here too. Where did he go? Did he leave? I guess Twiz
He
is
squirreled
gone.
out.
He squirreled out.
It was okay to squirrel out.
He's saying good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Good night, everyone. Love you guys.
There was one more good night. I forgot.
See y'all tomorrow. And until next time, squirrel
Squirrel out.
out. Good job, Kane.